All-star batting ninth.
Takes advantage of it. Yeah, John, that's how good they are. They're all-star bats ninth. And then how about Kevin McGonagal drawing 2 walks? That's the at-bat with the wild pitch, and then gets on base, and the wheels scoring from first.
Well, it's the awareness on the field of, base running matters. And it's not just Joey Cora at third base with the wheelhouse sending everyone home, or his first example was what was it running from first to third early in the season, or it was a triple. I can't remember which it was, but he looks over and there's Joey Cora giving him the hey, come on, buddy, let's go. But it's the awareness of everything that's going on in the game. We talk about his professional at-bats. We talk about his glove in the field, which have both been really good. Mm-hmm. Base running is probably one of the most overlooked skills in Major League Baseball. And yesterday, to be able to hit the go button when he had to, because if he waits any longer, if there's any indecision,
you got to play at the plate.
Yeah. And yet, all of a sudden, hey, instead of having a tight play at the plate and it's reviewed and all this stuff, no, he just scores.
Yeah. I mean, the throw was irrelevant because he was so quick. He was on his horse.
Yeah.
And you're right. It's the last thing you mentioned because he's got more walks than strikeouts, the approach, all that's been highlighted, hard hit balls and the plays he's made in the field. He's a complete ball player. I mean, he is their best position player. And
he's the guy.
He's the missing ingredient.
Well, we'll eventually find out if he is the missing ingredient. We all talked about wanting to add a bat, and they added one, and Scott Harris was right. Sometimes it comes from within, and this one did. But he shows the value of, I don't care how you do it, just get on base. Just put the ball in play, because he's moved runners forward. He's, his average, his OPS, all of that stuff looks great. And when you're trying to analyze which player is better than others, what they do to contribute to a team, it's just simply sometimes having that guy that just finds a way to get on base. And it's the lack of strikeouts. If you've got a runner on second and it's a hard hit ball to the right side of the infield, sometimes that's enough to move a batter forward. It's an out, doesn't come across in the stats or the batters or the box score.
It's what they call a productive out.
Right. And so he's got good at bats. He has those, air quotes, productive outs, but he just finds a way to get on base. And if you got base runners, eventually some of them are going to come across home.
Well, and that's the thing. There were a lot of ground balls. There were some base runners in the game, and it's a one-run game. I mean, that little stuff matters. Mm-hmm. The other headline is you got a little history last night. Kenley Jansen, third all-time in saves now behind only Mariano Rivera and Trevor Hoffman. They're calling him the best Jansen in town.
Clearly. There's no, I won't debate that currently. We'll see how the season goes.
Say, he blows too many
saves.
We'll
see how the season goes. We'll see when the ratings come in. We'll make a comparison there. Apples to oranges. We'll see what we can do.
Look, if his play drops off, I'm willing to adjust the Jansen power rankings.
Hey, we'll again, it's a moving target all season long. And, we have a good month, and all of a sudden, hey, put the pressure on him. Let's see if he can handle some pressure.
He was throwing like 95, 96 yesterday.
Yeah, he seems to handle the pressure.
Yeah. And then the Hornets game, we were paying attention to it because the Pistons may face the Hornets.
They earn the right to play another game, and we'll see tonight when who they're going to face. Is it going to be the Sixers or the Magic? Whoever loses tonight is going to be the team that faces the Hornets, and then the winner of that game will be the Pistons' opponent. So are we rooting for the Magic tonight because we want the Sixers to lose, and then we'll flip and root for the Sixers when they play the Hornets?
It's all with the caveat of it shouldn't matter. But
right.
You turn a game on, you have a rooting interest, of course.
Sure. Now, the play-in games are, I think, dumb to begin with, but it's what the NBA has decided to do. A lot of people probably didn't watch last night. They just wanted to simply see who was it that won, or you watch the last couple of minutes and you think, now it's going to overtime. I got to watch the last couple of minutes of the overtime.
So it's funny. You say you don't like the play-in, and people will point out, well, last night was a big night for Charlotte fans who haven't had postseason success, or Portland who won the late game and had the whole Chauncey thing this year.
Right.
It means something to those fans.
Oh, great. You're the 9 seed and you got to win over the 10 seed.
I was just going to say, if we localize it, if hockey had a play-in, I wouldn't be going, at least the Red Wings they didn't earn it.
Well, that's
I don't
why
want it to be handed to you.
But I also think that's why they don't do it in hockey because, like, what do we say? You just get into the postseason in hockey because then anything can happen. It's probably the postseason tournament in professional sports that you're like a team that is at the very bottom of the playoff teams can make a run. And the Wings, if there was a play-in, like the reason they don't, it's because those teams don't deserve, they haven't earned the right to play against a better team to make a run.
Exactly. Now, you had a little frustration in that last night's game was on Prime.
It's not a frustration for me because I have Prime. Like, okay, we order from Amazon, we have Prime, I get free delivery, and along with it, I get NFL games on Thursday night, and I get some sporadic NBA games. Okay, great. But if you're going to have this tournament, why not make it available more to the masses? Mm-hmm. Because what's the selling point of, I'm going to go get Prime because I want to see the Heat and Hornets? Like there's nothing there. Yeah, and I know that they will have a Prime game when they get to the regular postseason NBA playoffs. That would generate, I think, more need to watch and get Prime versus an NBA play-in game. Like anybody outside of Charlotte and Miami last night was like, if I have it, I'll watch it. If not, I don't care.
Look, if you're going to put it on Prime, at least air the broadcast without any hiccups.
Yeah. And again, I did not care enough to be watching, but apparently, Greg, you said there were some hiccups in OT?
Technical difficulties. Please wait.
Oh, is that... We've got a play-in game in overtime, and you got the spinning wheel and technical difficulties. We'll resume the broadcast as soon as humanly possible. Or so as soon as AI possible.
Oh, boy. Now, the Pistons, could they play a game on Prime in the postseason? Is that what you're kind of angling?
I think so, yeah.
So we know the first game is NBC. Is the second game ESPN? ABC? We don't know about game 3. Tom, is that the latest?
Game 2 is ESPN.
Yeah. And that's on Wednesday of next week, a week from today. And then, we don't know beyond.
So check your local listings to see where you can find your Detroit Pistons on a nightly basis.
I was going to say, I wonder if that's going to be an annoyance for people when they settle in and go, wait, I need 3 different networks to watch one round of NBA playoff basketball? Yep, welcome to 2026.
So how is it that the NBA is facing legal ramifications because they have games behind paywalls and nobody says anything about the NBA? Answer, no one cares about the NBA.
Well, because Dove Climate isn't putting out a tweet saying, this is how much you need to spend to watch every NBA game. $5 million.
Well, we've done the topic here, how much you have to spend.
And you have.
Right. But I'm not sitting there going, the NFL shouldn't do it. Like their goal is to make money, right?
Mm-hmm. And that's the NBA's goal
and
too.
Unless we keep paying for it, so okay.
I also think that comes from a false assumption that a majority of people want to watch every NFL game, which is not true. I think most people want to watch the Lions, and if it's on, I'll flip on Sunday Night Football.
Right. I 100% agree with that assumption. Not everyone is like me, where I've got to feel like I've got to watch as many games. I watch 4 at one time on my TV.
And if you happen to have Prime, I'll flip it on. But I'm not going to get Prime to watch Thursday Night Football, the NBA play-in tournament, etc.
Right. You're not dying to watch Jags Titans that bad.
But I would say there are more fans that will pay the fee for Prime, for Netflix, for all of those different things than there are NBA fans that would pay the same amount.
6:35, defining Pistons playoff success. And what would your reaction be if it is, in fact, the Hornets in round 1? Your concern level. We'll do that at 6:35. It's 97.1.
Hey, when you're injured, you need more than just a great lawyer. You need a great team. That's why only Feminine Law has the accident response team. They don't wait, they act. Crisis counselors help manage the trauma. Medical pros talk to your doctors, and forensic experts preserve the evidence before it disappears. David's team treats you like you matter. This isn't just legal help, it's recovery in action. Get David, get paid means you get more. Put the accident response team in your corner. Give them a call at 855-65-CRASH. That's 855-65-CRASH, or visit getdavidgetpaid.com.
Let's talk Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer 2 years in a row. And with spring here, you got your tax refund hitting. It's a great time to make the move. You can lease the 2026 Equinox starting at $235 a month. That's 24-month lease, only $999 down. Moran makes it easy. You can shop online anytime, moranexpress.com, or stop by. You want to test drive? Staff will work with you. They're on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. That's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Could you imagine?
That's about what it was. If you were a Hornets fan or a Heat fan, they're in overtime, and all of a sudden you get this. We'll be right back in a moment.
Right back. Season's on the line. Just be patient. Yeah. 3 callers ahead of you.
Now, Greg, did they come back before the mellow ball hit the winning shot?
I don't know, man. I got hit with this, and I said, all right, let's wind down with some Bob Ross before bedtime.
Is that your go-to?
Is that how you wind down?
Yes.
Soothing?
It's not surprising.
Hey, look, there's, I guess, worse things you could wind down to.
From my opinion, not much.
Well, he's like soft-spoken, and you're just drifting away.
Yeah, I get that, but yeah, no, that would be at the bottom of my list. I'm not taking a shot at Greg, and again, not surprising that would be how he would wind down, but no.
We'll talk Pistons and Hornets, the potential matchup coming up at 6:35, and let's define it. What is playoff success for the Pistons? Heather, did you get the AC on yesterday?
I did. I was shocked that everyone's already turned their AC on, and then I kind of felt a little peer pressure. Like, I got home and I thought, hey, it feels okay in here now. Like, it's not too hot. And then I thought, everyone else turned their air on.
Oh, peer pressure caused you to do it. It's not
like
the fact that it was a lack of sleep and a hot room.
Well, that played a part of it too. Yeah, I got the air on. It was great. It was a good night.
So more than 3 hours of sleep.
Yes, but the storm.
Oh, well, yeah.
Also,
I didn't hear the storm at all.
Didn't?
No, trust me, Lisa, it drives her nuts that I hear absolutely nothing. Once I go to sleep, I'm out.
Lucky.
I don't move. I don't hear anything. I mean, Teddy will come in the room. He'll even hop in bed, and I have no idea. I'll wake up in the morning and be like, wonder when he got here.
Good for you. I wish I could do that. But it woke the kids up too.
Yeah.
So.
Probably years of actually hearing it and ignoring it, thinking that she'll take care of it.
We did get a text that says the concern I would have if the Pistons play the Hornets is the Hornets play dirty. Last night, a blatant trip, and the player from the Heat left. I don't want that to happen to one of our players. Yeah, it was Bam Adebayo. He only played, 11 minutes last night.
Yeah.
His first half, LaMelo takes a swipe at him as he falls to the ground.
Yeah, what is a bruised tailbone? I'm assuming.
Yeah.
I didn't hear. But gosh, that looks like it. I mean, have you had a bruised tailbone before?
No.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you haven't either, Heather?
No, but I would imagine you can't sit on anything. Like, you can't sit down.
Yeah.
You can't do much.
You can't do it. It affects everything. Sometimes you can't even stand up straight.
Well, I've had lower back issues, so I would imagine
it's not
that
far from that.
It's not too far from that. That the back does affect everything
you do. Yes.
Like, Bam was good early in that game. They're feeding the post. I mean, that alters the game.
Oh, it certainly does. And because he's not there. He's not there in overtime. He's not there.
It came down to the final possession.
And this is on a night where, if you look at the stats, like, this is the concern that I think we should have with the Charlotte Hornets is Con Knippel, Miles Bridges, and LaMelo Ball, their ability to hit threes. But then last night, LaMelo Ball, 2 of 16. Con Knippel, 0 for 6.
Right.
That's why I don't think in a 7-game series they're going to have games like that. Whereas the Pistons, as we know, one of the detriments is they don't hit enough threes. They don't shoot enough threes.
Look, if Charlotte wants to turn it into a street fight, that's the Pistons style. If this turns into a chippy game or a chippy series,
as long as Isaiah Stewart
me back.
keeps his cool.
I am encouraged that he didn't take the bait in the final regular season game.
Yeah.
7-game series, a little different. We'll talk more about it coming up at 6:35. We also have that Patrick Kane conversation on deck because Will Birchfield, really good article on 971theticket.com, called it complicated what to do with Patrick Kane. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, this news is brought to you by Gardner White. So Sharon Moore avoided jail time and was sentenced to 18 months of probation by an Ann Arbor district judge on Tuesday. So he had faced up to 6 months in jail after he pleaded no contest last month to 2 misdemeanors. That was for trespassing and malicious use of a telecommunications device. The judge, however, did say that jail was not an appropriate punishment, but did make it known that if he does violate probation, he's got no problem sending him to jail. So just make sure he does what he needs to do, and he's going to be okay. After the sentencing, he was there with his wife. He gave his wife, Kelly, a hug. And his ex-girlfriend, Paige Shiver, she released a statement basically criticizing the sentence, saying it does not reflect the harm done to her or the objective evidence in the case. She went on to say, he broke into her apartment crying, yelling, and enraged, came at her with knives. She said she was threatened and feared for her life.
Yeah, it's a horrific incident. It's an embarrassing incident for all parties involved, obviously for the university, for the football program, and it's just should have never happened.
Authorities are asking for the public's help as they search for a missing Oakland County 14-year-old who left his home 2 weeks ago and hasn't been seen since. So authorities say that this boy left his Pontiac home before 3 p.m. on March 30th. Hasn't had any contact with his legal guardian since. Also doesn't have a cell phone or any other type of trackable technology on him, so they can't locate him that way. They've obviously released photos, details. Last seen wearing a blue hooded sweatshirt, blue jogging pants that have a white stripe. Anybody who has any information is urged to contact the Oakland County Sheriff's Office. Hey, Usher and Chris Brown are coming to Detroit this summer for back-to-back shows on their new co-headlining tour called the R&B Tour. So they will play Ford Field on Thursday, July 2nd, and Friday, July 3rd. Pre-sale tickets go on sale starting Tuesday, April 21st. Could be some fun.
4th of July weekend.
4th of July weekend. Just a little heads up about, not heads up, but pretty cool. Metro Detroit native Jamie Ding just continues to dominate on Jeopardy, you guys. Last night, he notched his 23rd consecutive victory. If you haven't been watching, I don't know, maybe it's time to start tuning in just to see how he's doing. The win moves him into tie for the 5th most in the history of the game show, which is absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
So he won $16,400 last night. Just continues to rack up the money. Let's see. In total, he's won $644,000.
Wow.
And
that's
counting.
awesome.
And going.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, less than a week after those now infamous photos of Diana Rossini and Mike Gravel went viral, Rossini has resigned from The Athletic. So she joined The Athletic in 2023 after spending nearly a decade at ESPN, where she held various roles, including SportsCenter anchor, NFL analyst, and insider. She hosted a podcast for The Athletic as well, made appearances on that video platform, but she did release her resignation letter.
Yeah.
It's lengthy.
What'd you make of it? Did you read it?
I read some of the highlights.
Yeah.
It's interesting. She references that her deal was up in late June.
Right.
And she basically lashed out at everybody in the media, saying this has turned into a frenzy.
I mean, I don't know. There's probably I don't know what's up for her next, but if June 30 was the end of her deal, there's probably a non-compete in there, which would start at that time. She probably takes a little bit of time off, and then whatever, 6 months from June 30, what's that? I don't know, Christmas-ish. And so next year she'll probably make a go of it again.
She said, in the days that followed, unfortunately, commentators in various media have engaged in self-feeding speculation that is simply unmoored from the facts. Moreover, this media frenzy is hurtling forward without regard for the review process The Athletic is trying to complete. I guess my question is why, if she truly feels like, hey, this is a girls' trip, these photos are being blown out of proportion, The Athletic is reviewing this. They publicly supported her initially. Why not let the review process
play itself out?
Play out if you truly believe this is all hot air and you can put it behind you.
I don't know.
I don't know. Because it's not like this is going to stop the story. Oh, she resigned, so the story's over? No, I mean, people are still going to want to know
well, and
what
Vrabel
happened.
declined his, pre-draft press conference.
I guess I just question the wisdom. It's not going away because she resigned.
I think the bigger question is, even if there wasn't anything past the photos, is it inappropriate on both parties because of what she does and what he does to even be
there?
Well, not just to be there, but to have the fingers interlocked. And it lends itself to credibility questions.
Yeah.
So I didn't see the statement in total. Was it shorter or longer than an underclassman declaring for the NFL draft?
Slightly longer. I mean, she didn't praise God and thank everyone from their birth to where they are now.
It's 8 little blurbs.
Yeah.
Or little paragraphs.
Yeah.
Yep. Blurbs.
Or blurbs, sure.
Some of them are only 2 sentences. I mean,
Blurb.
Still a paragraph.
Anyway, that's Heather with the news. Define Pistons playoff success. And if it is the Hornets, what do you make of that matchup? It's 97-1.
Hey, if you're thinking about a new truck this month, a Ram truck should be right there at the top of your list. And I've seen the Ram side by side with the competition. I've driven a Ram, and the Ram truck deals at your Metro Detroit Ram dealer this month are exceptional. For power, not much of a competition here. You can choose from Ram's award-winning Pentastar V6 or Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8. And for the competition, why would you trust any full-size pickup at any price with only a 4-cylinder engine? Try towing anything with a 4-banger or passing someone. It's not going to happen. The full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights, Michigan. And for comfort and easy-to-use technology, nothing beats a Ram. Ram has a 5-link coil suspension, and literally all it's going to take is one test drive, and you're going to feel how much smoother a Ram is, especially on Michigan roads. Right now, lease payments on a new Ram truck are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. Pull into any Ram dealer today, and do me a favor. Just start one, and you're going to hear and feel the difference.
Anytime you're playing the Royals, those games are going to get magnified. And last night, margin for error, very small. A 1-run win, 2-1 final. Dan Dickerson on the call. Good morning. It's 97.1. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass. Pistons playoff success. Define it.
To me, and anybody can have their own version of this, and I'm not going to criticize, we can debate. To me, playoff success is making the Eastern Conference Finals, and I would say even taking it to 6 games. Like, so you don't just get there and get swept. And if you win, hey, I think that's a cherry on top. You get a chance to go to the finals. I do think there is a progression. They've skipped a lot of steps. I don't think they can skip all the steps. And if they do, I'm not sitting here saying it's impossible.
Right.
But to me, if they make the Eastern Conference Finals, everything past that, Eastern Conference champs, NBA appearance, or NBA Finals appearance, NBA's championship, like that's all good, grand, great, gravy, all that stuff. But to me, success means this team, this young core that only won 14 games 2 years ago, that is success to me.
I think it's reasonable. And we can ask people if they agree with that. Pin that up on the board as the first answer. Playoff success is making the Eastern Conference Finals, pushing it to 6 or 7. And if you bow out there, that is a successful season. And
I would, on top of that, I would just say that's success. Disappointment is losing to Cleveland, if Cleveland makes it that far, but losing to Cleveland in not making the finals.
That's fair, because the line to me is black and white. If you achieve success, good. If you don't, disappointment.
Failure is a first round exit.
Yeah, I just don't even let that enter my brain. I mean, it's possible that's another professional team.
They're going to play the games.
But I'll just get into the Hornets here. If it is the Hornets, they won last night. As of right now, it could be the Hornets. Detroit's 3-0 against them this season.
Right.
Winning by an average of 16 points per game. Some blowouts in there. Because the Hornets have played chippy against the Pistons, I don't think you get your classic 1 seed overlooks the 8 seed. Detroit's going to want to punk them. They're going to want to pound them, and you can get in the paint against this team. Without Bam, Miami was owning the paint. With Bam, they probably win the game last night. I think Duren would feast. I think Cade gets in the lane. I think they can cave in a team like the Hornets and have shown it over the year. So then the only way they beat you is getting ungodly hot from 3, and they'd have to do it 4 times in a 7-game series. LaMelo Ball is going to have to play a lot better than he has against Detroit this year. Here's a headline for you. Detroit's owned LaMelo. On the year, 18 of 56 shooting. That's 32% in the 3 meetings. A minus 53. Detroit defends, man. You can't be lackadaisical. You can't get careless with the basketball. If you ask me scale of 1 to 10, how concerned am I about playing the Hornets? 2. I mean, they're a professional team. But beyond that, I think the Pistons are in a great spot. You're right. If they were to lose a first-round series, that would be a failure.
Absolute abject failure.
Now, if they lose to Cleveland, I'm sorry, it's just not good enough. If you lose in the second round as a 1 seed, it's just not good enough.
Right. I'm not going to go as far as to say it's a failure. It's really close to a failure, but that's why I use the term it's a disappointment.
Yeah. If they lose to the Celtics, a team with championship pedigree that's healthy, I'm not going to sit here and skewer them over it because to your point, they have skipped steps. They never played in a play-in tournament, right? They haven't even won a playoff series to this point. They stacked 2 of them and lose to a Boston Celtics team in 6 games.
Yeah.
The only way it would sting is you would think, well, Boston's not going anywhere. Halliburton and the Pacers will be back in the mix.
So this
is a golden opportunity.
A missed opportunity.
Yes.
That's probably a better way of putting it is I think success is getting to the Eastern Conference Finals. And if you're not able to get past Boston, I think Boston will be better next year than they are this year.
Yep.
Obviously, the Indiana Pacers getting Halliburton back will be better next year. It's a missed opportunity, but there's always going to be that you look back and you say, oh man, a missed opportunity. Like, what is it that causes, what are we talking about? We talk about the phantom foul and the fact that they weren't able to win another championship because of something that may have been out of their control. They have everything in their control right now. It's It's a Jason Tatum that, yes, he's back, he's healthy, but is he 100%? I would say he's probably closer to 90%. I don't know that he is the Jason Tatum pre-injury.
It'd be hard to be.
Next year, he'll be more like his old self.
248-539-9797. Talking some Pistons today as we gear up for their playoff games. Begins Sunday night. Tex says a successful run for the Pistons would take them to the ECF at the very least, and they need to be competitive in that series. No sweep or 5-game deal.
Right. That's why I said a minimum of 6 games.
My definition for success for this team in the playoffs is making the NBA Finals. That's the definition of success for him. He says the expectation, though, is that they will fall short of that and lose in the second round in a fairly uncompetitive series against Cleveland.
Ooh.
Now, that would be a failure. If they get spanked by Cleveland...
Yeah, I'd say it's they win a token game.
Yeah.
At home.
If known playoff choker James Harden is the difference maker,
yeah,
you bow out as the 1 seed, JB loses to the team that fired him because he couldn't win in the playoffs, all of those narratives really start to spin.
Because and right now I have a little bit of a disdain, more than just a little disdain. I've got a great disdain for everyone that's texted in or called in and say, well, JB can't get you over the hump. He can't get you there. That's why Cleveland fired him. And my argument would be, well, then why would anybody ever hire JB again? Because he clearly can't win in the playoffs. Like, you are allowed to get better. We talk about it in football all the time, from week 1 to week 17. Like, you're allowed to improve. A coach is allowed to learn from shortcomings and get better.
I mean, I do question, is he a bridge coach? That's what you're kind of saying there, John. If he were
that was the narrative coming out of Cleveland.
Right. So now we're going to kind of find out a little bit more about that. I mean, there are examples of bridge coaches in sports, and you said, would he be hired again? I think he would, because you do need bridge coaches.
Sure.
Well, call what it is. NBA coaches, NHL coaches, hired to be fired. I mean, the shelf life on these guys is ridiculous. If you're not going to hire a guy who was fired, I mean, it's very incestual the way the
bottom line
league
is,
works.
Whatever happens here, he was the right hire for the Pistons in my mind.
Oh,
At the right time. There's no question about it. He has gotten them to an unbelievable position. When he took over, they were a 14-win team. They lost 68 games. This year, they won 60.
So we got the one text about them not being competitive in the second round. That's the person's expectation. Yeah. That would be a failure in my mind.
I agree.
If you go to 7 with Cleveland, it's a dogfight and you lose. This team probably grew significantly this year. I don't know if I call it a failure. I know Jim, you said
I think
because of the 1 seed factor.
Just because to me it's success or failure. It's black and white. If success is making the East, not making the East Finals is a failure, especially losing to a team in Cleveland that has had many playoff exits.
Right. I see I see more gray area in that than you do, but I'm not going to sit there and say you're wrong. That's just how you see it. But let me ask you this question, and you can answer it when we come back. If they were to exit against Cleveland and all those narratives come back up about, oh, JB is not a guy that can get you over the hump in the postseason. He's a bridge coach. Is it more on JB or more on Trajan Langdon? Could he get over the hump if he had that second shooter? A guy that is a knockdown 3-point guy, because they don't have that. That's the knock on him. That's not on JB.
Right. Now, in a lot of ways, you could say JB has taken a team with a very clear weakness and coached around it and leaned into the other things they do well, saying we're 1 or 2 in defensive efficiency. Come score on us.
Right.
We'll run in transition. We'll put you in a headlock and give you noogies until you quit. I mean, they have played to their strengths, which is a complement of coaching.
Right.
It's a good conversation. We can continue it next. It's 97.1.
If you want a great lawn this summer, these rains, we all know that eventually the sun will shine again and your grass is going to green up. You don't want weeds along with it. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service is that company. You got to call 888-GET-GREEN, or you can find more information on the web at naturalwaylawn.com. Get green, stay green, save some green when you prepay. Call by the end of the month and you're going to get the early bird discount. They also have, for a limited time only, purchase a full lawn program. You're going to get free grub control, but you got to mention my name along with 97.1. And here's the thing. You've got to start early for best results. For greener grass and fewer weeds, early treatment is the key. It's about the right timing and the right program, and it's about the company that is just going to fix problems. If you see it, if you bring it to them or whatever other company, it's too late. They fix it now. Crabgrass, gone. Dandelions, gone. And they'll just fix any problem that pops up. Again, 888-GET-GREEN or on the web at naturalwaylawn.com.
John, you had something you wanted us to explore a little more with the Pistons as we gear up for their first playoff game on Sunday.
Yeah, and it's because we have had the texts, we've had the calls about JB, and it drives me nuts because he should be far and away coach of the year. Mm-hmm. He's taken this team from 14 wins to 60 wins, and the number one seed. They one of the steps that they've skipped is the play-in tournament that we were talking about earlier. Didn't even have to do that last year. So then all of a sudden we get this, hey, now that we're in the postseason, let's look at all the reasons why we wouldn't be successful. Like I don't get that mentality, but it's out there. And people are taking shots at JB saying, well, he's not the guy that's going to get you to the finals.
You're saying if they fall short.
I understand his track record at Cleveland and the narrative of why they moved on from him, because he was a bridge coach there. He couldn't get them past a certain level. And I would ask the question, well, did they win the NBA championship without him?
Right.
No. And so they're kind of in that same spot with and without JB. The Pistons now, and yeah, okay, is he disappointed? Does he take some blame for not making the finals or not winning an NBA championship with the Cleveland Cavaliers? Sure. But are you allowed to learn from those shortcomings? And then the question I threw out was, if they are, let's just say, a second-round exit against Cleveland, it'll look really bad because it's the team that he coached for and the reason that all those different things will come up.
Yeah.
But would it be more on him, or would it be more on Trajan Langdon because he didn't provide that extra shooter?
So the short answer is it's probably more on Trajan. The more nuanced answer is, let me see what the end of game substitutions look like. Like if Nassar's sitting on the bench and they can't get stops because he's trading offense for deep, like there's all kinds of things that
we don't know. We're doing radio that we don't know about.
No, but you're trying to head this off at the pass because this is being seen as a weakness in a 7-game series as JB Bickerstaff is the coach. And the bigger weakness in a 7-game series might be they're missing that one secondary shooter creator.
And I don't even know that would be fair enough to put that on Trajan, because this team, he's part of the reason this team is where it is.
Well, there's a difference in being critical and blaming someone, right? Like you can be critical of the deadline if they fall short of the season's, expectations.
Right, but it's also the unknown of, okay, were there options to go get
Michael Porter Jr.?
Right. And but what did they want in return? And maybe if we knew what that equation looked like, we'd be like, yeah, all right, hey, Trajan, nice job. Way not to bite on that one.
Didn't he kind of admit in a backwards way that he wants to see what he has in terms of a playoff team?
Well, not only have they hinted at that, I mean, I think some of that is the Duran stuff, right? They didn't extend him before the season. That was a go earn it. And in terms of what do we have and who are we, he wants to see what they do in this postseason. And he didn't put the cart before the horse. Remember, I kind of got irked, like, come on, you're the 1 seed. And he's going, we haven't won a playoff series yet.
We haven't even won a home playoff game.
Right.
In some ways, he admitted backwards way. I don't know how good we are.
Yeah.
I don't know if we'll live up to 1 seed standards. That's kind of the way that interview went with you guys. And then you had the house money comment.
Yeah, prove it.
Yeah. I mean, there is room for me as a fan and, a critic of the team that I buy into what he said a little bit. I mean, if you don't know what you have, because the end game is the playoff results, not the regular season.
Right.
And, they won, 16 more games than they did the previous year? That should translate. But what if it doesn't in the playoffs? What if these other teams dial it up and the Pistons can't?
But then I think that becomes, hey, dude, if you had some reservations or hesitations, the time to address those was at the trade deadline, right? Like you don't get credit for seeing and then being proven you weren't good enough. It makes you look guilty.
I agree with you to an extent. If Duran doesn't translate in the playoffs, then he had larger questions and he didn't want to maybe trap himself with somebody. So look, but the house money thing means they're ahead of the timeline that they thought they would be.
Yeah, it's weird because you say house money, but they're the 1 seed. Right, it's this weird spot they find themselves in where if they win a home playoff game, it's the best season they've had in a decade plus. If they win a playoff series, it's the best season they've had in a decade plus. At the same time, you got to live up to being the 1 seed And,
right.
and then our definition of living up to it is making the Eastern Conference Finals, which I think is a fair barometer.
I think so as well.
Yeah.
And again, it will come down to context as to why would they fall short or why do they succeed.
Yeah. Tech says there's no greater example of a bridge coach than the Pistons with Rick Carlisle. The going-to-work Pistons don't exist without the defensive principles he instilled in that core, but then Larry Brown was the coach to put them over the top. Another reference to Carlisle.
Didn't
and
Carlisle
Brown
go on to win an NBA championship?
with the Mavericks, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They got the Pacers there last year.
Yeah, they were
The
right
finals.
there. Yeah.
Right.
I actually believe in JB very well. The problem I have with this team, oh, you ready for this?
Oh, boy. That's not a great way to start.
Sometimes when I read text, I wonder, like, are you sending this to be a troll? Because does someone actually believe this? It says, the problem I have on this team is Cade. I don't think he's it. I think they need to trade him.
Is that from Jamar and
Westland?
Why waste time texting that message?
I mean, look, I'm reading it going, I suppose there's another notch Cade has to get in the playoffs. I'm trying to meet you where you're at, but then you throw in we need to trade him at the end, and then I throw out the whole message. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
dude. Like, that's nonsense.
This is trash.
Yeah, that's garbage. This one says, I want to beat Cleveland, but we will be underdogs in that series. For some reason, this is giving me 2024 Lions playoff vibes.
Except that they're healthy, and early exit. I don't think every early exit is the same.
No, if they were the 2024 Lions, they would lose to the Charlotte Hornets.
And Cade would go 0 for 16 from deep and have double-digit turnovers.
Right. Hey, one last thing on the Pistons. You see Tom Gores put out a letter to the fans?
I didn't see it until you mentioned it, and I think it's a great letter.
Much different than the letter he sent 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And I don't think he gets enough credit. He took a lot of deserved hits for the way this organization, this franchise was run, for the quotes that he had a couple years ago, for seemingly jumping in and insisting they hire Monty Williams. But to his credit, man, you got to own it. If you're going to be that active owner and make those kind of decisions, you got to own it. And he paid $60 million to wave goodbye. He hired Trajan Langdon. They brought in J.B. Bickerstaff. They flipped this thing in 2 years. And I don't think he gets enough love for that.
I think we've mentioned quite a bit of times in regards to the check that he wrote to correct a mistake that he made.
$60 million. A lot of people don't want to admit a mistake.
They
especially don't want to admit a mistake and then pay $60 million.
And it's a very public one.
Yeah. In the letter, he said, we're building a story for the ages. One of the great comeback stories in sports. And he said he couldn't be more grateful or more thankful for where they are. He said an incredible turnaround after a franchise worst 14-68 campaign. He's done it with the same core that experienced a 28-game losing streak led by a pair of all-stars, Cade Cunningham and Jalen Duren. Highlighted cornerstones of the franchise. And it ends with, we know it won't be easy talking about the playoffs. Nothing worth doing ever is, but we're ready. Much different tone.
Yes. As it should be.
As it should be. All right, 7 o'clock hour. Kane, 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Tigers trailed 1-0 entering the 8th inning last night before a Zach McKinstry leadoff double. He then advanced to third on a ground out. Things got worse, though, when Colt Keith lined out to short against the drawn-in infield as Bobby Witt Jr. made a spectacular diving play. Kevin McGonagal then came up with 2 outs in the tying run on third, and this happened. Dan Dickerson on the call. McGonagal would then walk in his at-bat and score from first on an RBI double to the left field corner from Dylan Dingler. Tigers win it 2-1. That's their fourth straight victory, Game 2 tonight. Sharon Moore was sentenced to 18 months probation yesterday in Ann Arbor. Judge Cedric Simpson said he cannot use alcohol or drugs, must continue counseling, and cannot contact his former mistress, Paige Shiver, in any form. Simpson said Moore will go to jail if he violates his probation. And we have new dates and tip times for the Pistons' first-round series of the NBA playoffs. Game 1 is, of course, scheduled for this Sunday at 6:30. Game 2 will be at LCA next Wednesday at 7 o'clock. Then the Pistons will head on the road for Games 3 and 4 next Saturday and the following Monday. The play-in started last night with Charlotte beating Miami, so the Heat are eliminated. The Hornets will now play the loser of Philly and Orlando for the right to face the Pistons in the first round. The Philly-Orlando game is tonight at 7:30. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 971theticket or Odyssey.com.
Knock out a quick phone call on the Pistons, some playoff defined success for them, and the thoughts of Tom Gores from his letter to the fans. And then we'll get into this Patrick Kane conversation because Birchie wrote an article and he said, should Kane come back? It's complicated. Henry in Chesterfield, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, fellas. Thanks for having me on. Hey, I want to say something about Tom Gores. It's not the Monty Williams thing. That was actually his second time riding a ship. If you realize, when he first came on as the Pistons owner, the first thing he did was hired Stan Van Gundy to be the general manager and the coach. And that went terrible, and he wound up getting rid of him. So he started off being a little flaky, but he got rid of SVG, and then he brought in Monte, got rid of him. So that's the second time he actually righted the ship. So I really like Tom Gores. I mean, I think, he's just doing whatever it takes to get his basketball team to win.
He's tried different things.
Yeah.
I know there was this rap on him, like the absentee owner. He doesn't come to games. He lives out in L.A. He goes to the games when they play the Clippers, right? At the same time, he hasn't been afraid to admit mistakes.
No.
So, that's not a guy detached from what's going on.
No, it's the old saying, right? If at first you don't succeed, try again until you do. And currently they are. And the other thing I like about that letter, he talks about the next chapter for the Pistons. It wasn't about the start of the season. It wasn't about 60 wins. It was the next chapter for the Pistons begins Sunday. When the first round of the NBA playoffs tips off at 6:30, top seeded Pistons now will look to win their first playoff series since 2008. Like, he's following that same path that Trajan did as well. So when we're talking about the Lions in their fall in 2024 being the 1 seed, what did we say after they lost to San Francisco in the NFC finals? It was, well, we don't really care what they do in the regular season. We wanted to see what they do in the postseason.
Oh, they've graduated. We reached a point this year where they were pacing for 60 wins. They were going to get the 1 seed. Even when Cade got hurt, it was a bump in the road. They officially reached the status of wake me up when the playoffs start.
Correct.
So it's a compliment. They've graduated to that level of basketball, and now I like that phrasing. The new chapter begins on Sunday. It is possible to make the playoffs. Someone should let the Detroit Red Wings know. The conversation I wanted to bring up was something that you could read about on 971theticket.com. Will Birchfield, wrote about Patrick Kane and should Patrick Kane come back. So I want you to think about where you stand on this. He writes that it's complicated to bring back Patrick Kane, citing, yes, it was a herky-jerky season. Points out that he had 57 points in 66 games. It's going to be hard to replace that level of offense for the cap hit that he had. But Kane does not bring, quote, the heaviness and hardness that Todd McClellan has lamented his players are missing during this drought. He's still dangerous with time and space and the puck on his stick, but he does not create much time and space for himself. He does not win his own pucks. Bringing Kane back would be inviting more of the same offense with more of the same flaws. But see what we mean here. Can the Red Wings afford to let those points walk out the door? It's complicated. Do you want Patrick Kane back?
Well, I mean, yeah, that's maybe the simplest form to put it in. It is complicated because I'll ask you this question. How do you replace the points if he's gone? I understand puck's in the corner. He's probably not the guy coming out with it, but he's good on 5-on-5 in a team that was not good 5-on-5.
Yeah, let me put it to you this way. He had 57 points. That was 5th on the team. We've really highlighted, though, what do you do when it's 5-on-5? He was 3rd on the team in 5-on-5 scoring. So is that a guy that you are letting walk?
Well, so the question is, if you let him walk, who are you replacing him with? Is there someone out there that's just going to walk in the door and provide the same production, but more because you're getting rid of somebody that doesn't play any defense, is not tough, he's not going to be physical? Like, is there somebody there that comes close to the point total but also does those other things?
See, that's a fun stat, Jim, with the 5-on-5 and the 3rd most points, you said, right?
Yeah.
What's the plus minus 5-on-5?
It's actually positive.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was a little surprised because I was digging up last night to see. And yeah, it's a slight positive.
Because that's where plus minus matters when you're looking at what happens on the ice when you're not putting up the,
Okay.
the.
I'll give you this, just so you have the context. On ice goal differential 5-on-5. The best player on the team, no surprise, Mo Seider. The number 2 player, Alex DeBrincat. The number 3 player, Patrick Kane.
Where's Dylan Larkin?
I'll get it for you here in just a second. Dylan Larkin is 6th and a -5. But he's not a pending free agent.
Right.
I think the answer is probably you bring Kane back, but you it's probably in a more limited third line, offensive deployments, power play specialist. Because if he's still playing in your top 6, like
right,
the identity of your hockey team is still in limbo. And I think that's Birchie's point, is they are very much in limbo in terms of the identity of this hockey team.
But it goes to the argument and the disdain that you had for those saying you got to improve the bottom 6.
Yeah.
No, you got to improve the top 6, and some of those top 6 bump down, and it makes the bottom 6 better.
If Kopp's your third center, much better place to be in. If Kane's in your that third line because you've got some dudes you can put in the top 2, then I can live with it.
Problem solved.
Problem solved.
The question is, who are those guys, and how do you acquire them?
Tom, I want to spotlight you here because I know you are one that says, what kind of hockey team do you want to be?
Yeah, I don't like the idea of bringing him back, and I just think he's a very one-dimensional player at this point. He's basically a specialist. I think I've always had this argument, bad or mediocre teams still have guys that put up numbers, okay? I always revert back to when the Pistons signed Loy Vaught years ago. He was the number 1 scorer on the Clippers. Everybody thought they were getting a great player, and it bombed. Basketball's a little bit different in hockey. I think you can really junk up some stats and not be that great of a player in basketball. Mm-hmm. But look, I don't like the idea of bringing them back. Where do they fill the void with scoring? Who knows? Is anybody coming up the pipeline that could maybe provide that? I mean, it's an
but the problem is then you're putting a guy who's not played a full NHL season on your second line and saying we're going to score more goals for a team who couldn't score enough goals 5-on-5 to begin with. Like, I get everything you're saying. And emotionally, when he took that stupid penalty against Minnesota, I'm going, I don't want this guy back. But you settle down and you go, look, he's the 3rd best player 5-on-5. He's got clear deficiencies. You're going to have to go around that. Because the alternative is you're not replacing it.
Right, so that's the point. Is okay? Yeah, you got some deficiencies that you're going to have to maneuver around and try and play within the context of what he could do. But
how about this too? We talked about, hey, you guys got to step up when your season's on the line, right? You might be surprised by this stat, Tom. From March 1st to today, they've played 21 hockey games. He has 24 points.
Yeah,
point per game during all of this, and that's the guy that you kick out of town.
But then, are we just bringing everybody back too? I mean,
I share that frustration. Yeah,
I mean, I would say, what has he done in terms of points for the team? The 2 seasons that he's been here, they've been kind of right around the same thing, right? Is he really improving the team?
No, but he may be keeping them afloat. I mean, if you want to take a gap year, move on from him, call up MBN, don't sniff the playoffs for the 11th season.
And then enter the free agent class the year after and try and convince somebody come to an original 6.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's the question is, are you going to take that gap year? Can anyone in the front office afford to take that gap year?
I was just going to say, how could you look this fan base in the eyes and go, hey,
we're 2 years away.
Just settle down.
Yeah.
Let's go be a minute.
12 seasons of charm.
I know you boot us off the ice, but it's going to take a dozen years deal with it.
I have a really big problem with the penalty at end of the year. A veteran not being that focused and costing the team. And I also think he's the type of player that teams like the Wild, the Stars, the Oilers, the Golden Knights could add, and he could make a difference there. I'm not sure he's making a difference here. He's cheap. I mean, it's a 50-50. I think it depends on a lot of the other decisions.
Right. But in a vacuum, do you want Patrick Kane back? My answer is yes. And I understand why people view him as...
He's old, washed up, can't do enough.
Is he a roadblock to the style of hockey the Red Wings should be playing or want to be playing because he doesn't play into the corners? He's not going to drive play to the middle of the ice. He's a perimeter-oriented, passing, power play specialist. I get all that. At the same time, point per game from March on, one of a few players who was positive 5-on-5. His role needs to be reduced because they need to get better, but he's still part of this to me.
With that 5-on-5 stat, I would ask, and I know we don't probably have the answer to it, but we're the top 2 defensemen on the team on the ice all the time. You know what I'm saying?
You want to know what, Tom? I'll go back and do a film study for you.
Exactly. So we talked last week about, does the core need to be shaken up? So the core, Seider, DeBrincat, Raymond, and Larkin. Mm-hmm. And I think that's the most important thing in this offseason. Are they going to make a change there? And then I would make this decision after that. Well, what that probably does is Kane hits free agency. Mm-hmm. I'm not worried about him hitting free agency. Are you?
No, I think he very much wants to come back here. And would he kick his feet up for a little bit? See how it plays out? Maybe. I know he likes playing with DeBrincat.
Sure.
I know he likes bringing the kid around the clubhouse.
But does he want to be in a place
calling his milestones?
Does he want to be in a place that just he rides out the end of his career, or does he want to be in a place where I want to ride out the end of my career, but I want to win something too?
Yeah, but I would have thought that would have kicked in
last year.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like they went backwards last year, and I would have thought if you're going to take the leap, you do it. And I think where he's at in his career, he's got the Stanley Cups. He wants to be somewhere he wants to play. He wants to play in Detroit.
Well, I think that certainly that plays a part of it. But the only one that can answer that is Patrick Kane.
No, and I believe he has said he wants to come back and play another season. So what do the Red Wings do? And that was Birchie's point. So
yeah.
we'll get some phone calls on this. Got some text to read. Do you want Patrick Kane back? Quote, it's complicated. It's 97.1.
Here's what I like about Guardian Alarm. They're not some national security company pretending to know Michigan. They're from here. They've been protecting Michigan homes and businesses from break-ins, fires, and emergencies since 1930. No matter where you're located, from the suburbs to downtown and beyond, Guardian Alarm's got you covered with security cameras, fire protection, and real people monitoring 24/7. Local team, local service, real protection. If you want security from a company that actually knows this community, call Guardian Alarm. You can give them a call at 1-800-STAY-OUT for a free quote. That's 1-800-STAY-OUT.
Good Birchie article alert. Writes about how it's complicated should you bring Patrick Kane back. And he writes about, hey, Kane doesn't play a heavy 200-foot game. That's what the team strives to do. So he's kind of at odds with the team they want to be versus the team they are. At the same time, he was third on the team 5-on-5 scoring, a +5. And since March 1st, 24 points in 21 games.
Right.
So a guy that was producing during the collapse and was producing in the air in the team's biggest weakness, and who, by the way, doesn't break the bank.
No, he's very affordable.
The answer is, yeah, you want him back.
I would think so.
But I get the complicated part of this. Let's get to the phones. Frank, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning.
It is kind of complicated. You know, he also, you know, you guys have mentioned his scoring 16 goals. He does put butts in seats, right? I mean, that's important too, right? And so I know that's not the ultimate goal, but for the ownership it is. They need butts in seats. And the other thing is, you know, if you find 3 guys on this team that can score 5 more goals, and I'm talking about Marco Kasper, I'm talking about even 5 more goals out of Raymond, 5 more goals out of a guy like Comfer, who only had 11. 5 more goals out of Kopp, who only had 9. Casper only had 9. I mean, is that all these guys are? These Comfer and Kopp are making big money, and they're not producing for what they're getting paid. Kane's a bargain for the goals he's scoring, for the money we spend on him. I'm not saying you got to bring him back, but I don't have a problem with it because I know he can produce points.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is he can't play 15, 18, 20 minutes a night anymore. He's just not up to that. He's kind of limited to being basically like a power play assassin. You know, that's just my own personal opinion from watching for 20 games
Yeah,
in the seats. You know.
Yeah. Look,
and the speed of the game has changed. He's just not up to the speed of the game right now.
Oh, you see
There's
it.
a lot of young guys. I mean, Finney's a rocket ship, right?
Mm-hmm.
It'd be nice to get some more goals out of the kid. He's a young kid, though. He's only 20 years old. But these other guys need to step up and score some goals, or else they need to find a new place to play, because that's the part of the problem is you only got 4 guys on this team to score all the points.
Ding, ding, ding.
That's a huge problem.
You can't be reliant on 37-year-old Patrick Kane. Like,
No, you
that is
cannot.
maybe the most simple way to break this down. You are, because he's one of the few guys that produced 5-on-5, even with his deficiencies on defense. You just, as a roster, can't be this dependent on Patrick Kane. That doesn't mean there's not a spot for him on the roster, but you can't go, hey, he's on our second line, and at times he's our best line. That can't be happening.
No, but then it goes to, how do you make that bottom 6 better? You make the top 6 better, and you bump all those guys down a slot.
Trickle down.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. Text says Kane should come back. The trick is you can't bring back or sign guys like JVR, Comfer, who have less talent and very little grit. If Kane is the 3rd best player on the team, 5-on-5 points, that's not saying much. This team is void of a star and defensive toughness. We need difference makers, both ends of the ice. Signed, Chad.
Right. And if you get a difference maker, or at least somebody that makes more of a difference, then you do bump him down.
Kane is a -20 since becoming a Red Wing, not a 200-foot player. I'm good with him being gone. Jody, Orange Park, Florida. Regarding Kane, look at the value of his salary. How do you replace 57 points at $3 million per season? Isn't 60 points roughly a $5 or $6 million player? Yeah, I think with the bonuses, he ended up being like a $6 million player.
Right.
I don't feel like you're replacing that production for that price.
No, yeah. I mean, it's what are you going to get for the money you can spend or are willing to spend, and where are you going to spend the rest of the money?
Yeah, if you want to change the identities of this hockey team, you can do it while Kane's here. Maybe people disagree with that, but he's have to have a reduced role.
Right.
So it's out there. 248-539-9797. We're going to have a draft at 7:35. We're about a week out from the NFL draft. We're going to do a Detroit athlete draft. 4 rounds. John versus me versus Tom versus Greg. Who's the number 1 pick? How many Lions will be selected? Will there be any Red Wings selected?
Yeah. Who's got the best athlete team?
Who builds the best team of Detroit athletes? 7:35. Greg has the number 1 pick. Much deliberation behind the glass. We'll get to that, but first, Heather with the news.
So officials have ordered evacuations in parts of Sheboygan after a levee breach in the Little Black River watershed, sending water obviously into low-lying areas. So emergency crews were out. They were actually going door to door, helping residents, get out. Also asking people to hey, will you basically mark your home once you evacuate so we can tell who is out, who still needs help getting out, and things like that. So at the same time, too, concerns remain high at the Sheboygan Dam itself. So this is completely unrelated to what's going on at the dam right now. Water levels are still rising and are now just inches below the top, obviously putting the system under serious pressure. But like I said, they are pointing out that these two are unrelated, but obviously very, very tough situations. The photos I've seen already are devastating. I mean, people walking out with their possessions, the water is up to the thighs pretty much. It's so sad.
And I lived up there for nearly a decade. A lot of friends up there all over northern Michigan.
Yeah.
And, it's obviously pray for everybody up there, but specifically those in Sheboygan, those in Indian River. It's unbelievable the pictures that are coming out of there.
Yep. Former Michigan football coach Sharon Moore was sentenced to 18 months probation, fined just over $1,000 on Tuesday for 2 misdemeanors stemming from an incident that took place at the apartment of his ex-girlfriend and former Michigan staffer Paige Shiver. So last month, he pleaded no contest to trespassing and malicious use of a telecommunications device. The judge stated that jail was not the appropriate punishment, but did give him a warning. Basically, hey, if you violate your probation, all bets are off.
Yeah.
You're going to jail. So make sure you follow what you need to do. After the sentencing, Paige released a statement. She was not there at the hearing, but did release a statement saying that the punishment does not reflect the harm done to her. A 58-year-old man is now in police custody nearly 30 years after he murdered his Southfield neighbor.
Wow.
Yeah. So Robert Covington is facing an open murder charge stemming from the 1997 murder of Deborah Kennedy. And it's all thanks to DNA advancements. So in February of 97, Kennedy was found dead inside of her home after she didn't show up to work at GM. At the time, police collected fingerprints from one of her credit cards. They got DNA from underneath her nails after discovering that there was evidence of some sort of struggle with the attacker. But at the time, that evidence just didn't produce the suspect. So years obviously went by, and then in 2024 the case was reopened, the evidence was retested, and the fingerprint and the DNA under the nails all was linked back to this man, Robert Covington. He has a history, a criminal history, so his information was right there in the system. After the murder, he actually fled the state. He went off to, Arizona and Illinois, and during a traffic stop, he was just arrested, and now he's going to be back in Michigan, obviously facing some jail time. Police are still trying to investigate the motive. Diana Rossini has resigned from her job at the Athletic following the whole Mike Vrabel photo scandal. So she submitted her resignation letter on Tuesday saying that, she handled her responsibility with professionalism and dedication throughout her career. She stands behind every story that she's ever published. She said that she's not leaving because of any wrongdoing, right? She's not saying that, yep, we're having an affair or we had an affair. She's not saying any of that. She said she's leaving because of, quote, the self-feeding speculation that is simply unmoored from the facts. She called out the media for creating a frenzy without using like regard for the review process. And she's just basically saying, I'm stepping away from this situation. And she did say her contract was up.
Yeah, June 30th. Yeah, I mean, what's missing from there is a denial.
Right.
You know?
Well, she has said it repeatedly that we stand behind the statements we said, that this is nothing serious. We were part of a larger group there, and the photos were basically taken out of context.
But is there also a line, even if if they didn't go any further, that maybe she crossed by
Ethically?
Yeah, in terms of the.
So look, if this went further,
Yeah.
she put her statement out. This is damage control, right? This is let me go into hiding, let me get out of here, let the news cycle blow over. I don't want the Athletic to continue reviewing this.
All of that could be true. Yeah.
Sure. I mean, she wants to protect her career.
Yeah.
I would imagine she still would like to have a career.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see, in 6 months, how does she, recreate,
reemerge?
Yeah.
Is she doing her own thing? Does someone else take a chance? Did they review this and say, hey, we're good
Yeah.
with it? Yeah.
Yep. So we all know that having a kid is expensive, right? But it's getting really expensive. There's a new report from Lending Tree that says it costs more than $300,000 to raise a child until they turn 18 years old. It's actually $303,418. That's an average of $16,857 annually, which is up 1.9% from a year ago. There was a little bit of good news in this report for those with younger kids. They say the annual costs of the first 5 years has decreased slightly.
Okay.
But overall, you're still paying more in the long run. So
Right.
just those first years, a little bit
Yeah.
less. Hawaii is the most expensive state to raise a kid. In Michigan, it's actually a little bit less than this average total. The total 18-year cost to raise a child in Michigan is $233,000. So it's about $70,000 less than the national figure. So
It's a lot of cruises you can go on if you don't have them.
Got to feed him more ramen.
Yeah. More ramen.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's Heather with the news. All right, coming up next, we're going to do a draft of Detroit athletes. Who builds the best team? It's next, 97.1. Week out from the NFL draft, we have a Detroit athlete draft. Who can build the best team of current Detroit athletes? The order randomized before the show. Greg Hargrave with the number 1 pick. John's picking second. I've got number 3, and Tom's going to snake us with the 4th and 5th pick. We'll go 4 rounds. Greg, the floor is yours.
And with the number 1 pick, I will take the present and future of Detroit sports, Cade Cunningham. 24 points per game, 5.5 rebounds, and 10 assists this season. Established himself as one of the best players in the NBA, and he would still be in the MVP conversation if not for a technicality.
One of the 5 best players in the game. I think this is the right pick, number 1.
I do too. Good job, Greg.
Yeah. And so the complication begins, I think, at 2 and 3 in regards to, we're talking about the greatest athletes. Well, what makes up a great athlete? Not just the best at their position.
Are we really doing who runs the fastest and jumps the highest?
Well, you said we're making a team of the best athletes. So I'm going to take Jahmyr Gibbs, who I think is actually the best athlete of all of Detroit sports athletes.
Like, I'm not mad because I think you're torpedoing your team. You gave me a guy who I think is in consideration for number 1. This is here and now. This isn't he's going to leave us later and harbor any resentment.
Right.
Right now, you could argue Tarek Skubal is 1A, 1B, so I'll take him number 3. Give me Tarek Skubal.
Okay. I figured that's where you're going to go, and then that's my argument is
What's his 40 time?
Right.
Yeah. How fast could he get from home to first, even though he doesn't have to anymore?
How fast can Jahmyr Gibbs throw a baseball?
The reason Cade is number 1 is because there's future there too. And Skubal, there's not. And I considered future in this. I was a little curious that you did that. Look, I'm not going to argue with Skubal. He's in the conversation for the right now as the second best athlete or first best athlete in Detroit. I'm going to just go with kind of, I guess, what I would call a house money pick. Best at his position in the game, Penei Sewell.
This is who I thought I was going to get at 3. It's a good pick at 4.
Now it gets a little more interesting here. I'm probably going to go right back to the Lions, and I'm going to take St. Brown.
Okay.
I like that.
Yep.
I got the 2 best Lions, didn't I?
I think you did. Multi all pros. These guys are multiple first team all pros.
John's look on his face. That's why I laughed. It's like a delayed half-second reaction of, yeah, and then wait.
No, trust me, not wait. No, I'm taking Jahmyr Gibbs again. Go ahead.
Is
Greg?
Sewell a better athlete than
there's debate about all of that. Well, we're talking about great athletes.
So this puts me back on the clock.
Yeah.
Give me Aiden Hutchinson.
Okay.
John?
Quick note on Aiden. Down year for Aiden, right? 14.5 sacks. 4th in the league. Down year.
Well, it's his best year, so I don't know if you can call it a down year.
So quickly, what's the better pick here? Because I thought about Hutch too. Hutch or St. Brown?
I prefer St. Brown. I would have liked to get St. Brown there.
Yeah. So now I'm left with, all right. Oh, you already took, best at his position, Penei Sewell. I get that. I happen to think Jahmyr Gibbs best at his position. So I'm going to go another Detroit Lion, best at his position. And it was clearly, he got the award for best at his position, Jack Campbell.
I considered him there. It puts Greg up back-to-back picks, middle of the draft, 8 and 9.
Doug is very happy right now.
Yes.
That's a good pick with Campbell, and we've got a run on Lions here. I will continue the run on Lions.
Oh.
And I will say Jared Goff. No, he can't run fast.
Jared Goff didn't even make my list of possible candidates.
But you know what he can do? He can throw the football and he can find guys, and he's a very productive player for this team.
I don't disagree. I guess we're all looking at this a little bit differently. I'm talking about, I thought we were picking the greatest athletes.
Relish and negativity over there. Wasn't even on your board.
Right. Yeah.
And with now coming back with the 3rd round pick, I will go with my number 1 pick's running mate. I'm going to go with Jalen Duren here.
I like
Pistons
it. Okay.
All-Star, and obviously I think has been, based on him being named to the All-Star team this year, I would think is clearly the second best player on the Pistons, and that running mate for Cade, one can argue if it should be improved or not. He's clearly it right now.
Mm-hmm. Look, they're the best team in Detroit. You're getting their second best player.
All right, so that puts me back on the board, right?
Yep.
All right, and I'm going to go with who may be, doesn't rival the excitement level of Cade Cunningham in the postseason. We don't know what that excitement level will be when they finally make the postseason, but I'm going to go with Kevin McGonagal. Yeah.
Damn it!
Every time he's at the plate, hey, you're on the edge of your seat. What's going to happen this time? I'm even excited with a walk. Hey, let's see what he does when he gets on base.
John, this is a sneaky good pick. If we were doing this for just future and from this point forward,
he might be the number one pick.
Yeah.
I would have put him number 2. I still actually would have put Cade.
Yeah,
but I would have drafted him number
yeah.
2 on my board.
There's the number one guy left on my board. I thought you were going to go with a different Tiger because he's your Tiger, but I'll take him here. Give me Gold Glover, Dylan Dingler.
Wow. I didn't expect him to go.
Yeah, he wasn't on my list, even though he's my guy.
Yeah, he's your number one dude. Wow, this got interesting quick. I wanted a McGonagal too. Let's see here. I'm going to go with, I think, arguably, again, one of the better Lions, and I think he's a better player than Jack Campbell, and that's Brian Branch. He's coming off an ACL. People heal from ACLs. He was 4th in tackles. Achilles, excuse me. He'll be fine. I think he was 4th in tackles on the team last year, despite missing the last 5 games. I think Branch is a potential and has been Pro Bowl player, so I'm going to go with him. And then this is where it gets really tough because I have a hard time. The argument for Riley Green is that he was an all-star.
2-time all-star.
Yeah, and the argument against this, his athleticism sometimes is...
It's painful to watch him run.
Yeah, but if you're using the Jared Goff factor there, gosh, I'm torn here. I'm going to just say who I'm torn between. I'm torn between Green and Sider. I'm going to go Sider.
I hate you.
I'm so glad you did because I kept looking at the draft going, is there any chance I can get Mo Sider before Mr. Red Wing here can pick him?
I figured no one would take a player from this team, and I'd sneak him in as my last pick. So you take Sider.
Yep. Tom's team is set. Yours?
Oh, man, I got the best player on 2 of the teams with Sewell and Sider.
Yeah, I'm really
so
envious.
You think? Yeah.
I'm going to take Alex DeBrincat. 40-goal scorer, does back check.
Okay.
I'm going to take him.
Mr. Red Wing. All right, so I've got a lot of options here, and it doesn't matter who I bring up now because Greg will have the final pick. So I didn't necessarily think Brian Branch would be taken simply because of the Achilles injury and the fact that he simply can't play right now. So you're taking the field with 3 players. However, what sport we're going to play with these athletes, I'm not sure what that means.
I factored in future.
And so I'm in between a guy coming off an ACL and I think is going to have a hell of a year. I know people are down on him right now in Aleem McNeil. You got J-Mo, who, when we're just talking about, flat out athletic ability, is unbelievable. Valdez, the number 2 arm for the Tigers. I'm going to go with, or possibly the sneaky pick, Javier. Not Javi, but Javier. He's playing really good right now. I'm going to go with J-Mo.
Okay. Respect. I had him in my top 16.
Did not have J-Mo on the board. And honestly, I kind of whiffed on DeBrincat not being on my board. So here are the 3 I'm really considering here. Dylan Royal Oak. Riley Green, yes, he's a 2-time All-Star. But I'm going to take Kerry Carpenter here. I just think he means so much to their lineup when he's going. We saw last year they started a swoon when he was injured middle of the season. Then he got back into the lineup. Then they started to pick it up a little bit and get back to their high water mark of 20 games or so above 500. I'm going to take Carp here.
Oh, yeah, well, at least he leads the Tigers in strikeouts. I mean, he does lead in something.
So what's it say about Dylan Larkin and Lucas Raymond not getting selected?
Oh, Larkin and Raymond weren't even on my list.
I wasn't.
And honestly, I didn't have DeBrincat on my list either. I did have Mo Sider.
I'm looking at the top undrafted players. It's probably Riley Green, Asar Thompson, Framber Valdez.
Valdez is the best player, I think, on the board still. I thought about him, actually.
Go through your 4 picks.
My 4 are Sewell, St. Brown, Branch, and Sider.
Damn Damn.
Rock solid.
I don't like your branch pick, but I like the rest of it.
Yeah. I've got Jahmyr Gibbs, Jack Campbell, Kevin McGonagal, and J-Mo.
I've got Cade Cunningham, Jared Goff, Jalen Duren, and Kerry Carpenter.
My picks, Tarek Skubal, Aiden Hutchinson, Dylan Dingler, and Alex DeBrincat. Who drafted the best group of Detroit athletes? It's 97-1.
America's favorite place to watch all these great athletes in all the sports that we enjoy so much here is Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. You can chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of their massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Big time save for Kenley Jansen. Best Jansen in the city of Detroit. Milestone save, now the third most in the history of baseball.
Clearly.
You're not going to fight me on it?
No.
Oh, okay.
I fight you on it.
All right.
No, we'll see what ratings come in.
For the record, I do think you're the second best Jansen in the city.
Thanks. Because you only know 2.
Yeah.
So I'm second place and last place.
If someone wants to call in with the last name Jansen, I can bump you up the hierarchy. We are
2 out of 3.
We are going to talk Pistons here in a second because, we're getting closer to the playoffs. We want to define what success would be for this team, and we want to factor in what the Hornets would bring to a 7-game series. They got a win last night, a thriller in overtime. We have some response to our Detroit athlete draft, and just to reset where everybody's at, we picked 4 rounds worth of Detroit athletes. I ended up with Skubal, Hutchinson, Dingler, and DeBrincat. John had Gibbs, Campbell, McGonagal, and J-Mo. Tom had Penei Sewell, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Brian Branch, and Mo Sider. And Greg ended up with the number 1 pick of Cade Cunningham, Jalen Duren, Jared Goff, and Kerry Carpenter. God, John is an idiot. Of course, he would take athlete literally.
Yeah, because there is a definition to an athlete.
Leaving Asar Thompson off is... Why didn't you? Bat bleep crazy. Yeah, I do feel bad that he wasn't picked. Because he is the identity of the Pistons as a defensive first team.
Yeah.
Probably should have taken him instead of DeBrincat.
I had him on my list.
Me too. The fact that Costa took Skubal first and we haven't given him a blank check is ridiculous. How are Tiger fans okay with potentially letting him walk? Because it's not our say.
He would not, I do not believe he would sign now.
Correct.
He wants to get to free agency.
He wants every single penny and dollar that he can milk out of being a free agent.
And because you offer $400 million, great. Let's take it to the Dodgers. They'll give you $425.
Right.
It just becomes the starting point for free agency. To your point, a blank check, he's not going to fill in the numbers. He wants the whole market to bid on him this offseason. You guys are on crack. Any NHL player is a better athlete than anybody else on this list. Saying any baseball player is more athletic than any hockey player is some of the craziest stuff I've ever heard. Big time misses all around. Sider is at least number 2, learn sports. How did you guys let Tom, of all people, cook you in this thing?
I mean, first off, I think I got the most locked Hall of Famer, although I think Cade is headed there, barring a catastrophe.
Right. And so it's way too early to talk in those terms about McGonagal, but people want to go there. I think Cade, does he eventually get an MVP? I think that's a must if you're going to be a Hall of Famer, and I think he can.
But if we're talking hardware, I got the back-to-back Cy Young Award winner who's well on his way to a three-peat.
I factored future into my decision-making in terms of being in Detroit.
Yeah.
Although I would have taken Skubal for my first pick. I'm not shooting it down necessarily, but
yeah, I had Cade 1, Skubal 2, Sewell 3.
Yeah, I would have had Sewell second after Cade.
Yeah. I had Gibbs in the second round.
I mean, Sewell, too, the thing is, the athleticism, when you're taking it that literally, he runs pass routes.
I know.
Throws the football.
Ask Ben Johnson. He was maybe the best quarterback on the team. I hope whatever Goff is doing, it's indoors. Cookies has the best 4. Smart people, not including Riley Green. Guys, he's overrated. Look, if you're sending this text based on last year, those strikeouts were problematic. It's early, but I'm of the belief he is going to have a much better season.
Right. But who's on pace right now to have that many strikeouts?
Kerry Carpenter. The McGonagal question was the most fascinating one to me. I wanted to know how high he would go. I've said he's their best position player. He's their best player, not named Tarek Skubal. And I would have gladly taken him in that third round.
Right.
You jumped me.
He was the second Tiger off the board.
Yes.
Correct? Yeah.
I would have taken him over when Greg took Duren.
Yeah.
Then you took McGonagal the second time around.
Yeah, I got sniped.
Yeah, I actually
Twice,
didn't think that McGonagal would make it that far.
Yeah, I wanted McGonagal. I wanted Sider. I got one pick. That was a guy in the fantasy draft sitting there queued up with the player. John, you won the draft. It's not even close. The draft wasn't about who's the best at their position, so why would you pick Skubal or Goff? We're talking athletes. No love for Jake Bates, question mark? Good job, Gov. 3 Lions that signed Brad and Allen Park.
Yeah. Gov fell in love with his own guys.
Says, thanks for that, Dylan in Royal Oak. Gov, please work on your pronunciation of McGonagal. He says, it's not McGonagal. Well, yes, it is.
McGonagal.
McGonagal.
You just said it the same way I said it, yet I get called out by this guy.
How does this guy think it's pronounced?
McGonagal.
McGonagal.
I mean, he's not calling him a McGonagal or something.
Careful there.
So,
Brendan, who took the best team? Here are the results. We've already read them to people, but if you just want to see.
Yeah, let me look at this. Jim with Scooble, Hutch, Dingler, and DeBrinket. John with Gibbs, Campbell, McGonagal, J-Mo. Tom with Sewell, St. Brown, Branch, Sider. Greg with Cade, Duran, Goff, and Carpenter. Best undrafted, Asar, Green, Valdez. I think it's between you two, Jim and John. I like having Jim. I like that you have Scooble and Dingler. I actually think Dingler's their best player after Scooble for what he does at the plate and defensively. I'm going to go with Jim. I think Jim's got the best team.
Smart. I've always said that about Brendan.
like this.
Very sharp, bright young man with a bright future.
Yeah.
Until we talk Michigan State, Michigan.
Of course.
Yeah.
did any of you guys have Branch on your board?
No.
No, I didn't have Branch on it at all.
Shocked at, I don't know. I used past and future.
Yeah, but I don't know what he's
production.
going to be future at that position with an Achilles injury. Is he going to be the same player?
I think he's young enough to recover from it. I think if you're older, I totally agree with you on that. Brian Branch has made such an impact on this team. I think he's made a bigger impact than Jack Campbell.
There were some people,
when
though.
available.
There were some people at the end of last season, though, before he got hurt with the Achilles, that wanted better play out of him. There were a couple bad games from him that I thought kind of maybe brought his stock down a little bit.
I quickly will agree with you on that he was not having the same season he had previously.
Right, and he's missed some games because of his own actions. Availability is a great trait.
All right, talk about if it is the Hornets, how do you feel about that matchup for the Pistons? And define it. What does playoff success look like for this group? It's 97-1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Tigers beat the Royals 2-1 last night. Detroit trailed 1-0 in the 8th inning before Zach McKinstry got on base with a double. He was moved over to third and scored on a wild pitch with 2 outs to tie the game. Dylan Dingler was then the hero as he knocked in Kevin McGonagal in the same inning with an RBI double. He was on deck for McKinstry's read of the wild pitch and tying run. Audio courtesy of DSN as the Tigers win their series opener. They'll have Game 2 tonight at 6:40. And new this morning, the Pistons have announced new promotions that will come with their playoff games next week. Before Game 1 on Sunday, there will be a fan fest outside at Little Caesars Arena Plaza beginning at 3:30. Doors open at 5 o'clock. The first 10,000 fans for Games 1 and 2 will receive Thundersticks upon entry. All fans at Game 1 will get a special playoff t-shirt at their seat. All fans for Game 2 will receive a rally towel. Doors open 90 minutes before tip-off for both games. Game 2 is scheduled to start at 7 o'clock next Wednesday. Detroit will then head on the road to either Charlotte, Orlando, or Philly for Games 3 and 4 Saturday next week and the following Monday. Charlotte eliminated Miami with the play-in last night in the West. The Blazers advanced to the 7th seed after beating the Suns in the 8-9 game. Phoenix will face elimination when they play the loser of the Clippers and Warriors. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97wintheticket or Odyssey.com.
By the way, follow-up text, McGonagal versus McGonagal apparently is the debate, which is the dumbest debate we could be having right now. So I just want to move on.
Wow. And just a quick update. I was just getting I know Heather had this in the news about the storms. We talked about it last night.
Oh, yeah.
Part of the roof of Yost Ice Arena in Ann Arbor was ripped off last night.
Did you guys get woken up by the tornado warning?
I didn't.
My wife did, which,
Yeah.
and I think she's so there's some level of amazement, also disdain for the fact that I don't hear a thing after I go to sleep.
Completely understand that.
Yeah, but there's golly, I mean, a lot of
me
power
see.
out in Ann Arbor.
Oh,
Like,
wow.
how big? Yeah.
So
Yeah.
here, let me. So Ruby was
Show
on the
the
way
class.
to practice this morning,
Oh.
and she took the picture. But yeah, it's not a small chunk either.
No.
Did
So-
Doug sleep with his helmet on last night?
Until we see him this morning, I will make no jokes.
Right.
Because I know last night, obviously, there were a lot of tornado warnings around. The sirens were going off. And, I mean, all the students last night were all ushered into the hallway because of the sirens that were going off. They were doing their tornado drills and a lot of damage in Ann Arbor and surrounding areas. So as everybody wakes up this morning, first of all, I hope everybody's okay and that we can hopefully clean up the mess that was created last night.
Mm-hmm. All right, 8 o'clock hour. We're going to get into destination bachelor parties. Where do you draw the line? When do you age out? Beer Olympics? For a guy in his 30s? Am I ready for it? We'll get to that later in the hour. I mean, you looked at me and said, that doesn't sound like fun at all.
No. That's it. Not participating.
1 point, you're a better friend than me was a quote. We'll do that at 8:35. Let's talk Pistons basketball. Could they play the Hornets in the first round? Get into what that matchup would look like. Hornets won last night. But the broader question is, John, define what a successful postseason is for the Pistons.
For me, I think it's pretty easy. And I'm like, I don't think it's a big stretch either. I think success is making the Eastern Conference Finals. By saying that, am I saying they can't win the Eastern Conference Finals, be Eastern Conference Finals champs? No, I think everything above that is the cherry on top of everything that's gone on really over the last 2 years, but certainly this season. Would I be disappointed if they fall short and they lose in the second round of the playoffs? Yes. Failure to me would come if there is a first round exit. I think that would be an abject failure.
Oh, there's no doubt. As a 1 seed, to lose is a failure. I think the fact that they're a 1 seed, they have to make the Eastern Conference Finals. They're not a lock to do it. Cleveland's a tough matchup if they face in the second round. But you can't have a 1 next to your name and fall short of the conference finals. If they lose to a Boston team with championship pedigree, I still think you could call it a successful season because it would involve multiple postseason series wins. And if you lose to a team that's better now that they're healthy, that's where I'd set the bar. But falling short of that is a failure because you got the number 1 next to your name. In terms of losing in the first round, my concern level with Charlotte is minimal. Like, I don't know, 2 out of 10. I mean, they're a professional team, so anything could happen. But truthfully, the Pistons have their number. 3-0 this season, winning by 16 points per game. The idea that, well, sometimes an 8 seed, you can overlook them. Detroit's not going to overlook a team. There's some chippiness and bad blood. The Pistons will take it to them. You can get in the paint. You could do what Miami did. Only, they missed Bam Adebayo.
Sure.
Pistons will get in the paint and score a ton of points.
So I asked you this question earlier, and I don't know really what the NBA will do. Maybe it's just a fine. Do you think there should be a repercussion for LaMelo Ball and the fact that he reached out,
swiped down,
grabbed his ankle, foot, shoe, swiped at it, and that was the last we saw? It cost Miami a win.
I feel very confident saying that because Bam was getting active on the offensive end, scoring at will in the paint. They lost by 1 point in overtime. You can't tell me Bam doesn't make a difference in that game. Will the NBA have the courage to go eye for an eye? Because if you put LaMelo out of their next game, you're putting the Hornets out for the season. Right?
Yeah.
I don't think they will. Should they is a different discussion, but I don't think they will.
I think there'll at least be a fine. An admission that
that's dirty play.
That's dirty play.
Yeah.
We also wouldn't have had technical difficulties in overtime.
Right.
Imagine
it's
that.
all LaMelo Ball's fault.
It is his fault. Hey, and I know he's their best player, and if they play the Pistons, he could go off. He has struggled against the Pistons this season. That's the other thing. If this ends up being the matchup, LaMelo Ball in 3 games against Detroit is shooting 32%. He's a minus 53 combined in the 3 games. They will make him work. They will strangle and choke them out because they can defend on the ball, and then you can pick on them on defense. So, look, I think they can neutralize their best player. I think they can play physical and score at the rim. The Pistons should have no trouble. I mean, I think 4 or 5 at most is what that series would go.
Most likely. And, I mean, so you have the risk, if it is the Hornets that you face, of LaMelo Ball, Con Knippel, and Miles Bridges all going off. And is there an opportunity if in a home game for them where LaMelo Ball doesn't shoot 2 for 16 or Con Knippel go for 0 for 6? Last night, Miles Bridges wasn't bad. He scored 28, was 5 for 10 behind the arc. But is there a world where those 3 go off and it costs you a game in the postseason?
Yeah, look, they can shoot well enough to steal a game, but to win 4 and 7, no, I don't view them as much of a threat at all. And we don't even know if they'll be there, by the way, just so people understand the way the play-in tournament works. Charlotte's win last night didn't put them in. They will face the loser of tonight's game for the final spot. So they'll either face Philly or Orlando. The winner is the 7th seed. The loser plays one more game. Text coming in. I don't want to see the Hornets. This has Commanders versus Lions energy written all over it.
It's the second time we've gotten that comment during our show today, and I just don't get where people the Pistons don't have the injuries.
Right.
They're fully healthy. I don't get the comparison.
You're going to have to play somebody in the playoffs. You don't get to play the Indiana Pacers. You don't get to play the Wizards or the Jazz.
Yeah. Guys, if you're the 1 seed in any sport, you need to make the championship for it to be successful. That being said, I'm not sure they make it past Charlotte, and if they do, they're not beating Cleveland. It's funny. I've seen some talking points nationally, like, the Pistons aren't getting enough credit. They're not getting enough love. They're being dissed or disrespected. I don't know if it's happening nationally. It might be happening locally. Fans going, they're concerned about the 8th seed?
Some of it is it's superstitious fans not wanting to say, yeah, there shouldn't be an issue with anybody you face. And the team that we thought could give them the biggest challenge, Miami Heat, are now out. Mm-hmm. And so tonight you should be rooting that the Sixers lose and then the Sixers beat the Hornets, because we all said, even though they were the highest of the 4 play-in seeds,
they're the most vulnerable.
They're the most vulnerable.
They don't defend. They've got some injuries to their stars. Pistons swept them this season. Tex says, I want the Hornets badly in round 1. They deserve some belt, and nobody's better suited to deliver that than Daddy, us.
It's a great text.
I love that one.
If you're the 1 seed in your conference in any sport, the expectation, point blank, you need to make the championship. Anything else is a failure.
So I would say that for the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Well, yeah, they're the reigning champs.
They're the reigning champs. They've done it before. They got the 1 seed again. But with the caveat that San Antonio and Wembanyama are nipping at their heels. I don't know that anybody would call that a quote-unquote upset.
No.
But for the Pistons, this is they haven't even won a home playoff game. They haven't won a series.
And Boston is the better team when healthy. That doesn't mean you can't beat them.
Right.
But just level set with people. If Tatum's healthy this year, they're the 1 seed, right?
Yeah.
And it doesn't really matter what you did in the regular season. We mentioned this. The Pistons have graduated.
Right.
Maybe skipped some steps along the way, but they're officially one of these teams where it's wake me up when the playoffs start.
Yeah, and Tom Gores, in the letter that he wrote to fans, even mentioned it. Hey, the future for the Detroit Pistons starts at 6:30 on Sunday.
Pistons have to be finals or bust. No reason for them to lose any series this season.
I think I do understand the concept. If you get the 1 seed, you should be playing in the championship game. You were the best team throughout the course of 82 games. Mm-hmm. But there's a caveat because of Jason Tatum. He wasn't there for, 60 of the 82 games? Mm-hmm. They're a different team with Jason Tatum. They're much more dangerous. I think we can all agree on that.
Text that just came in a few seconds ago. Y'all are not real Pistons fans talking about Boston being better. So I just want to clarify. The definition of a real fan is someone who says their team is better no matter what.
No matter what, yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, the Lions would have beat the Eagles even if they didn't have a defense.
Red Wings would win the Stanley Cup if they made the playoffs. And if you don't agree, you're not a real fan.
Excuse me, I believe that is you don't know puck.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Greg, apologies. Yeah, I think you can be a fan of a team. And in fact, I think if you are a fan of a team and you pay attention to the good and the bad, you can speak honestly about them. It doesn't have to be a blind thing. Real Detroiters are picking them to win it all. All right. If you think the Pistons have any trouble with Charlotte, you haven't been watching. Stop comparing the Pistons to the Lions. The Pistons have to play a series. The Lions only had to play one game any given Sunday type of deal. Yeah, like Charlotte could win a game on that day, but for them to win 4 of the 7, Pistons fans need to sack up. Detroit in 5. The team that won 60 games, third time in franchise history, they'll destroy Charlotte. A little concerned about Cleveland, but this team should be earmarked for the Eastern Conference Finals as the floor. So good variety coming in, 248-539-9797. 9 o'clock hour, we've got that Patrick Kane conversation. Will Birchfield bringing him back is complex. It's complicated. We'll get to that at 9:02. We got Destination Bachelor Party Talk at 8:35. It's 97.1.
If your furnace or AC isn't getting the job done, do what I did and call the team at Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Mastercraft has 24/7 emergency service, and they back their work with a 5-year warranty. Early spring special. Buy a new furnace or AC, and you're going to get half off installation. And, hey, this is appropriate right now. Tired of power outages? Maybe you suffered one last night. They've got generators in stock and ready to install right now. Financing is also available. Schedule your free in-home estimate. You can do it at mastercraftheating.com.
All right, Pistons fans, floor is yours. We want to know, define success for the postseason. And what do you make if it is the Hornets in the first round? Tech says if you don't win the championship, nobody cares. It's not a successful season unless you win it all. Hey, let's be a city happy with second and third place. No, thank you.
No one is sitting here and saying that be happy with it. No one's happy when you lose.
We're setting the bar, though,
Yeah.
where we think is appropriate. They're not the best team in the NBA.
No, and I don't know that anybody's going to argue that. Could they win an NBA championship and not be going into the playoffs the best team in the NBA? Sure. We've seen championships won like that before.
And look, the blueprint, they've done it twice, is
Right.
this 2 different eras. They've done it 3 times. This defense first, suffocating street fight kind of basketball. And they have to play that way because they're not going to shoot the lights out from 3 repeatedly in 7-game series against good defenses. They don't have that secondary creator. It's going to have to be Cade shouldering more, and we've seen him step up big this season, take another step, and they're going to have to lean on the Asars and the Durans and the defensive identity of this basketball team. We set the bar at, you got to be in the Eastern Conference Finals. Guys, they won 60 freaking games. Finals or failure, from an unnamed text. On the Charlotte series, they shoot the 3 better than the Pistons, but the line ends there. The most regimented team in the league versus LaMelo hero ball, Pistons in 5 or 6.
So I'll go back to the last time they played the Lakers. I mean, who shoots great and can create their own shot, is tough to defend? Luka Doncic. He was healthy at the time.
Oh, they made him look very inefficient.
And
Struggled.
he still came away. I think he scored 32.
Yeah, but it was on 1 million shots.
Right, that's the thing is you're going to have a team like if it is the Hornets where Con Knipple, LaMelo Ball, Miles Bridges, they're going to get their shots. How hard do they have to work for those shots? And are those shots, because they're working so hard every single time, what's their percentage like in the third and fourth quarters?
Well, that's because Luka Doncic isn't a great athlete, John.
But to the point about LaMelo, who's their number 1, 32% shooting in the 3 meetings against the Pistons, held under his season average, 18 points per game, and a minus 53. Like, I'm sorry, they make you work, they hound you. Like LaMelo Ball, hero ball against this team. I love the word regimented. They're going to have their P's and Q's. Like, you may shoot yourself into a win. He has them maybe shooting them into 2 wins. I don't even know if I go that far. You know, I really don't have a large concern with Charlotte. Now, there is the stat out there that Charlotte's been on a tear since a very slow start. This texter points out they are not your typical 8th seed. Hornets are a good team. They could beat the Pistons. At one point, they were 16-28, which means they've gone 28-10 since that point.
Right. They were 6-4 in their final 10.
I think there's an element of truth to that text. That's the reason why this thing could go 6 or 7. And we're living in an NBA right now. I know our fan base has been asleep other than last year, but you pay attention to the NBA the last 10 to 15 years, probably 10 years or so. First round vulnerability has become more of a thing. You've seen more of the 8 seeds giving 1 seeds trouble. That never happened back in the day. It was super rare. And then just the fact that we're seeing new champions every year in the NBA. The last 8, I think now.
Greg loves that stat.
That the NBA is just a little bit different than your dad's NBA.
If this was the college basketball tournament and it was a single game, yeah, I mean, Charlotte could go nuclear like, a mid-major school and make him a million threes. I just have a hard time believing they would do it and then do it again and do it again and then do it again, because that's really their only path here. And the Pistons have shown they will bully this team.
Well, and in that stat, in regards to, what was the stat again? They were 18 and 28 or
16 and 28.
16 and 28.
And now they're 28 and 10 since.
All right, and 2 of those losses since are for the Detroit Pistons.
So even the hot Hornets
yeah,
had an issue with Detroit.
Maybe the Pistons or the Hornets are last year's Pistons to a degree.
Kind of thorny, but not good enough to win.
Yeah.
Okay.
You think New York enjoyed that series against the Pistons last year? That's what I'm saying. This might not be as quite as a cakewalk and as enjoyable as you think.
It says fundamentally Charlotte cannot defend. The only way we lose is if we stoop to the level, get caught up in the chippiness, foul trouble, or God forbid, ejections. That would be one concern. Says the only way the Pistons win is if they keep turnovers low. That is their only nemesis, especially Cade. Stay out of trouble. Arthur, you're on 97.1. Arthur, turn down your radio. Good morning.
Hello?
Hello, Arthur. How are you doing?
Oh, no, it's RJ. He must have misheard me.
Oh, okay. Hey, RJ, how you doing, man?
Man, what's up, JJ, man? You my guy, too, man.
Thanks, man.
Makes one of us.
Look, what I got to say, man, is why is everybody talking about Charlotte like they just a threat? Look, the Pistons' biggest threat was the Miami Heat with Bam.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Now that they're out the way, they're going to run through the East. They're going to run through the East. I don't see them winning the championship, but I do see them being the Eastern Conference champions. The East is wide open for us. You know what I'm saying? Like it's ours. Like and Cade is like, I really feel like that little break that he had was like the best thing that could have happened to him.
I don't know if it's good that it happened to him, but it might be good that it happened for the team.
No, it was good that it happened to him. Do you see how he's been playing since he came back? Now he sees the court a whole different way. He's not even trying to look for his shot.
I mean, there can be certainly great value in taking a step back and seeing things with a different perspective. And maybe there is some benefit for him in that. I agree with you. I think there's more of a benefit for the team. Other guys had to step up. Other guys gained confidence, and now they're taking that all into the postseason with Cade back.
And it's going to ramp up. Like when he says they'll take care of business in the East, Cleveland has multiple scorers. The Pistons have one go-to guy, and it's a fair question who they go to if Cade's doubled and trapped or just isn't having a good day.
Right.
And the same with Boston. And the difference is Boston's guys have delivered in the postseason.
Yeah.
Like Cleveland's got Mitchell and Harden, but there's a difference with Tatum and Brown, who have done it in big moments and won an NBA championship. And both those teams will defend at the rim. I mean, they're going to make the Pistons work for it.
Yeah.
Jim, I'm not going to say that the East is free and clear now that the 10th place Heat are eliminated.
Great point. Heather with the news. Heather, what's going on?
Well, this news is brought to you by Gardner White. So this is a pretty cool story about determination. So there's a former Eastern Michigan football player that's going viral after taking a very unconventional shot at his NFL dream. What he's doing is he is standing outside the Detroit Lions facility with a homemade sign asking for a tryout. So his name is Freddie McGee III. He is a defensive back who didn't get a shot in the NFL after college. So he kept grinding, right? He eventually became Defensive Player of the Year in the Arena Football League, leading the league with 14 interceptions, 25 pass breakups. But the reality is that the guy doesn't have an agent, right? So he showed up at the facility in Allen Park holding this sign that said, "This is grit. No agent, need one shot." And he could have chosen anywhere to go, right? He is a native of Canton, right? So he is local, but he could have went anywhere. But he said there was one reason why he showed up at the Lions training facility, and it was because of the word grit. Oh, that's yes. Yes, that is what he said.
Yes.
I thought we had sound.
I have
but,
grit.
Yeah.
Greg, do you have it now? Yes.
Okay,
Greg has
okay,
it now.
perfect.
Yeah.
Little 8 Mile quote-ish there. Mm-hmm. You know?
Cliche.
Yeah.
So what do the Lions do? Do they open their doors to anybody who wants to try out?
No, well, because now you got to wonder. Okay, well, if he does get the tryout, right? It's a great story this year, but what happens next year? You're going to have 4 guys out there. You're going to have 20 guys out there. Hey, I got grit.
Camped out.
Yeah.
No,
So
but it would be a cool story, wouldn't it?
It would be. Yes.
I mean, you do see those cool things that happen on social media. Just it's one post, and all of a sudden your restaurant's no longer closing. You're succeeding. It would be a very cool story. But yes,
there are 31 other teams that I'm sure their social media teams have seen this as well. They might be aware, and
you
we'll
never
see
know.
what happens.
You never
Hey,
know.
they put it on film, right, John?
Yeah, they put it on film. Yeah.
So the Detroit Pistons play Game 1 of the NBA playoffs on Sunday, April 19th, and the pregame festivities will begin outside Little Caesars Arena at 3:30. Lots of fun things going on there for the entire family. You know, there's an airbrush tattoo station, a sneaker cleaning and customization spot. That's pretty cool. Photo booth, free coffee and smoothies. The list goes on and on and on. Then when you get there, the doors to LCA open at 5 p.m. The first 10,000 fans will receive Thunder Sticks, and all fans will receive a T-shirt presented by Henry Ford at their seats. Game 2, which will be Wednesday, April 22nd. Again, the first 10,000 fans are going to get those Thunder Sticks at the door, as well as a rally towel. Plus, they're also going to receive their T-shirt. This will be presented by Ticketmaster at their seats. Now, along with some new postseason merchandise that you can get your hands on, there's also going to be new food and beverage options available. There's a long list. I'm not going to go through them all, but you can get the all-time fry, the full court press sundae, the playoff running taco.
Is there any description on the sundae?
Yes. So the sundae is vanilla ice cream topped with red and blue soda, sprinkles, and a Pistons branded topper served in a souvenir sneaker cup.
Okay, the cup is cool.
Yeah.
You don't like the pop with ice cream? Like
well,
almost like
it's
a root beer
float.
float
It's
or
more
a
of a
Boston
float.
cooler
Yeah.
type of thing.
Yeah.
Not really my jam. If I'm forced to eat it, I would choke it down. But
I'm sure it would taste fine.
Yeah.
But the list goes on and on. A lot of cool new food offerings, beverage offerings. And
This is a nice
and
touch.
some fun.
And the Pistons are getting it right. Like their fan base woke up last year and it was awesome to have playoff games. But now you've got like a little bit of a taste and anticipation, expectations. I cannot wait to see what that place is like on Sunday and on Wednesday.
Thunder Sticks, we are so bad.
Yes. That's Heather with the news. 9 o'clock hour, the Patrick Kane conversation. Birchie's got a great article. It's complex. Do you want him back? We'll talk about them. Coming up next, destination bachelor parties. I think John's quote was, "You're a better friend than me."
yes.
It's 97.1.
If you're thinking about a new truck this month, a Ram truck should be right there at the top of the list. I've seen a Ram side by side with the competition, and quite honestly, it's not very close. I've driven the Ram. The Ram truck deals at your Metro Detroit Ram dealer this month are exceptional. For power, we'll start there. Not much of a competition. You've got 2 choices from Ram. Their award-winning Pentastar V6 or Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8. And for the competition, why would you trust any full-size pickup at any price with only a 4-cylinder engine? It's not going to get done what you really want to get done. The full-size Ram 1500 is built right here, so we employ our own in Sterling Heights. And for comfort and easy-to-use technology, nothing beats a Ram. Ram has a 5-link coil suspension. All it's going to take is one test drive, and you're going to feel how much smoother a Ram is. And right now, lease payments on a new Ram truck are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. All you got to do is pull into your Ram dealer today. It's just that easy. And when you walk in, tell them I sent you.
Alert and ready. Chippewas seize the moment. Zach McKinstry scores on a wild pitch. McGonagal, that same at-bat, draws a walk. Dingler knocks him in from first. And a 2-1 win for the Tigers. And those games are magnified when you play Kansas
Division
City.
opponents.
Yeah, but specifically the Royals, right? These are the two teams people think when the dust is settled will be at the top.
And there's a big difference in terms of Kansas City is still having some of the same struggles as we've talked about with the Tigers in terms of the bats of being able to score runs. They are struggling to find ways to score runs. Kansas City is, and it's really everything that's carried over from what their team was last year.
Like, don't take this the wrong way. That's not a playoff game, but it's two really good pitchers, lefties.
Yeah.
It's going to come down to one play. McGonagal drawing 2 walks and being the go-ahead run is a guy they didn't have last year in those kind of games. The Tigers will be, we believe, a playoff team, and they'll be in those tight playoff games, and McGonagal is that missing ingredient.
Yes.
He's got, 3 more walks than strikeouts on the season, and he's hit the ground running.
He really has, and it's quality at bats. It's him right now he leads the team at OPS. He's over 900. Mm-hmm. His WAR is a 1-1.
Damn, already.
Already, yeah. And you look at the plays he makes in the field, and then the awareness. Like, if he stutters at all in regards to, am I going to make the turn around third base, or am I going to start at the crack of the bat, then all of a sudden, maybe there's a play at the plate, or maybe he gets held up at third. Like, his baseball IQ is as good as you could ever expect from a 21-year-old.
Yeah. 9:02, we'll talk Patrick Kane. And I know I said we wouldn't talk too much Red Wings until Steve speaks, but Will Birchfield wrote a really interesting article about the future with Patrick Kane. He wants to come back, and it's complicated. We'll address it. I was talking to you pre-show. It's a short week for me.
Yeah.
I got a destination bachelor party coming up, and you used the phrase, "You're a better friend than me."
100%.
And when I brought up the concept of beer Olympics, you had a recoil.
Oh, yeah. There is, I would not participate. And maybe it's, I don't know how young I would have to have been, or what would have been going on in my life where I'd been like, yeah, okay, I'm all for that. But first of all, I'm probably not going. All my best friends are married. Mm-hmm. I'm not going on a destination bachelor party. I've done it one time. We'll get to that in just a moment. But the beer Olympics, I don't even know what would have to be going on in my life for that right now to say, yeah, I'm okay. I'll go ahead. So, I'm just at that point in my life where I don't want to feel that way the next day. And maybe it's happened enough to where I finally learned my lesson.
11 a.m. You'd have all day to make sure you felt okay the next day.
Oh, sure. Yeah. That way I just feel like crap at 9 o'clock at night.
Yeah, if you start at 11, you're just going to drink more.
Right.
You always do. But I'm just saying there is a way to play the game without feeling hungover the next day.
I had this realization when that text was sent yesterday.
So obviously you would be in for beer Olympics.
For a bachelor party, bachelorette party, weekend, away? Sure, why not?
So I had the realization when it was sent, and I thought,
got to see Party Heather.
I think I might be the oldest guy at this party because it's like late 20s crew, 33. Your question was like, where do you draw the line? What's the cutoff? When do you go to destination bachelor parties?
Yeah.
So that's our question to you guys, 248-539-9797.
Yeah, and maybe best and worst experiences
That would be great.
at bachelor parties or bachelorette parties. I mentioned I went to one destination bachelor party. It was when I was the only reason I decided I wanted to go was because as part of the bachelor party they were going to the Kentucky Derby.
Oh yeah,
and I'm like, all right, well
that.
I can check 2 boxes with one trip. And so I drove down there. We did the bachelor party, and through the entire experience, I was probably 12 to 15 years the senior of the guy that was getting married. Some of the other friends that were there were of the same vintage as myself. And I was fine being at the bar. Like, we were having a great time, celebrating the moment and making fun of him and doing all that stuff. But then it was all the stuff that happened after that, where like you think you're 10 foot tall and bulletproof at a certain age, where I'm sitting there going, man, you're going to get arrested. I don't want to be a part of this.
Wait, what was happening that made you think that?
Oh, well, there would be guys, like we're walking back to the house that we're staying at, and guys are stopping and relieving themselves on the side of the road. Like, I'm like, oh, okay, no, I'm sorry. This is just not me anymore. They went to a strip club, and I was literally in there for about a minute, and I'm like, you know what? No, it's not my scene anymore. I'm Ubering back. I'll see you guys back at the house. I'm going to grab some pizza. Have a good time. So, I'm not a great invite to your bachelor party.
So, the couple met down in Florida, so it's down in Florida,
but neither of them are from there.
The bride is from Florida.
Okay.
Are they doing a joint?
They're not going to commingle, but yes, they're happening the same weekend.
Okay.
Staying at the same same hotels?
No, we're in an Airbnb.
Oh, cool.
And I was looking at the group text. I have saved, of the 17 people going, like 5 or 6.
Holy cow. Okay, so how many do you invite to the bachelor party?
I think it depends. Like, this is a big Airbnb.
Obviously, it's all 70 people staying in the same house.
And you break down the cost, it's actually not too bad when you break it down that way.
Are you, like, how many beds, how many couches?
I
like,
can pull it up.
sleeping
I
on
would
the
imagine
floor?
everyone would have a bed.
Yes,
yeah.
He doesn't care where he sleeps.
So there's 17 beds?
17 people are in the group text, and I'll go back and pull up the Airbnb for you, but there's more than 17 beds.
Or are they all single bed? Yeah, or like what kind of, because I'm thinking enough
Bunk
to
beds?
sleep. Well, no, you could have a queen bed and say there's enough room to sleep
Right.
17, but it's when you're
but you're sharing a bed. Yeah. I think I'm past that part in my life too. Unless it's one of the kids. Not
I agree
happening.
there, yes.
We'll get to the
yeah.
phones. I'll pull up
Go
this.
be
Like, but
shacking
wait,
up with
I better
another
check.
dude.
Oh, come on, John. I'll snuggle with you.
I think the
Yeah.
last time I did that was at a bachelor party in Chicago, which was like 30 years ago.
That's my point. Aged out of that one a long time ago.
Let's get to Nick in Livonia. Nick, good morning.
What's up, guys? How's it going?
How you doing, man?
Hey, so I'm doing good. I've got my bachelor party is in about like a month and some change, early June. Me and the best man in my wedding, we're doing co-bachelor parties because we're both getting married this summer. We're going up to Taos. We're going to do some golfing. We're going to play Forest Dunes, and we're doing a full Ryder Cup of 4 full rounds. It's 20 total people, and it's going to be 10v10. And included in the Ryder Cup will be a full game of beach wiffle ball.
Oh, see,
Okay.
that's fun. Now, we've been talking
Yeah.
about some of that stuff, too, like wiffle ball or,
A home run derby?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay. Well, so
Yeah,
Tawas,
but
like, okay, it's a destination, but it's a drive to. It's not that far.
Yeah, it's about like 2 and some change to
Yeah.
get over there. It's the problem is the big course that we want to play Forest Dunes in Roscommon, which is an hour 25 going the other way. But it's still there's still a lot of good, nice courses up there. I enjoy it.
Okay. Well, hey, congratulations.
Yeah, congrats.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks, boys.
Yep.
So, John, I found it. And I want you to scroll through this, and when we come back, you
Count
can
the
give...
beds.
Count the beds.
I want your full report on this situation. It's listed as 17 beds
Oh, it
for
says 17 beds?
people. Yes.
17 individual beds.
Yeah.
It's like the real Bachelor Mansion.
So I want you to scroll through
Holy cow.
and get your review coming up next. We do want to hear your best and worst bachelor and bachelorette stories, the concept of destination bachelor parties. and
100%
when-
against it.
And when you are too old.
Yeah.
Get to all of it. 97.1.
Hey, lately it feels like the banking world is constantly shifting. You got mergers, name changes, the digital-only apps that don't know your face or your neighborhood. But in Michigan, one thing isn't changing. It's the commitment that First Merchants Bank has to our local communities. I've been banking with First Merchants Bank for better than 5 years now, and it's about more than just where I keep my money. It's about the impact I see them making every single day. I'm talking about real boots-on-the-ground work with local nonprofits that keep our cities vibrant and down payment grants that help our neighbors finally unlock the door to their first home. First Merchants provides high-level service delivered by local people who live, work, and shop right here in the great state of Michigan. They aren't just passionate about banking, they're passionate about helping our state prosper. Why settle for a bank that just sees a zip code? Bank with an award-winning team that truly cares about your community. Visit firstmerchants.com today to find a branch near you. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member, FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
All right, John, what is the verdict?
So this house is sweet. I mean, it has everything that ping pong tables, foosball tables, pool tables. Like it's got all this. And it says it accommodates 28 people.
Whew.
Wow.
We got 17.
All right. So you'll fit in just fine. But we asked,
Sleeping
are there
situation?
17 separate beds?
Right.
There are not. So the master suite which sounds amazing, has a king-size bed, and it's for 2 people. There's also on the first floor a room with a king-size bed. It's a shared suite, shared bathroom, 2 people. All right, so, a couple of king-size beds, which, okay, you can separate far enough. But then it gets into some of the other rooms where one of the rooms is a Minions-themed room.
Stop it. Stop.
A Minions-themed room. It has a queen bed plus a bunk bed.
Oh, boy.
There is a Harry Potter-themed room.
What
which
is
I'm
this?
guessing where maybe Jim Costa will say has 2 double beds and a bunk bed. There is a Mickey-themed room.
Oh, boy.
Oh, my gosh.
Which has a bunk bed, and I did see the picture of this room. The bunk bed in the Mickey-themed room is for little people.
Oh no.
Okay, so
Does it
some
have,
of
the
these.
guardrail so you don't fall
Oh
off?
yes, there's guardrails. There's a ramp up to the top bunk.
A slide?
Oh,
Ramp?
there's a ramp. It's a ramp.
Could
you
you
can't slide
slide
down.
down?
No, you can't slide
Okay.
down. There's
Come
like,
inside. It's fun inside.
no.
Oh boy. There is also a Star Wars themed room.
Greg?
And the Star Wars theme room has 1 queen size bed plus bunk bed, 2 double beds.
Wow.
And I mean the amount of bunk beds. So
Is there room to walk in that room? I mean, there's a lot of beds in there. These must be huge rooms.
if you had a choice,
Yeah.
which I'm sure you will,
I don't know
when you
Dep-
arrive. If you're a late arrival, you might be in the Mickey theme room with the short bunk beds.
So that sounds like the worst room of the bunch.
It sounds amazing. Minions, Harry Potter, Mickey, and by the way, we're talking about Mickey Mouse.
Yeah.
There's a big Mickey Mouse on the wall, or Star Wars. Which of those 4 rooms would you select?
So the bed size is more important than what's painted on the wall, but I'll play along. Give me the Star Wars room.
Okay, all right. Greg, I'm guessing you're Star Wars.
yes.
All right, so you guys can share a bed.
The one I'm absolutely against is the Mickey room.
The
I
Mickey
could
room.
tolerate the other. Star Wars would be my pick. The Minions is for the afternoon show, right?
You want to show? You said you wanted to show Heather.
I didn't know you were
yeah.
going to this Disney themed.
So let me.
Mansion
okay,
here.
here's. Oops, sorry, I clicked on a picture. There's the pictures. Wait till you get to the themed rooms.
While we do that, we have open lines talking destination bachelor parties. I'm going to one this weekend, and the idea of
Stop.
beer Olympics brought up.
That minion right over the bed just
Oh yeah,
staring
it's
down.
Minions. Yeah, it's
Oh
got
my
eyeballs.
God.
Eyeballs gonna be looking at you.
Admittedly, I didn't look that closely through this. I mean,
This
it wasn't going
is
to be a
sweet.
You
deal
didn't
breaker.
even know that
House.
there was a Mickey themed room
No.
or a Star Wars or Minions.
I saw there
my
were enough
gosh.
beds for enough people. I'm not going to
Wait.
veto it. It's not my call.
But there's not enough beds.
Look at this bed. These bunk beds with this shade you can.
Oh yeah, a little privacy in case you need a little privacy in your short bunk bed.
I mean, it's a beautiful house, but
The sleeping situation could be better.
I
the
can't wait
Mickey.
to hear.
Get the Mickey room and go under this little shed.
Oh yeah, there's a shed that covers the top bunk.
Oh.
You see the ramp?
There's stairs.
Well, there's stairs, but there's also a ramp behind the bed.
I haven't seen the ramp yet. Hold on.
No. Go to that same picture.
Yeah.
Look at me.
Yeah.
Right there. It is stairs. I thought it was a ramp.
It's stairs.
Yeah.
The ramp would have been cooler.
Yeah. Would have been much cooler.
Wow. This is fascinating.
You take your Mickey ears.
Yeah, sure.
Oh my gosh.
I can only imagine after Beer Olympics, the pictures that may be taken in that house.
Some text coming in.
There's a lazy river.
Oh, is there?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I
Yeah,
wonder-
that's actually pretty cool. Yeah.
Yeah. I wonder if you could jump from the Mickey balcony
Cowabunga.
to the lazy river.
I wouldn't
We
suggest.
need a picture of Costa.
Oh, that doesn't. Okay, this is going to be the. It seems like a good idea at the time story.
need a picture of Costa on a tube in the lazy river with the onesie on.
Yeah, is the Cabana outfit making the trip?
I can dig it up. Yeah, it's somewhere.
It's a romantic place.
John, you are so right about not participating in Beer Olympics. I'm past that point in my life. But a few days with the boys, no wife or kids, how can you say no? I see a weekend of fun and laughter.
I'm more apt to go on a guy's weekend, and if you want to frame it as a guy's weekend, which because that's exactly what it is. Yeah, but there needs to be like the golf. Like I'd be in for that. But just to go, like, what are you guys going to do while you're there?
I mean, some of it's TBD. I mean, I didn't plan it. I'm, along for the ride.
Yeah. See, I would need more of a plan.
Brother-in-law bachelor party up north this June. 13 guys, 80 acres of golf, ATVs, guns, beer, someone's dying.
Oh, geez.
Yeah. Now that I'm in for that one. ATVs, guns, golf.
I was the first of my crew to get married. We decided to go to Dallas to see a Cowboys game. From there, it blossomed into every party we'd go somewhere cool. My brother didn't get married till we were in our mid-30s, so we took him to St. Thomas Destination Bachelor Party. Amazing. Kevin in Lake Point. Myrtle Beach golf trip. 12 guys, Airbnb, 12 rooms, all got our own rooms. We're all 50 and up. We stayed next to a group of college kids. 35 people in the same style of house. Jason in Commerce. Guys, it sounds like it's going to be 4 single beds in one room or bunk beds. I don't want either. I need my own room.
Yeah.
You guys are
I don't
young.
know
You'll
that
be
I
fine.
mean, I'd be okay with a shared room, but
I'd be okay with a shared room with my a good girlfriend. Like somebody I knew. You said there's a lot of people on there that you don't know. Don't look at me like that. With one of my friends that
because,
if I don't know her,
that's not at all what I'm talking about.
all right. I'd be totally fine with that if I knew the person well. I don't want to be in the same room with a stranger.
I would have no problem being in the same
It's
room. I'm
weird,
just
though.
not. I'm at that point in my life
Do you
where
say goodnight? Are you going to say goodnight to each other? Do you turn the lights up? Like, what if one
Night,
person
John
wants,
boy.
like,
gonna do the Waltons.
Are you asking if someone needs a nightlight?
Is that what that is?
well, like, what if you want to stay up and you want the lights on, but your partner
Who turns the fan on? You gotta have white noise.
lights up?
You guys are asking all these
Got the
questions
fan
that I haven't
on,
even
fan
considered.
off.
The good night thing is weird to me.
Well, look, there's someone in the same room as you.
What? So you just
Good
ignore
night.
each other and don't say anything?
Couple of bros.
I would say I'm going to bed.
Yeah.
I'm not saying good night. Are you?
I probably would if I'm there with one of my buddies. I'd be like, "Hey, night, bud."
Just a couple bros saying
not
good
the
night.
good
Yeah.
night. The good night makes it.
Yeah.
Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs
Yeah.
bite.
I mean,
See you in the morning,
so when
Frank.
I was playing for 10 years, I shared a hotel room with one of my teammates whenever we would travel, even for the home hotel. So I mean, the sharing the room, but he was one of my best friends.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't remember. Did we say goodnight? I don't know.
I have a tough time seeing. I don't know. 2 NFL players saying good night.
Yeah.
What if they have a nightmare in
Good
the night,
night.
John? Do you comfort them?
I wouldn't wake up.
He'd sleep right through it.
All right, 9 o'clock hour. Patrick Kane. It's complicated.
Minions room.
Yeah, exactly. Got to secure that spot. What do
He's staring at you.
you do with Kane? 97.1.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. The Tigers beat the Royals 2-1 last night in the series opener. They will now get ready for Jackie Robinson Day today in Game 2 of the series. Jack Flaherty is expected to throw the first pitch at 6:40 tonight right here at 97.1. It's all over for the Red Wings tonight as they have their final game of the season at 7 o'clock. They're in Florida against the Panthers on WWJ News Radio 950. Former Michigan football coach Sharon Moore was sentenced to 18 months probation yesterday. The judge said he will go to jail if he violates his probation by using drugs or alcohol, contacting his former mistress Paige Shiver, or if he stops seeking counseling. The Pistons are getting ready for their first round playoff series. As the team announced today, they'll have new promotions for games 1 and 2 next week. The first 10,000 fans at both games will receive Thunder Sticks. All fans at Game 1 this Sunday are getting a free t-shirt with their seat. All Game 2 fans next Wednesday will get a rally towel. There will also be a pregame fan fest for the playoff opener on Sunday at 3:30 outside the arena. We don't yet know who the Pistons will play, but we know it won't be the Heat after they were eliminated against Charlotte last night in an overtime thriller. Charlotte will now play Friday against the loser of Sixers Magic tonight. The winner there will play the Pistons in the first round. In the West, play-in, Portland earned the 7th seed with a 114-110 win over the Suns. Phoenix now faces elimination on Friday against the winner between the Clippers and Warriors tonight. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 971theticket or Odyssey.com.
No need to say goodnight after the Beer Olympics. You just pass out. Problem solved.
Yeah.
You guys should dress up as the characters from your room for the Beer Olympics.
Oh, that
Yes.
would be epic.
It's Jay in Westland.
Yeah.
No SpongeBob room? ? Nate in Ferndale says the Harry Potter room is where the magic happens.
Yeah. Yeah. Bring your own wand.
Oh.
I think we had a guy calling about that yesterday.
Is that a magic wand?
Now I'm just thinking of the SNL Harry Potter skit.
Hey,
So are you going to go, if you walk into a room with somebody, maybe it's a complete stranger.
Yeah.
There's bunk beds. You on top bunk, bottom bunk?
I feel like you're going to make this sexual however I answer
No. I'm just asking the question. Top bunk, bottom bunk.
Bottom bunk.
Okay. What if because you don't know what if you're walking in there and the
I
dude's
don't have
like,
to climb down if you got to use a bathroom or something.
I really want you to end up with that Mickey bunk
yeah.
where you have to like climb in underneath the little shed.
Okay, bottom bunk, but then all of a sudden you walk in and then your roommate, who you don't know, walks in and he's 350 pounds. He's going to be sleeping
Above? Yeah. You offer to take the
Wouldn't
top
you
bunk?
prefer up beyond?
Yeah, John. You're having a lot of fun
I
with this.
can't wait till Monday. I want to hear how this goes.
We'll have Pistons playoff basketball and bachelor party reaction.
Uh-huh.
I mean, prepare yourself for anything. You don't know the actions of this, quote, roommate that you're going to have.
Right.
I know Stoney way back in the day was on a work trip with a promotions guy, and they had to share a hotel room. And all of a sudden, this guy's name was Tim, and Stoney gets out of bed, and he's naked to go to the bathroom.
Boy.
Oh.
Yeah, maybe you're rooming with a naked sleeper.
So I know almost
I guess we
half
haven't
of
asked the
people.
most important question.
Yeah?
Are you?
I am not a naked sleeper, John.
Jammies?
Did you take a blankie with you? Your pilly?
Pilly.
Yeah.
A lovey.
All right. Will Birchfield wrote an article, 971theticket.com. You're not over this. This is great.
2 weekends without your wife? I mean, no chaperone there.
Okay. Will Birchfield, 971theticket.com. He wrote about Patrick Kane and said it's complex. It's complicated. He broke it down like this, explaining Kane doesn't play this heavy 200-foot style of hockey game that the team strives for. Yet at the same time, the dude was producing. And he was one of few guys on the team generating offense. Third on the team in 5-on-5 scoring. He was a +5, and he comes relatively cheap. How do you replace that production? From March 1st, he had 24 points in the 21 games. So while the team's slumping, he was still producing. But stylistically, he's not what you want. What do you do with Patrick Kane? Do you guys want him back? It's complicated. 248-539-9797.
It is complicated because when you dig deeper into the stats, and I know you got them all in front of you, but in terms of, hey, when the team needed him most, down the stretch, March, the beginning of April, he was a point-per-game guy. And I know he's never going to be that tough physical guy. Like, it's just, he never was. Mm-hmm. But I don't know with this team, with the overhaul that we believe it needs, are you going to be able to go out there and get all of that same mindset in every single guy that you bring in? Is it better to have him as a part of this team, but you go out and you get that mindset, you get somebody who can be a top 2 guy, and then you bump him down to the third line?
Yeah, I don't want to be as reliant as they are on Patrick Kane.
Right.
Ideally, he's in a more sheltered role. Power play specialist, a little more scoring on a third line. You got to upgrade your top 2 lines. Centers, wings. He can come back. He could be part of this because we know they need guys that can put the puck in the net, generate scoring chances. Mm-hmm. You just can't be as reliant on Patrick Kane. But there are some people who are upset by that penalty that he took against Minnesota and say, you know what, dude, you play a soft perimeter game. It's the antithesis of who this hockey team wants to be. we need a reset. He's a 37-year-old hockey player going into the next season. I just want to move on. I don't know what camp you guys are in. 248-539-9797. I'm team bring him back in a sheltered role.
I guess I would go to, if you're going to go through an overhaul of this roster, how many can you actually replace? Mm-hmm. And of those, because there's more guys on this roster you'd rather replace other than Patrick Kane.
Right.
Why would you move him out knowing that you're going to have to replace that production, even though it's not the total player that you want?
Yeah, you start talking bodies in versus bodies out. Like David Perron's not coming back. James Van Riemsdyk's not coming back. These are older, aging hockey players.
That don't have that production.
Are you going to explore a buyout or a trade of Copper Comfer? Those are things you're going to be discussing. How many forwards are you going to be able to feasibly add in one offseason, and how many of them are going to be productive?
Right. I don't think that you're going to have... I don't think that you're going to be able to have as many replacements as we all truly want.
Yeah.
And so if that's the case, why would you get rid of a guy? Even though he's aging, he doesn't play the style of hockey that you want to play, but he is still productive in 5-on-5. He's still productive in some of those aspects.
I'm not crazy about bringing him back. I'm really torn on this because here's the deal. I want bigger answers before I bring him back. And then what that problem's going to cause is he's going to hit free agency. If he's willing to wait, he's going to get a job, okay?
Yeah.
I just feel like he's a better fit of a player on somebody like the Wild right now, like a final extra piece of scoring, or the Stars, or Vegas, or Edmonton, who's they're all looking to slay Colorado.
Mm-hmm.
You're
talking playoff teams.
Yes, exactly. Like he's that
teams that already have the tough nucleus
have their
figured
top
out.
six.
Yeah.
The Wings don't have their top six. I'm not crazy about him being a top six player next year. That's where I agree with you. And so I would definitely consider bringing him back if he wasn't a top six. But the current makeup of this team as he is.
Well, that's why, okay, let's use the word complicated or complex. He has great chemistry with DeBrincat. DeBrincat's playing in your top two. First line or second line. Are you breaking him up with DeBrincat?
Right, exactly. And some of that, it's power play, no.
No, of course not. But 5-on-5?
Yes. His minutes are going to be limited. It's going to be, 10 to 12 minutes and half its power play, right?
Yeah. Let's get to the phones. What do you want to do with Kane? Great article by Will Birchfield says it's not an easy decision. Paul, you're on 97.1.
Morning, gentlemen. Thanks for including me in the conversation. Much appreciated. You know what? He's older, but you guys made a great point. The guy's putting in a point per game down the stretch here for us. He's playing for extremely cheap. And, yeah, he's not gritty. We got a lot of guys that play the same way he does, but I don't think he's a guy that, for his price point, you show the door. I think there can be a spot for him. And the bottom line is your bottom six is where the grit needs to come from. You need to find some guys, not Pat Maroon, not Corey Perry, but that style of hockey player that's going to come in and make our team a lot harder to play against. Because right now we're kind of soft serve. It's way too easy. It's disappointing, man. I was one of the guys that talked to you guys back in January, February, and said, you know what? They've made some adjustments to this roster, better goaltending. Hole and Petrie are gone. Tarasenko's gone. We got JVR. I thought we were going to get in, guys. I really did. I'm disappointed. Wanted to be down there, Chevrolet Square, whatever it's called, cheering on some playoff hockey, man. That's what we're supposed to be doing.
I know. It's unfathomable with the cushion they had in late January. We pointed out some concerns, but the idea that you'd lose 2/3 of your hockey games down the stretch. I think it's 9-19 now since January 25th. So you start asking questions. He says they're soft serve. They don't play hard. They're not hard to play against. They don't get in the corners. They don't finish checks. They don't get in front of the net where you got to be physical. Well, Kane doesn't do any of those things, which is why I think the conversation comes up.
I think just another thing to question is he's been here 2 years and their point total's been the same.
3 years.
3 years, but they've been all around the same point level, low 90s, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what's he?
I guess let me ask you this, Tom.
Addition?
Do you think it's addition by subtraction?
I'm kind of torn on it, to be honest. I hate to be that guy.
I know, but
I know
I'm not
we're in
trying
the opinion business.
I know we're in the opinion business, but sometimes it is. I love how Birchie phrased it. He didn't write some stand on the mountaintop and shout. It was, hey, this is going to be kind of messy. It's not an easy answer.
I need the answer are the core four coming back.
Okay.
That's DeBrincat, Larkin, Sider, and Raymond.
I guess what you're saying is what this text says. If we're arguing Patrick Kane, we've got problems. Bring him back or don't. Bigger fish to fry. I agree with that. Andy in Ann Arbor, what do you think?
Yeah, I totally agree. Well, morning, guys.
Good morning.
I totally agree. He's not our problem. I'm a Kane fanboy. I'm not going to lie. But that's not his job. It's not his job to get in the corners. Okay, it's his job to put up the points, make plays. And you watch some of March, in the beginning of March, he was getting those pucks in front of the net, and no one was there. That's not him.
Mm-hmm.
That's not him. We keep him. I'd like to see him retire here. Detroit likes him. I don't think he's going anywhere, and I think he needs to stay. I think he's a good part of the team, and we have bigger fish to fry. I agree.
Yeah, look, if you told me, to Tom's point, like there's bigger dominoes, or Texter's point, bigger fish to fry. If they went out and added someone to their top 6, you can bump guys down and get away with it.
Mm-hmm.
If you're not going to make meaningful additions to your top 6, I'm talking about a center and or a wing. If you're not going to make those additions and you're just going to run Kane back out there with a bunch of like filler jersey placeholders in your bottom 6, yeah, then you are literally the definition of insanity. You're just going to do the same thing over and over again.
Mm-hmm. You know what just dropped?
What just dropped?
2-round fresh Mel.
And we can get to it before Carson Anderson?
Uh-huh. And so there's a pick at 17 and a pick at 50. And I'm curious what you're going to think. I don't want you to look.
I'm not going to look it up. I promise. I just have one question.
Mm-hmm.
Am I going to like it?
I believe you will.
All right. There's your tease. We'll get to that next. It's 97.1.
Hey, when it comes to an IRS collection or audit, Abraham and Rose has successfully specialized in resolving all types of tax problems for over 30 years. Their extensive experience means that when you're facing an IRS collection or audit, you can rely on their firm. Many law firms have come and go, but for 30 years of experience, it's a true testament to their success. Their experienced team is ready to evaluate any underlying federal or state income taxes or payroll taxes. All you got to do is visit abrahamandrose.com or call 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS.
John has some fresh Mel, a 2-round Mel Kiper mock, and we can get to it before the midday show even gets on the air. I love it.
Oh, yeah. Right before we do our athlete draft as well, which is coming up at 9:35. And so Mel Kiper did a 2-rounder, and no surprise here, number 1 overall pick, Fernando Mendoza out of Indiana, goes to the Raiders. The Jets, this is who I actually think they're going to take as well, David Bailey. Arvell Reese does not stay on the board long. He goes to Arizona. Jeremiah Love goes to the Tennessee Titans. John Harbaugh takes Caleb Downs, safety out of Ohio State, for the New York Giants. And a lot of people have mocked this in regards to the Cleveland Browns and the Dallas Cowboys consummating a trade. And so this trade at number 6 has Dallas trading picks number 12 and 20 because both teams have 2 first-round picks. They sent both of their first-round picks to Cleveland for number 6 and 39, and it means the Cowboys then are at 6, and they draft Sonny Styles.
Okay.
Which it also means Cleveland now has 3 first-round picks. No better way to remake your roster than 3 first-round picks.
Makes sense.
Carnell Tate, wide receiver out of Ohio State, goes to Washington. Reuben Bain Jr. off the board at number 8, going to the Saints. Kansas City, and I don't agree with this one. I think Kansas City needs to go O-line, but they don't. They go wide receiver. They give Justin Fields another weapon. Jordan Tyson, wide receiver out of Arizona State. Cincinnati goes Mansour Delane, the cornerback out of LSU. Yeah. Francis Maui-Noah, first offensive tackle off the board, and it's not until 11.
It's good for the Lions.
Yep. So that he goes all the way from Miami to Miami. The Cleveland Browns at 12 take Caden Proctor.
Okay, a little bit of a run on tackle starting.
Wide receiver Mekhi Lemon goes to the Rams.
Do they need another receiver?
Well, it depends on
the Puka stuff.
The Puka stuff, an aging Devontae Adams, and you got one more round with Matthew Stafford. Spencer Fano out of Utah, offensive lineman, third one off the board, goes to the Baltimore Ravens. Kenyon Sadiq, tight end, goes to Tampa. So our guy's still on the board.
He's there.
Omar Cooper Jr., wide receiver out of Indiana, goes to the Jets.
Strut to the podium.
All right, Detroit Lions. The guy that I believe you and I most want out of Georgia is on the board, as well as a number of other individuals. But the Lions do the right thing, and they go with Monroe Freeling, offensive tackle from Georgia.
Got your bookend tackles. Solidify the offensive line.
Yes. And, I mean, he has a write-up, but it obviously talks about pairing him with Sewell, their youth, Sewell's dominance, Taylor Decker being gone, Larry Borum getting some reps, but I think I would be much happier with Monroe Freeling working his way into a starting role.
And this is the range they previously took Taylor Decker,
yes,
who became a fixture. So you can get your franchise tackles right around that spot. You said this goes to the second round, too. I don't need you to go through all 49 picks. But
Blake Miller, offensive tackle. We were kind of curious as to where he's going. The Philadelphia Eagles take him at 22.
Okay.
I'm just trying to think if there's anybody else of note. Ty Simpson. Does he make it into the first round?
There's a reason to grab him because of the fifth-year option. Does he?
Arizona, via projected trade with Miami through Denver. Okay. He gets taken at 30.
All right.
The last pick of the first round is Jadarian Price, running back from Notre Dame. Mm-hmm. So let's go all the way down to 50. And let's see, who goes right before the Detroit Lions? Atlanta Falcons pick at 48. They take Lee Hunter, defensive tackle, Texas Tech. Mike Washington Jr., running back out of Arkansas, goes to the Minnesota Vikings. And the Pistons are on the board. The Pistons. Basketball on the brain. Detroit Lions on the board at number 50. What position do we think they should take?
ideally the best player on the board is a defensive end. They have some other needs too. They could address linebacker, corner, safety. Tell me it's an edge. Tell me it's an edge we're going to get excited about.
Well, I'm not qualified to answer this question because everybody goes say, oh, blue ball. Derek Moore, edge from Michigan. So I like the pick. I think there's a lot of upside for him. I think he was underdeveloped at Michigan. Like the first step. I like how he uses his hands. Is a little undersized. I don't think he's not a great edge setter
and they
in the run game.
That's a little odd. I think if they take an edge, it's going to be someone that they can feel comfortable playing first and second down as much as third down.
I would think so. But that is the fresh mel. Derek Moore, edge defender out of University of Michigan.
Yeah, and I want to stress, I don't want them to take an edge that's a bad player.
Right.
They need to find a way to get a good edge in this draft so they can start to restock that position. Again, they've gone 3 straight years without using a top 100 pick on the edge.
Yeah, so hit us on the text. Do you approve of the fresh mel of taking the offensive tackle out of Georgia, Monroe Freeling, with the 17 overall pick, and then Derek Moore, outside linebacker / edge defender from Michigan at 50?
Gets thumbs up for me.
Okay.
Couple texts on the Kane stuff. We brought up Will Birchfield's article. It's complicated. Should they bring Patrick Kane back? Text says the number one need for this team is a top 6 power forward in their prime, a physical winger who could score 25 a year. Until that player's secured, the Kane stuff doesn't matter, and it doesn't matter if he's back. Anthony in Ann Arbor. 2, you keep Patrick Kane to keep DeBrincat healthy. And another one points out part of DeBrincat having the big seasons he's had is because of Patrick Kane. You don't want to break that up. Bring back Kaner, Brad and Allen Park. And yes, Kane is still producing. He makes less than bums like Comfer and Rasmussen. He can make some of the guys better around him, Cyrus in Homer. We got a Detroit athlete draft coming up at 9:35. We're about a week out from the NFL draft. Have some fun with this. We're the best athletes in the city of Detroit. Get to Heather with the news.
This news is brought to you by Fusion Energy. So an Oakland County mother is headed to prison after her 3 children were found living in deplorable conditions. The 31-year-old pleaded no contest to 3 counts of second-degree child abuse after authorities said her 3 young children were left unattended in an apartment in Pontiac that was just littered with rotten food, human and animal feces as well. You remember this story, right? It all started, there was a 12-year-old and 2 9-year-olds at the time that were found living in this apartment. There was multiple cats. There was clogged sinks. The plumbing wasn't working. Absolutely awful. Well, during her sentencing on Thursday, the woman did have a chance to read a letter where she apologized to her kids, said she was ashamed of her behavior and the mother that she's become. Well, immediately after that letter was read, the judge called the woman a selfish liar. And because they've had it passed, the judge has seen this woman before, and in the past, she sentenced her to probation for fleeing and eluding during this chase where she stole $3,000 worth of merchandise, got in a car with her 2 kids inside, and took off. And the judge said that you stood in front of me and told me that you were going to do better back then, right? That you were going to change, that you made a mistake. And yet here you are saying those same things over and over. Basically said, nope, I don't believe anything you're telling me. So she was sentenced to 129 months to 20 years in prison. She was ordered to not contact her children directly or indirectly as well. A major new lawsuit tied to the Michigan State scandal involving former football coach Mel Tucker is now expanding, and it's pulling in some pretty big names. So Brenda Tracy has filed a lawsuit against Matt Ishbia, who is, of course, the CEO of United Wholesale Mortgage and a major donor to Michigan State. And in this complaint, she alleges that Ishbia interfered with the university's investigation into her sexual harassment claims against Tucker, including trying to influence the process to protect his own interests tied to the university, basically protect the university's brand. It also names UWM in the lawsuit as well as a defendant, claiming people connected to the company had access to confidential information during the investigation. And it all goes back to the whole original allegations that he sexually harassed her. And and led to his firing ultimately.
Yeah.
So he's pushing back. A spokesperson calls the lawsuit fabricated and unfounded, arguing that it's simply an attempt to revive claims that have already been dismissed elsewhere.
I was just going to ask, wasn't that the result of the Tucker situation? Is that it was dismissed?
Yes.
So is this?
It's just another.
Yeah, it's just another rung on the ladder
there
that
you go.
she's going down to see who could be responsible.
Culpable, yeah.
So there's this former Eastern Michigan football player that's getting a lot of attention for his unconventional shot at his NFL dream. So he is standing outside the Lions facility with a homemade sign, and he's there asking for a shot. His one shot he wants to try out. His name is Freddie McGee III, a defensive back who didn't get a shot at the NFL after college. So he kept on working. He became the defensive player of the year in the Arena Football League. And the thing is he doesn't have an agent. So he's out there hustling himself. And here he was outside of the Allen Park facility.
Yeah, I mean, who knows?
Good for him. I mean,
shoot your shot.
Yeah, go for
you
it.
can't do it if you don't try. So
I don't think the Lions are going to make a habit of picking
No.
up people off the street, but hey.
No, but you never know.
Yeah.
you never know. Sergio Garcia apologized on Tuesday for his outburst during final round play at the Masters on Sunday. We all know what happened after his tee shot on that second hole, found a bunker. He just lost his cool, right? He broke his driver, damaged the tee box. And now 2 days later, he did jump on social media to apologize for his actions, admitting that they have no place in the game. He also said that he respects and values everything the Masters and Augusta National Golf Club is to golf.
ESPN worded it as that he snapped the head off his driver.
Well, he did.
Who among us?
Yeah.
And you have mentioned this already today, but Diana Rossini
Yes.
has resigned
Yes.
from The Athletic, citing the media frenzy
Sure.
around all this. Just quick on that to tie a bow.
Mm-hmm.
It feels like you do this because you think more bad stuff's coming, right?
See if you get out ahead of it.
Right? I mean, why else would you do it? I mean,
Yeah.
her deal was up in a couple months. They're investigating her. You're trying to limit the damage.
They initially showed
course.
support.
Yeah. All right.
She's trying to protect herself and
Yeah.
her career and maybe her family. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, that's another
Yeah.
part of this. Okay, coming up next, we're going to go through our Detroit athlete draft. Greg had the number one pick. Big decision. It's next. 97.1. Look, the number one choice if you need a new roof, if you need new windows, if you need siding, it's Shaner Roofing. Those are big decisions. You don't make them lightly. It involves your home. And when it's time, you need a company you can actually trust. For over 30 years, Michigan homeowners have counted on Shaner. They're bringing that same 5-star service to windows and siding. So if you've heard of Shaner, you know what they're all about. Local family-owned company. They treat every customer like family. 4.9-star Google rating, thousands of happy homeowners. Every roof they install, lifetime transferable warranty. That kind of reputation they have, it is not bought, it's earned by doing the job right for decades. So, real simple. If you're in the market for a new roof, if you need windows or siding, you owe it to yourself. Get a quote from Shaner. MyMichiganRoof.com. That's MyMichiganRoof.com. Shaner Roofing, windows and siding. Michigan's name you can trust.
Hey, if you're thinking about a new truck this month, a Ram truck should be right there at the top of the list. I've seen the Ram side by side with the competition. I've driven a Ram. The Ram truck deals at your Metro Detroit Ram dealer this month are exceptional for power. Not much of a competition. You can choose from Ram's award-winning Pentastar V6 or Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8. And from the competition, why would you trust any full-size pickup at any price with only 4 cylinders? Can't work with it, can't play with it, can't do much. Certainly can't pass anybody. The full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights, Michigan. And for comfort and easy-to-use technology, nothing beats a Ram. Ram has a 5-link coil suspension. All it's going to take is one test drive, and you're going to feel how much smoother a Ram is. Right now, lease payments on a new Ram truck are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. All you got to do is pull into your Ram dealer today and do me a favor. Just start one. Sit in it. See how it feels. You're going to hear and feel the difference.
That's all it would take. Nail biter, couple lefties, low-scoring game, and the Tigers win. Those games are under a microscope when you face in division, but specifically Kansas City. And John, the difference, Kevin McGonagal draws the walk, scores from first, drew 2 walks in the game.
He's so fun to watch. Even, just getting on base, the amount of times that he does. It's so OPS over 900. His WAR, what I said was earlier,
Over
1-1.
Yeah.
He's everything that you thought he would be.
Dingler with a rocket shot to score him.
Mm-hmm.
And the game-tying run was Zach McKinstry, alert, ready to go from third base on a wild pitch. Only scored in 1 inning, only scored 2 runs.
That's all they needed.
And it's good to see Valdez getting back to it. And Kenley Jansen gets his milestone last night.
Yeah, big night for him. Congratulations to him. It's awesome to see anybody do that. Glad he's wearing a Tiger jersey now.
Third most saves behind only Rivera and Hoffman. Easily the best Jansen in the city of Detroit.
Yeah, I won't argue that currently.
Pistons. Maybe they'll play the Hornets. How would you feel if that is the series?
I'm fine with it. I think any team that you play outside of maybe the Sixers pose threats. Now, what level of threat? If you're on a scale of 1 to 5, are they a 2?
Mm-hmm.
That's about where I think of it, because we had talked about this before we knew Cade was going to be back. We thought that any of those 4 teams, the Pistons, could beat without Cade. So why would I then go to say, oh, well, man, I'm overly concerned? They're going to play the games. It's going to be a 7-game series. I just think I think it's 5 games that they win against if it does end up being the Hornets.
Yeah, step 1 for Charlotte was win. They got to win 1 more still to be that 8 seed.
Yeah.
Pistons can bully him. They did bully him 3 different times this season. They can suffocate LaMelo Ball, who they held to 32% shooting this season in the 3 meetings. Their star player was a -53. They can hit some jumpers, kind of like a mid-major in the NCAA tournament. They could steal a game, but it's not a single elimination tournament. And Detroit should bully them. And any idea of overlooking an 8 seed won't happen because, 1, Detroit hasn't won a playoff series in over a decade. And 2, they don't like the Hornets. They're going to look forward to caving them in. And the Heat would have done it last night if Bam didn't get hurt. So in terms of like the threat level here, this is a minimal threat level if they end up facing the Hornets.
Right. And so it's either going to be them, the Magic, or the Sixers, hoping that the Sixers lose tonight and then find a way to beat the Hornets. Sure. Stranger things have happened. Yeah. So that would be the ideal situation.
And in terms of where the Pistons go, we set the bar. You got to make the Eastern Conference Finals for this to be a success. You're the 1 seed. You got to at least play for an Eastern Conference title.
And do I think they can make the NBA Finals? Sure. It's less likely that they win, whether it's OKC or San Antonio. But do I think they can? I'm not going to sit here and say they can't, but I think the expectation, the minimum, would be that they would make it to the Eastern Conference Finals as a 1 seed. This is a team. Cade has just himself has never won a home playoff game, has never won a playoff series. There are things that you need to learn along the way. Can they make that jump all the way to the finals? Sure, it's a possibility. But they're going to be facing probably Boston in the Eastern Conference Finals. They've done it. They've won a championship. Tatum is back. It's a completely different team than the Boston team that played the first 60 games of the year.
Yeah, in a lot of ways, it kind of feels like it's going to go easy, medium, hard. First round is the easy game. It just as it should be. But second round to me is really where you're going to see, hey, these are 2 teams, likely it'll be Cleveland, 2 teams that haven't advanced deep in the playoffs, right? It's the team that said JB wasn't good enough. The team split 2-2 in the regular season. They offer a variety of scoring options that the Pistons don't have. They offer a rim protector that the Pistons would struggle against. They have to climb that and get over that hump. Otherwise, the season's not a success. Now, if you play the hard team, the Celtics, the championship team, I'd say the better team when healthy, you got a shot, but I don't expect them to win that series. And I think that's just how it sets up.
Yeah. That is the most likely path. Now, do we think everything is going to go chalk?
Never does.
It never does. So what's the wrinkle that's thrown in there? Does Cleveland get bounced early?
Sure.
Which would be hilarious.
Does someone get hurt along the way? We saw that last year in the Eastern Conference playoffs.
Sure. Yeah, with Halliburton and with Jason Tatum. So there's a lot of factors that can change the path that the Pistons need to take.
Some text coming in on our draft. It says, after deliberations, I rank John's crew first, slightly ahead of Cookie's Costa. Thank you guys for not including Riley Green. Another one says, thank goodness. I hate that guy and want him out of the city. That's okay. I like his approach at the plate this year. I get being pissed over 200 strikeouts. I like what I've seen so far.
He's not on pace for 200.
I know. Gator, who had the best team? Let me just run you through it, okay?
All right. This is
just the best players, athletes in the city of Detroit. I have Scooble, Hutch, Dingler, and DeBrincat. John has Gibbs, Jack Campbell, McGonagal, and J-Mo.
Mm-hmm.
Tom went with Sewell, St. Brown, Branch, and Sider. And Greg had the number one pick. He got Cade plus Duran, Goff, and Kerry Carpenter.
Greg started off so strong.
I know.
So strong.
Number one overall pick.
I mean, you get Cade and Duran. Those are two pretty good ones to have. I love Jared Goff, but as far as when I hear athlete, I think Jared Goff's a really good quarterback. I don't think he's a really good athlete necessarily.
Right, yeah. Athlete doesn't jump off the page.
Selecting Brian Branch is a choice.
Yeah, I didn't like that for Tom.
I love Brian Branch as an athlete, but coming off an Achilles, that's not easy. So it's between you two. And John, you took
Jahmyr Gibbs, Jack Campbell, Kevin McGonagal.
Yeah.
And he has J-Mo. I got Scooble, Hutch, Dingler, DeBrincat.
In terms of if you're just talking about flat-out athlete.
Well, I mean, flat-out athletes, John's got.
Yeah, if you're running field day.
Well, I mean, when I hear athlete, it's kind of the first thing I think of is athleticism. But, yeah, Jim, I think your last two start to fall off. I like DeBrincat, but, yeah.
Sorry.
You want to finish the sentence?
Yeah, I wasn't paying attention to the clock, and I wasn't getting any cues from anybody either, so my bad. I think John had the best team with the athletes.
Okay.
I didn't think Costa finished strong with the Dingler. The Dingler one's kind of, I think that was a misstep by Jim. And going to DeBrincat into the last pick. I like Alex DeBrincat. I think he's the most inspiring Red Wing out there. He and Sider, they're kind of close there. But John picked 3 Lions and McGonagal. And everybody's loving McGonagal right now. And then he finishes up with J-Mo, who's an incredible athlete. So it's hard not to say that John wins.
Gotcha. All right. So
My apologies.
No, it's all right. Look, we're in a new world here with the station getting networked around the state, and we got a hard out at the end of the hour, and we've been known to miss it. In which case, you just get cut off. And
not often. But
not often.
That was
not
pretty
often.
bad. My bad.
True pros up in here is what we like to think. So, look, the storms that rolled through last night probably didn't affect everybody. But there is damage on my side of town, the west side. And the hockey rink I play at lost a wall. Vets Arena in Ann Arbor. I'll hold it up to the screen. I don't know if anybody can see it. The wall is gone.
Wow.
And that is where I play hockey. And there's a couple pictures that are circulating of that. At Yost Ice Arena, a bunch of the roof fell off, and it is on the streets there in Ann Arbor. And look, I don't know what hockey rinks did to Mother Nature, but Mother Nature did some damage, man. Did some damage. Did you get sirens and everything last night? Did your phone start going off or no?
I did not get the sirens, no phone, none of that. I heard a couple of rumbles of lightning, and then or a couple of rumbles of thunder, and then I saw lightning. I was like, wow, the whole backyard just lit up. That was kind of fun, but it never, you know how they say when the lightning flashes and you count down and it's how many miles away it is, whatever. It never got like close to my house, so it was always like, you know, there at least like a 7-second difference. I'm like, oh, that's not to be concerned with. The problem I get though when we do get rains is that the drainage on my property is terrible, and it used to be much better, but I don't know why it's as bad as it is. I guess it must be that just the storm drain in general, way in my front yard is bad and probably plugged up and needs to make a phone call. But my front yard floods considerably, and so does my back. Has some uneven spaces, and it floods there too. So that's unfortunate. And then I have a situation like I had this morning where I let the dog out. I'm like, well, there's a lot of water. Well, she'll be careful around it, and she is, and she's fine. But then she saw 2 ducks.
There were ducks in your backyard?
There were ducks in my backyard in the pond. They were just chilling, and I'm like, come on, don't do this. And she just starts tearing right towards the pond. And there's a netting on top of the pond right now because we still haven't set it up for spring yet. And the ducks, and they start flying away. I'm like, can't you just leave them alone? They're doing nothing. They're literally just staying and chilling. And you got to do this.
That's not how dogs operate.
Come on. Well, actually, it's exactly how English setters operate because they're bird dogs.
That's right. They're not leaving. My point is, you say, can't you just leave them alone? That's not how that dog operates.
No, that's not how they operate. No.
Although that dog chases everything, right? Squirrels?
If it's in the yard, she'll chase squirrels and chipmunks and hedgehogs, and not hedgehogs, but what do you got? Groundhogs and ducks. If a deer is in the yard and she's outside, she'll pretend like she doesn't see it.
Really?
Yeah. If it's on the other side of the fence and she's in the yard, she'll bark like crazy.
So you know how your dogs start to understand certain words.
Yes.
Right? Does your dog know what a squirrel is? If you say squirrel, or will your dog know that?
No, I don't think I say it enough. It's not like I taught her that.
Because my dad had a student from France, and she had a dog.
Oui.
And the dog spoke French. When the dog heard écureuil, that's squirrel. And so we learned that the dog, when there was a squirrel, we'd see a squirrel, and the woman who owned the dogs, écureuil, and the dog would start looking around for écureuil. But anyway, yeah.
My mom, growing up, her parents were Swedish immigrants, and she grew up in Chicago, and she had a parakeet.
Mm-hmm.
The parakeet spoke Swedish.
Nice.
And understood Swedish.
Why wouldn't it? So anyway, so you got flooding, you got ducks, you got a dog chasing ducks.
I think it sucks too. I went on a walk yesterday. Went by myself I took the long walk yesterday, like 2.5 miles, or whatever. And on my walk, I saw the ducks. There's the 2 ducks, Mallard and his mate, and they're hanging out. Mm-hmm. And I spoke to them, said, "Hey, how you guys doing? Having a good day? Okay, there's some water over there for you." Along the walk. And I'm convinced it's the same ducks. That those 2 were the ones.
Neighborhood
the ones
ducks,
I saw, last night, which were several blocks away from me, but about far away from me on the walk as it can get. I'm convinced those are the same ducks from my backyard. Like they were like, oh, hey, thanks for the invitation to come over to your house. We decided to take you up on it. And now they're going to be like, hey,
never coming back.
Flip the middle.
You got a terrorist. A duck terrorist chasing them around. So last night, 1:45, phones start going off. You get the phone alert and wake up and I'm like, all right, is this for real? And I look at it, it says tornado warning. And so I'm immediately, okay, probably need to do the in-house evacuation, basically leave the bedroom and head to the basement, which we did, but I stopped halfway to look west and didn't really couldn't see anything. It was night and all that. But when we got downstairs and went and turned on local TV and our options, one channel we can't get right now, as you know, Channel 7,
right.
The contract dispute. So I'm sitting there and we're on Channel 4 and they did a great job with just keeping you updated the exact whereabouts of the storm. And we can see the storm basically went down 94 is what it did. It came in on 94 from the west, went down 94 through that corridor into Detroit. And like it was their radar was great. It was really accurate and their coverage was awesome. Text my daughter, her and her roommates, college kids, basically still up. They just went downstairs in their house, which they are in an old house. So their basement, I've been down there once, a little creepy, but they were down in the basement. Mom and dad were in a downstairs bathroom. So everybody was sheltering in their homes. And at one point when I saw on the radar that was basically, they'd zoomed in and I'm like, okay, here it comes, like right down our street. I just went upstairs quickly and took a look outside and got a little video. And I'm like, well, this thing's rolling in big time and you could feel it coming. And I went back to the basement and apparently there is no reports of any touchdowns, but there were high winds. And they said in the coverage, I mean, I thought,
it took the roof off of Yost, you said.
Yes, they had high winds, but there's at this point, right before the show, I looked it up. There was no reported touchdowns or actual defined tornadoes, but yeah, roofing came off. The roof came off of Yost. The wall at Vets Ice Arena is down. I was driving to work in surface streets and there was a tree across the road. I had to circle back. So there's been damage and people saw it and, it didn't affect everybody. Obviously you got no tornado warning. Kang, you got nothing?
No, nothing. We got rain and stuff and maybe some
northern suburbs.
Yeah, some thunder-ish, but like nothing, no sirens going off, no warnings on our phones, nothing like that.
My niece's boyfriend, I asked him, and he said that it wasn't terrible. My roommate and I had a huddle session in the basement stairwell at like 2 o'clock in the morning.
Where was that? Where are they?
He's in I think one of the dorms there. He's a grad student
at Michigan.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah. So look, I mean, it doesn't sound like my daughter this morning got up and said she went out to her car, said, "Yeah, Dad, I left the window open." Like, awesome. But she said the good news is,
of course you did.
There was like a few trees that had fallen on cars, but not mine. And I'm like, okay, you got lucky, but you also left the window. God,
kids.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Kids,
exactly.
You've probably done it.
I'm sure I have.
Yeah, we've all.
I think we've done it here at work during the show. Wait, is my window open?
Yeah, I remember I had a top off the car one time, and I had to run out there like it wasn't supposed to rain. But throughout the state, though, flooding is a real issue.
Dude, up north.
It's I saw some pictures a couple days ago. The tunnel of trees, yeah, that was it. The tunnel of trees over by Harbor Springs.
Harbor Springs up to Goodhart was one of the great roads to drive in our state. They had a washout of the road.
Yeah, the like a bridge or whatever is gone.
Yeah.
And they're expecting they're telling people to get ready to evacuate right now.
Look, I've seen where I live, you got the roof off Yost, you got another rink, Vets, where the wall is down. Any damage in your neighborhood, 248-539-9797. Hey, we got a baseball team that's won 4 in a row. We'll get to that today at 10:30. It's Carson Anderson here on a Wednesday on 97.1.
Hey, if you want that beautiful weed-free lawn this summer, do the right thing. Call Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service, where you get green and stay green with Natural Way. 888-GET-GREEN is the telephone number, and you get green and stay green and save green when you prepay. That's right. Call by the end of the month, and you'll get the early bird discount. They've been serving Michigan since 1990. They offer a 100% satisfaction guarantee. In fact, Natural Way has been a part of my house's routine for about a dozen years now. I love Natural Way. And if you're tired of fighting weeds and watching your grass thin every single summer, great lawns do not happen by accident. You've got to have the right timing and the right program, and that's what Natural Way provides. A full menu of services to accomplish your dream lawn. But early treatments set the tone for the entire season. It is so much easier to prevent a problem than it is to fix one. Get on the horn right now, and for a limited time only, you purchase a full lawn program, you'll get free grub control when you mention my name, Gator, and the station 97.1. Call 888-GET-GREEN or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
So, what else about the storm? Other damage I saw? Our trash night is Monday.
Okay.
But not everybody. What I realized this morning is not everybody brought their cans in on Tuesday. And there was a bit of an obstacle course situation because the recycle bins and trash and what's the brown one? The yard waste.
Okay.
Yeah, that's that. The people that did not bring those in have some fetching to do.
Yeah, that's no fun. This was a rarity for me because I don't take the trash out every week. I just don't accumulate enough to take it out every week.
Mm-hmm.
And so I let it go. I forgot to take it out last week. So this time I had to take out two full things of trash, and I had a full recycle bin full of cardboard and stuff, and then I had a bunch of other cardboard boxes. I broke down like 50 cardboard boxes and had all that out. Typically, I will let it, like garbage day is Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
Typically, I won't pick up the garbage cans until Thursday. I'm lazy.
Mm-hmm.
For some reason, yesterday,
You brought them in.
I brought them in, yeah.
I'll be glad.
And
you might be tracking them around the neighborhood today.
I mean, yeah, that sounds, I've been there, where it's wandered, but on a day like last night in your town, you may have to go to Plymouth to find a trash can.
Driving through, this is from Ben in Livonia, driving through the 94 corridor, delivering groceries throughout Greater Ann Arbor for Amazon and Whole Foods. Damage and trees down everywhere, even out in Manchester. Another one, a buddy of mine in Taylor had a tree crush his car and his roof. God, I feel terrible for people that happened to them. The storm went down 94, then it hit a pothole. That's from Scott. Of course it did. My daughter lives in Grand Rapids. We live in Lapeer. Definitely much worse in Grand Rapids, but the system sort of traveled northeast and missed us for the most part. Unnamed texter, I got a tornado warning, rolled over and went back to sleep. The temptation at 1:45, 2 in the morning, the tornado warning was supposed to be in effect till 2:15, got lifted before that. Next text, Gator, the storm drains in the road always plug up with leaves. Go out there with a shovel and clean it out. 10-second job. It's from an unnamed texter.
Yeah, it's I don't have the end cap, if you will. What I have, there's like a grate is what I have. And obviously I can't take the grate out, but I could try to stab it with a poker or something like that and try to move along
Free it up.
debris, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, look, bottom line is, hope everybody was safe. Hope your insurance is a pain in the you-know-what. I don't know if you know this. They don't make it easy to make a claim. I'm not sure if you're aware.
You're right. Yeah.
We're in a process of 2 right now. 2 claims. And it's going great.
Yeah.
Really simple and gratifying. So glad I have insurance. It just quickly resolves itself and covers everything.
Here's the fun part after it, when it's all done, when you finally have it cleared up, and then they hike the rates up.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fun.
It's awesome. And it's getting awesomer.
Yeah, well, sometimes it's a good time to take advantage of a new insurance company after that happens.
Oh, they're about to hear about it.
Yeah.
They're about to get that threat because things are not going well. Let's just say that. Anyway, again, hope everybody was safe. Tigers win 2-1 last night. They've won 4 in a row. I think I have a new favorite Detroit Tiger. And we will get to who that new favorite Detroit Tiger is. I didn't expect it to be the case, but I'm like, oh.
It's too easy to say McGonagal, so it's not McGonagal.
It's not McGonagal. We will get to that today at 10:35. But last 4 games, they've won them all. And they've allowed 4 runs.
Yeah, they've been pretty great. Pretty spectacular. The pitching has been amazing. And, you didn't think that going into, whatever it was, the 3rd inning or so last night, Valdez had given up a couple of hits, and there's some base runners and a misplay on a bounce back. There were runners on first and second maybe, and a ground ball comes back to Valdez. He fields it, kind of bobbles it, and then goes to throw it to Javi Baez at second base. And he sort of shot put palm balls it. And fortunately, the runner sliding from first to second kind of held up on his slide because he thought he was going to be out by a mile. And he was out by inches because the ball just went like 2 miles an hour on a toss to him.
Well, it was also Salvador Perez, who's slower than erosion.
Yes, that helps. But Baez's face afterwards, he's just laughing.
Dude, it was a funny play. If Valdez looked like he threw it wrong-handed.
Yeah.
Just imagine if you're a righty picking up a baseball and having to throw from the pitcher's mound to second left-handed and trying to do it in a hurry.
Right.
That's what it looked like.
It looked like a tailor-made ground ball double play, and it turned out into just a force out at second, and then they end up scoring a run in that inning. And it was unfortunate for the Tigers in that inning. However, they come back. That's what this team's about.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Not a ton of offense, but enough at the right time. Kansas City has a terrible bullpen, and the Tigers took advantage in the eighth.
Well, it was the bottom of the eighth, and they're down 1-0, and they've done very little offensively. And McKinstry doubles and goes to third on a ground out, I believe.
Labor Torres,
and then
grounded out.
McGonagal walks, and then there. I don't.
It was a wild pitch that scored.
Wild
McKinstry,
pitch scored McKinstry,
and then Dylan Dingler.
And then Dylan Dingler hit the ball hard, and I found the topic, if we were doing this show in Kansas City, is did Mikhail Garcia get out of the way of that ball, the third baseman for Kansas City? Because Dingler hit it hard, but that was an extraordinarily defensive posture that Mikhail Garcia took, that if he knocks that ball down, McGonagal does not score from first. But on a double to left, he scored from first with 2 outs. But Garcia, whew.
That was a quintessential Olay ball.
Yep.
That ball was hit so hard. I didn't see an exit velocity in that. Did you or hear about it?
I did not.
That had to be well over 100 miles an hour. And it was just one. It looked like it was 1 or 2 steps to the right of Garcia. And he wanted no part of that. None of that. And as soon as it got past him, you knew McGonagal was going to score from first. And unfortunately, that was the case. But Dylan Dingler was off to a really, really good start.
According to MLB.com, the exit velocity was 106.7.
Oh.
And it's only 106.7. Mikhail Garcia, get your chest in front of it.
It's rocking and rolling.
So anyway.
Yeah, you get your chest in front of that.
Yeah, I don't get paid millions.
Yeah, because
for millions, I'd put my chest in front of it.
Chris Pronger revisited.
That was an absolute laser. And Jansen comes in and gets the job done, slams the door, and not without a little bit of drama. But
yeah, right.
But bottom line is they've won 4 in a row. And I guess, do people think this team is okay? When it's all said and done now after a couple weeks here and back to 8 and 9, are the preseason expectations indeed still alive in your mind? Like, okay, reassuring, they're not back to 500 yet. They still aren't scoring a ton of runs, but nobody is in Major League Baseball now relative to what's going on around the league. Bats are starting to warm up a little bit. It seems like a little bit, and that includes the Tigers. But are you feeling more comfortable that the season is not going to be a disaster? Tiger fans, where are you at today with this team? Or are you still absolutely panicked? And we do know this. I'm not panicked. You still think that they won't live up to the expectation. When things are going poorly, our phones are packed. When things are going well, not as much. Things are going well now. And I guess we'd love to know if the fan base is like, all right, the rudder is down, the ship is steadied, they're going to be there in the end. Now, the weirdest thing is, I still can't get over going 0 for 4 in Minnesota. Like, that blows my mind.
That's hard.
It blows my mind.
Yeah. And so that kind of like neuters an argument that people will have. Well, you're playing the Central Division. Okay, well, they went 0-4 against Minnesota, and now they've won the first one against Kansas City. I'm not so sure that it's just that they haven't played. They're starting to play better. You can't take that away. Miami got off to a good start this year, even though maybe not much was expected of them. They got off to a good start, and the Tigers mowed them down over the weekend, and now they've got
second-class team. Yeah.
Look, this team is a better than 500 baseball team, but this team is also, I don't think they're a 100-win baseball team. We had our season predictions, and I don't think anybody was terribly out of line with.
We had a couple,
with thinking about it, but it neuters the discussion. People think that it's just a bad division, and you're just taking advantage of a bad team. I don't know if Kansas City is a bad team or not, but they've got a couple really, really good players. But the Tigers are a better team. They should win these games.
It feels like the teams that are expected to be on the fringe of playoff contention, San Diego, Kansas City, they've done fine against. And then teams that aren't supposed to be particularly good, that their win totals in Vegas were low. Arizona, Minnesota, they've struggled with. Minnesota better than Arizona, if I recall correctly. And Miami actually was a team that wasn't supposed to be good that they took advantage of. But, we spent much of the first half of the season last year tampering down expectations, saying, look, they're the best team in baseball. We don't think they're the best team in baseball, but they're acting like it. Yeah, we said that for most of the first part of the season, realizing that you just look at the roster, it's hard to imagine that this team is the best team in baseball, and they weren't. But they literally spent 2 weeks looking like the worst team in baseball. And that was a short-term results, long-term conclusions type of thing that we always try to avoid. But now, here we are, getting into 3 weeks into the season, and they're certainly restoring some faith. So we'd love to know where you are with this team. And I'll tell you who my new favorite Tiger is today at 10:35 and provide the evidence as to why. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Whether it's a new roof, windows, or siding, these are big decisions for your home. And when it's time, you want a company that you can actually trust. And for over 30 years, Michigan homeowners have counted on Shaner Roofing. And now they're bringing that same 5-star service to windows and siding. And here's what sets them apart. Shaner is a local family-owned company, and they treat every customer like family. Every roof they install comes with a lifetime transferable warranty, and they've earned a 4.9-star Google rating from thousands of happy homeowners. That kind of reputation isn't bought, it's earned through decades of doing the job right. So if you're in the market for a roof, new windows, or siding, you owe it to yourself to get a quote from Shaner. Go to mymichiganroof.com. That's mymichiganroof.com. Shaner Roofing, Windows, and Siding, Michigan's name you can trust.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Detroit feeling a little bit better about its baseball team after another win last night, 4 in a row. And look, your feelings are your feelings, and they're very valid. But we've had some real panic calls about the start of the season. Hopefully you're feeling better about this team. They were playing terribly to open the season. They were, by record, the worst team in baseball after a couple of weeks. And, we predicted a correction, and the correction has come quickly with a 4-game winning streak. Hopefully they can win this series against Kansas City and continue to stack series wins and get back to where we think they're going to be. But We just want to know where you are mentally with your baseball team right now. Coming up in a few minutes, I'll tell you who my new favorite Detroit Tiger is. We go to Tom here on 97.1. Hi, Tom.
Hey, guys. How are you doing this morning?
What's up?
Hey, I was, like every Tigers fan, pretty frustrated with the first 2 weeks of the season. The one thing I was terrified about was McGonagal coming up and flopping like Colt Keith did his first 2 years early, and that really gave me something to bolster my excitement while the Tigers were figuring things out. But now I'm fully on board. I think this team with Skubal and Fromber and the pitching staff is going to be great. I think they got a well-balanced lineup, and I'm really excited for the season.
Well, okay, there's a couple things there. One is I don't know that I would refer to what Colt Keith did as flopping. I think it's
we said to start the season.
Yeah, I think he did. You know, I think it's tough, and he contributed in ways. He contributed fine, and I probably is a more typical arc of a guy's beginning of his career. But Tom, do you think they have a balanced lineup? I'm still a little worried about the lineup. McGonagal helps quite a bit, being that he looks like their best hitter, and I hope that lineup is enough. I feel like the way they've won the last couple of days is the way I expected and more likely to win going into this season, and that is hold other teams' lineups in check. They won 2-0, 6-1, 8-2, and 2-1. And I love the 6 and the 8, but I thought they'd have a good bullpen. I might be on an island on that, and love the starters. But you're not worried about the lineups at this point.
I do think they probably need to add one more bat at some point. I'm bummed that Parker Meadows is out. I was excited by his first couple weeks and some exciting things I saw there, but they're probably one bat short of being a dangerous lineup. Yeah. I do think they get contributions from a lot of different guys and a lot of different times. So that's exciting for me, for sure.
It'd be interesting to see, and I feel like we're going to do it again, and we've done it with all our teams. When the trade deadline comes, are they going to make a go-for-it move? Which has become the great news is our teams are competing.
Yeah.
Our teams are interesting. Our teams have aspirations beyond the regular season. That also means trade deadlines apparently have been very frustrating to Detroit fans. Subtle moves have been made, moves that helped, but they weren't big splashes. Zadarius Smith 2 years ago was not a big splash, but he helped. Kevin Huerter, not a big splash. Looks like he might help. We'll find out on this postseason run. Yeah, the Tigers might need to add a bat.
But the difference is with this year and years past with the Tigers is if they were, let's say things hold the way that they are, they're a good team, or they're in first place. And guys are having a season that they're having now. We see what they are. If they shop for a bat at the trade deadline, the bat they get is going to replace somebody. It's not like before we're plugging a hole. Now it's going to have to replace somebody. So I think the players are going to be on notice here that they need to start producing. Your outfielders have to be counted on to be outfielders every day. And the same thing goes for your infielders. If Torkelson is not having torque bombs on a regular basis, that's a problem because that's an easy spot for production to fix. And that's the area where they may look. If you need a bat in the lineup, where do you put the bat in the lineup? Mm-hmm. Well, right now you start looking at the guys that aren't hitting. Even though Torque's getting on base 37%, 38% of the time.
Not bad. Yeah, not bad.
387 on base percentage for a guy who's hitting 208.
If he could only hit 250.
Right. Had 2 more walks last night.
All right, it's Carson Anderson. We've got open lines, 248-539-9797. Love to know how you feel about this. We don't have it? No, we don't. All right, well, we'll circle back to that in a minute. As far as where this team stands, Flaherty versus Lugo tonight, it'd be good to have a good Flaherty start, continue the streak of good pitching, and clinch the series against Kansas City. And how you feel about Flaherty so far this year?
Well, he pitched very well his last game out. So with Jack Flaherty, it seems like it's every other start and every other season. You get good Jack Flaherty out of it. But let's hope that he figured something out his last game because it was 5 2/3 innings last time out, 5 hits and only 1 run. He gave that up on a solo shot. He walked 3, struck out 6. A good step forward for Jack Flaherty, getting past the 5th inning and pitching into the 6th inning. Need to do the same thing. Kansas City is not a terribly formidable lineup, but they've got some guys that you got to watch out for. Bobby Witt Jr. is one of the best in the business. Garcia's off to a good start, and Salvatore Perez has definitely dropped a little bit with his production, but he's still dangerous. They got some guys you got to watch out for.
The way I look at the Tiger staff is you kind of need Skubal and Valdez to be good, to be really good, like 3 out of every 4 starts. They're not going to be great every time out, but really, really good 3 out of every 4 starts.
Did I call him Salvador Valdez? Perez.
Yeah, I thought you called him Perez.
Okay, I want to make sure I did that.
It's okay. I'm sure we'd have listeners make sure that you get corrected. Yeah. That's what they're like our own personal spell check. I think 3 out of every 4 starts, maybe 4 out of every 5 for Skubal, 3 out of every 4 for Valdez. And then Flaherty and Mize, I'm asking for 2 out of every 3. And then Verlander, I'm asking for, when he's back, 50-50. Give us, like, as you look at what is a realistic expectation, can Flaherty be good 2 out of every 3 starts? Can Mize be good 2 out of every 3 starts?
Those are big jumps.
Yep.
You know, that you're really counting on guys when they do that.
Well, that's what I'm asking is what makes a team a legitimate World Series contender. And I feel like that ask of the pitchers is more realistic than some of the asks that we would need if the lineup is going to make us a legitimate World Series contender.
Yeah, I mean, to your point, you don't worry about the first 2 guys. Those guys, they've got the track record to be really, really, really good.
Mm-hmm.
It's the next 2 guys, and what are you getting out of your 5th starter, whether it's Montero or Verlander? I kind of agree with you. If I got 2 out of 3 starts from Casey Mize was a good start, that's telling me he's going to be a real piece on this rotation. You know, this is that tells me that's well below 4 in an ERA. This guy's going to pitch into the 6th inning and give your team a chance to win. I love that. That's great, and that's progress for him if he can stay healthy. That's one thing he hasn't been able to do, and he hasn't been terribly consistent either. Flaherty has always been kind of Jekyll and Hyde.
The broadcast last night really had fun with Green Shirt Guy from Calgary, the fan that
they did
reach for a fly ball for Wenzel Perez. I respect go to the game alone guy.
Mm-hmm.
I think going to the game alone is just fine. I have no issue. I've gone to a couple of games.
Well, particularly on a business trip and like you're by yourself. Okay, well, what am I going to do?
I have done this on a couple of occasions where I'm like, maybe I'll just try and go to this game. My favorite of which was an LA Clipper game when I was out for a Rose Bowl. And I just actually called the Clippers and said, can I get a credential? And they gave me a credential, but the press box was like way, way, way up high, which was totally fine. But I love, hey, maybe I'll just go to this game. I went to a concert alone when I was out at Buffalo Wild Wings Bowl in Phoenix.
What'd you see?
Roger Klein and the Peacemakers.
Oh, that's your guys.
But that guy in a 2-1 game where there wasn't a lot of scoring, they milked Green Shirt Guy. And watching him realize that he was on TV was actually pretty funny.
Yeah, once he figured it out and he's craning his neck around to look at the TVs when they're on delay and that whole thing, and they all figured it out. It was fun.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of stories going on in the ballpark, that's for sure. In the meantime, we had some technical difficulties. We will hopefully be able to get to my new favorite Detroit Tiger, and we'll do that coming up if the difficulties go away. Got some Piston stuff to get to next hour. We got Are You Going to Eat That in the noon hour? It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1. Hey, it's Doug Karsh for Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. Spring into savings with low payments on a 2026 Chevy Trailblazer. Pay just $249 a month for 36 months on a Trailblazer LT front-wheel drive with $19.99 down, $249 a month. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke in Sterling Heights, 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive with GM Employee Discount and Chevy Lease Loyalty in the household. 10,000 miles per year plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends at the end of the month. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Open lines, 248-539-9797. How you feeling about your Tigers? Feedback coming in. Jacob in Minnesota says, rather than questioning the Tigers, I'm wondering if the Twins are actually good. That's valid. Jacob, thank you for listening in Minnesota. I wonder if Jacob's a Twins fan or a Tigers fan. If you're a Twins fan, welcome to the show. I guess if you're a Tigers fan, welcome to the show, too.
I feel like the Twins are a very talented team, but they're only going to be as good as Byron Buxton's health.
Boy, he's a tough out.
He is so good. He might be I think he's one of the 5 most talented hitters in all of baseball, but he's never healthy. Mm-hmm. If he ever can stay healthy, this guy would hit for power. He's got incredible speed. He's one of the best defensive players in the game. He's a real weapon to have, but he doesn't stay healthy.
An unnamed texter, is it just me or does anyone else think we have too many lefties? I'm happy with the turnaround, but I feel like we need a real power righty.
Well, I need guys that hit. Mm-hmm. I don't care what side of the plate they are on. You face more right-handed pitching than you face left-handed pitching, so I mean that's kind of why you would have a bunch of lefties out there. But when you run into a left-handed pitcher, then it kind of sucks because you take guys out of the lineup. There was, Colt Keith was out until he came in as a pinch hitter and scalded a ball right up the middle that Bobby Witt Jr. stabbed, which was unfortunate. But the Tigers still end up getting the win. But that's the problem with when you face left-handed pitching. You got to take guys out.
Billy writes in, is Baez a better player when he's in center field? I feel like he just adds more offense than when he's at short.
So they showed that stat the other day about the team record when he's playing center field, and they do win when he plays center field.
At some point you have to wonder if it's a straight line correlation.
Look, with Parker Meadows out long term, I have no problem putting Javi Baez in center field the majority of the time, and you got McGonagal and Colt Keith playing short and third. I think that's a nice lineup you have. And defensively, Javi's so good defensively in center field. It's amazing to watch him play. It's like second nature for him to play center field.
Gary at work, Torque and Green should take notes about playing winning baseball rather than trying to hit home runs every time.
Well, Torque's been drawing a lot of walks.
Yep.
And Riley Green is he's struggling with the power so far, but has he been that bad offensively? He's cut down his strikeouts significantly.
Yeah.
His batting average is not good at 238. It'd be nice to get those guys back to hitting a power stroke. I think it'll happen. Once it happens, I think you start to see that consistency. But it's a tough start right now.
Okay. So last May, the Tigers were playing on the road in LA against the Angels. And it was a 1-1 game when Kenley Jansen came in for the top of the ninth in a 1-1 game. And Riley Green proceeded to homer to right field to give Detroit a 2-1 lead. Then Colt Keith homer to left center. Dylan Dingler flied out. Jace Young singled to right. Sweeney struck out. Javi Baez homered to left. Then Carpenter singled. Then McKinstry doubled. Kenley Jansen got shelled by the Tigers. Actually, Riley Green then proceeded to homer for a second time in that ninth inning. 1-1 game to start the ninth. They went to the bottom of the ninth with the Tigers up 9-1. And Kenley Jansen decided he needed to shake things up. And last night was his second save appearance in Detroit. So it was the second time I heard this, and I texted the Birchie kid, and I said, hey, could you ask him about this? And he said, yes. And it was his walkout music. And finally, someone has chosen some walkout music that leans into what I was listening to. I feel like all the walkout music is more your genre, and understandably so.
Well, it's not. It's all country now.
Well, Hell's Bells, Trevor Hoffman.
Well, some guys have some metal.
And now Ryan Helsley of the Orioles has that. We played the Mason Miller, Corn the Blind, which I guess isn't really your thing. David Bednar plays Renegade by Styx. All these old songs, Kenley Jansen switched to this. And he's been good ever since. A little Earth, Wind, and Fire in the Stone. And I'm like, dude, A song that came out in 1978. Kenley Jansen was born in 1987. So the Birchie Kid did a feature about partially this, but also Jansen. Do you know that when he was with the Great Lakes Loons, he was a catcher playing in Midland, and on an off day, he drove down to take pictures at Tiger Stadium.
Wow.
And it's posted on our website, a story we have tweeted out. It's a young Kenley Jansen standing outside a partially demolished Tiger Stadium. He took a picture of it back, and there's a post there from like 17-year-old, I guess he was 20, 20-year-old catcher Kenley Jansen with the Great Lakes Loons standing outside Tiger Stadium. And it's funny because the fashion definitely goes back to that time, the early 2000s. But do you see the picture?
I do, yeah.
Isn't that great?
It's great. It's right at the corner there, and it takes me back to seeing that old stadium there. That's cool.
Mm-hmm.
That's totally cool.
So finally we got a pitcher that has chosen walkout music that I love. His quote, by the way, because again, Birchie Kid did a whole story. You can, if you want to read the whole thing on Twitter, at DuncanGator971. Here's the whole quote. I love Earth, Wind, and Fire. One of my favorite bands of all time, followed by New Edition. In the Stone is electric, man. I play it on the bass too. It gets me going. It gives me goosebumps. That's why I have it.
There you go.
So he even plays the song himself, which I think endears himself to you.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I appreciate anybody who wants to go back and pick something from the 70s and use that as walk-up music, whether it's a genre that I listen to constantly or not.
Yeah.
I love Earth, Wind, and Fire. I can appreciate Earth, Wind, and Fire. I mean, that's just great stuff. So, and it puts you, you just hearing that song, there's a vibe with that song that just kind of gets you, your shoulders move a little bit without moving too quickly. You're grooving a little bit. You're just feeling good. Right? I mean, it puts you in a great mood. Like, all right, I'm coming on. Yeah, all right, here I am.
So what I like about the walkout songs is when there's a long buildup and the pitcher's running out, they get their glove checked.
For the pitchers, it's great because they have they can play a 45-second intro for them to come out there.
Yep.
Hitters, you get like 5 seconds.
Yep. And ideally, you step onto the mound and you throw the pitch, your first warm-up pitch, right when the song takes off. Right? That's what you want. And the timing of this is it right there. Yeah. Throw your first pitch right there. How long into the song are we, Kang, roughly?
About 45 seconds.
45 seconds. It might even be a little quick, but I absolutely love it.
And I can picture him just in his mind. He's slapping the bass.
Yeah.
And playing like dropping a four-seam fastball at the top part of the strike zone.
Yeah. So, out of all the walkout songs for pitchers, this is the first one that I'm like in my wheelhouse from that time.
I mean, it'd be more if it were Steely Dan for you.
It'd be huge. I can't think of a Steely Dan song that would work. I also can't think of a New Edition song that would particularly work. I think he did a good job going with Earth, Wind, and Fire over New Edition. But if you were to, what would be right in peak Gator wheelhouse?
I mean, I think, talking about this before, I would either do something from the Mugs, something local with one of their harder songs. But again, you have to have, it's got to be the right riff, and you got 5 seconds to do it. Probably be something from Metallica, and Seek and Destroy from the first album is probably really, really good to use. And I would love to, use that. Or Creepin' Death from the second album, Ride the Lightning, is great. I mean, there's a lot of great Metallica songs.
The names certainly lend themselves far more for a closer stepping in than
Seek and Destroy is. I mean, it's just.
In the Stone is fine as a name. But, it's not Reaper Calling or anything like that.
Don't Fear the Reaper, Blue Oyster Cult,
whatever it would be. So, if you want to tell us
more cowbell,
what would be your peak walkout song, and the stats on Kenley Jansen since he changed his song, he's at a 1.97 ERA since he changed his song to In the Stone by Earth, Wind, and Fire.
Well, that's good. He had one bad outing this year, right? Is he had one bad outing, and he's had good outings since before?
Yeah,
since?
was it a non-save situation?
Yeah, I think so.
I feel like he came in a non-save situation and was not great. Against St. Louis, they lost 11-6. He went a third of an inning.
I guess he's only
walked one.
Is he only giving up the one run this year?
Yeah, at Arizona. So
third of an inning, a hit. It was a home run. All right, yeah, whatever. He's been really good.
There you go. And by the way, he looks like he's still got it.
Yeah,
I mean he's got a delivery, or it comes in on a slant, and I just.
He's 38 years old, getting the job done.
Mm-hmm.
He's like a 2-pitch pitcher, and he doesn't care, and it works.
Well, if you want to see the story, it's been tweeted out from our website at Dungator, or our Twitter page at Dungator971.
Was he third all time now?
Yeah, and the Birchie kid did a nice job. Get to know our new closer. The picture of him outside Tiger Stadium's awesome. He posted it on social media like 20 years ago. All right, let's get to some Pistons next. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. New this hour, the NBA says it is going to review footage from last night's game between the Hornets and Heat surrounding LaMelo Ball's trip of Bam Adebayo that caused an injury to Adebayo and sidelined him for the remainder of the game. Adebayo played just 11 minutes last night as the Heat were eliminated after losing to the Hornets by 1 point in overtime. The NBA said it expects to have a decision on Ball's actions before Charlotte's next play-in game on Friday. The point guard could be suspended for that game, which will be against either the Magic or Sixers, whoever loses between those two tonight. The winner of that game on Friday will become the Pistons' first-round opponent next week. The team announced some promos surrounding that series today. The first 10,000 fans at Games 1 and 2 in Detroit will get boomsticks upon entry. Every seat for Game 1 will have a free T-shirt, while every fan at Game 2 is going to get a rally towel. The full series schedule was announced this morning, as Game 2 will take place at LCA next Wednesday at 7 o'clock. The Pistons will then head on the road for Games 3 and 4, which will tip off next Saturday and the following Monday. Tigers have Game 2 of their series with the Royals tonight on Jackie Robinson Day. You can hear first pitch from Jack Flaherty right here on 97.1 at 6:40 this evening. And the Red Wings have their last game of the year tonight as well at 7 o'clock on WWJ. It could be the last time we see Patrick Kane in a Wings uniform, as his contract expires after the season. So do the contracts of other big names like Cam Talbot, Eric Gustafson, James Van Riemsdyk, and David Perron. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Hey, just a heads up, if you are sending a text message in, remember to sign it so we know who sent it. It's an awkward thing to do because you're not used to putting your name on a text, but if you could remember to do that, it certainly helps so we can give people acknowledgement on the air. But we were talking about the Kenley Jansen choice of walkout music. It is Earth, Wind, and Fire in the Stone, which I was so fired up. And I'm like, ooh, this one's right in my wheelhouse. There have been some that are closer to your wheelhouse that have been well documented, but this is kind of the first one where I was like, this is badass. But not everybody loves it. It's not for you. But if it was prime peak you, and what else I think that's really interesting, Scott, is a lot of people go with stuff that's old school, right? Hell's Bells came out in 1980.
Yeah, it's not the Back in Black album.
That song we did for Mason Miller by Korn, Blind, it was 1994. David Bednar comes out to Renegade by Styx. That's 1978.
Is he from Pittsburgh?
Bednar?
Yeah. The reason I say it because that's like an anthem in Pittsburgh.
I don't know. Like, is he originally from there? Is that what you mean?
Yeah. Well, he's not. He was born. Yeah, he was born in Pittsburgh. So
was it? Okay,
that makes sense for him.
Yep. And he's not with the Yankees, but yes, he.
Styx is a Chicago band. But yeah, I guess.
Anyway, the peak. What would be the peak walkout song you would choose? Gaben Warren says my walkout song would be Triple H's entrance song, "The Game" by Motorhead.
Yeah, you hear Lemmy's voice out there. Time to play the game.
Gator, you would appreciate it. Like wrestling, I think does it the best. I was just talking to Kenny, big WWE guy as well. They do it the best, where you just hear the first note or whatever. You hear the first sound and you know who it is. Everyone, the crowd reaction, the wrestlers look up. They're like, "Oh, here comes Stone Cold!" Like, it's so good.
When I was a kid and Hulk Hogan had just won the championship in WWF, where he had just beaten the Iron Sheik, and from that point on, his theme music, well, for the next couple of years before he went to Real American, was "Eye of the Tiger" by Survivor from the Rocky III soundtrack, because he was in Rocky III. When you start hearing that guitar, I mean, you get chills as a kid watching this.
You're getting chills right now.
I am.
We're watching
from Venice Beach, California, weighing 302 pounds, the incredible Hulk Hogan. Yeah, it was great. I loved it as a kid. And then, then I'd stop watching wrestling for a while and I'd come back to it. And then in the 90s, late 90s, when the WWF had merged or became the WWE, all these guys had different types of music, but it was all like modern hard rock stuff. And Motorhead was all over it. Zakk Wylde, who was Ozzy Osbourne's guitarist for a long time, he was big into creating a lot of these themes. It's great.
Well, that's why I think they shouldn't even have a pitching change. Like in the middle of a pitcher up there. All of a sudden, you just hear music, and then they're like, "Oh, Jansen's coming out! What?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, right. Like you don't know.
Yeah, you don't know.
Nobody
You
sees
don't
who's in
know.
the bullpen.
Oh, it's Vest. What? It's Will Vest. That's how they should do it.
I like it. I like the idea. You don't know, and they turn all the lights out.
Yep, you don't know who's warming up. They
you
turn
don't
the
know.
lights out.
Turn all the lights out, and all of a sudden on the big screen, you see like their own video intro, and the music hits, just like it's a wrestling
The
show.
glass breaks. It's Stone Cold, actually.
100. Yeah. Why is Stone Cold Steve Austin throwing out a pitch? Because he said so. That's why.
It's so great. It's awesome. 248-539-9797. Dean in Windsor. Hi, Dean.
Hey guys, how's it going?
What's up?
My walkout music would be "Money for Nothing" by Dire Straits.
Oh yeah, yep. Another throwback, old school song. Absolutely.
Mid-80s.
That guitar riff gets gets the people going.
Yeah, no, that's a good one. And I look, there's in this day and age where everything's got to be new and modern and young. I think it's awesome that in Major League Baseball, there's a lot of throwback stuff. Well,
because it's recognizable.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, it's music that's been played for 50 years or 40 years or whatever whenever you're picking your song from.
Mm-hmm.
It's recognizable. Just from a simple riff.
Yep.
There you go. Yeah. Who's coming out? You're not getting any hits. Good luck. You think you can handle the curveball? You can't handle this. Good luck catch up to the splitter. Falling right off the table. Woo! Come on. This is raw Metallica, man.
What was Joe Zamaya's walkout? Like, he had to have something. I forget now, man, because that's a character. You know what I mean? That's someone with personality coming out of the bullpen.
I don't remember.
He had to have something cool.
Yeah, maybe somebody can remember. He
came out to Voodoo Child by
there you go.
by Jimi Hendrix.
Of course,
which
yes,
is
that's
great.
awesome. That's a good one.
Yeah,
that's a good one.
Which Hulk Hogan adopted with the NWO when he became a bad guy in wrestling.
Kang, I'm going to talk to Kang for a second.
Oh man,
do you remember before the show when I said I think this topic will be right in Gator's wheelhouse,
dude? Are you kidding me?
Go.
We didn't tell him.
We didn't tell him we were going to do this.
Don't need Morgan Wallen in that crap. Come on. Lean into it a little bit.
Yeah, we got soft.
Let's get some Iron Maiden up there.
Morgan.
Lights go out, everything's quiet, and all of a sudden you hear Metallica! Number of the Beast, Iron Maiden, something sweet. Come on, let's go!
Jeff in Warren says, my walkout music as a pitcher would have to be Motley Crue, Too Fast for Love.
Oh, going early. That's off their debut record.
Jacob in Livonia, my dream walkout intro song is Pigs, 3 different ones by Pink Floyd.
Now that's going old school.
Phil in Ipsy says, best walkout music, Stranglehold by Nugent. Can't go wrong.
It's solid, man. That riff is iconic. Absolutely iconic.
From Toeman Mike, Walk by Pantera. I will go 0 to 60 in a snap of a finger.
Oh, well, I was going to say you almost did the Snap Your Finger, Snap Your Neck by Prong. But, yeah, the aforementioned song was Pantera's Walk was Rob Van Dam's music, if I'm not mistaken.
Scott writes in, Earth, Wind, and Fire is more apropos of a low leverage situation.
Right?
Works for Kenley Jansen.
Just lulls into this false sense of security. Oh, my man's laid back. Okay, all right. I got your curveball right. Oh, wait a minute. What happened? I just struck out. That's right.
Is that how it works?
That's how it works. I mean, you're grooving to the song.
Dude, I love it. I absolutely love it.
You'd be so concentrated on the groove that you wouldn't be paying attention to the fact that the ball was, in the outer lower part of the strike zone.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Brandon in Shelby Township. Hi, Brandon.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
So I got two, and both are from AC/DC. I got Shoot to Thrill, which is like when Iron Man comes out.
Yeah.
And then I got Thunderstruck. Thunderstruck's the best.
Yeah, Thunderstruck was an anthem they played at. I think they still play at Spartan Stadium.
Let's go to Ernie next on 97.1. Hi, Ernie.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up?
I got one for you. Bad to the Bone by George Thorogood.
You know, it's funny. I'm thinking about this. It feels to me like walkout music for closers is way different than walk-up music for hitters.
Well, again, because they can have the build-up. They got the longer build-up. The hitter doesn't have much time. But, yeah, I feel like Bad to the Bone has been used a lot, and rightfully so. Another iconic riff.
Ryan on a cell. Hi, Ryan.
Hey guys, so my 11-year-old, when he does Little League, and his walk-up music is Crazy Train by Ozzy Osbourne.
There you go.
That just, as soon as you hear the laugh, you're like, all right, here we go.
Yeah, and then Randy Rhoads just ripping it.
Danny is next on 97.1. Hi, Danny.
Morning, guys. Zeppelin, Misty Mountain Hop, one of my favorites.
It's a solid one. And going into the 70s for. Yeah,
Hey, you remember when Tyson came out to LL Cool J, I'm Gonna Knock You Out? That was pretty awesome.
That's awesome. That is great.
That was cool.
That also would have been.
That would have been pretty badass.
That would have been peak dog.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, early LL.
Oh, I hear you.
Untouchable.
Yeah. I'm picking up what you're putting down.
248-539-9797. I apologize. We promised Pistons. We got sidetracked by this.
No, it's cool.
I'm glad we did. Oh, I'm sure you want to do this the rest of the hour, don't you? We'll get to the Pistons next here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Hey, your Wednesday just got hotter at Twin Peaks. That's right. Cure those midweek blues and celebrate Hump Day the right way with their Bourbons and Brews party. Your favorite Twin Peaks girls dressed to impress in their finest black lingerie, serving up awesome samples and special bourbons. The tastings start at 6. If you're not down for bourbons, there's plenty more to get excited about. Dos Equis Amber is their beer of the month at a special price. They got a $5 new menu item that you need to try. The Sweet Heat Shrimp Tacos of the Texas Philly Twice Baked Potato. A loaded sports lineup, wall-to-wall TVs, scratch-made food, and the coldest draft beer in the country. An extensive bar featuring craft cocktails and all your favorite high-end bourbons and tequilas. And the best part, it's served up by the beautiful and hospitable Twin Peaks girls. Tonight's a perfect night to check out your Detroit baseball team back in action at 6:40. The basketball play-in tournament on the hard court. The party never stops. Your favorite lodge, Twin Peaks. Come see the difference today. Eats, drinks, scenic views. Okay. I'll just say this. The biggest, and this is something I'm not afraid to admit, and you shouldn't be afraid to admit either weaknesses or somebody's better at it than you, but I'm willing to admit this. When it comes to NBA talk, we lean on Kang a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
This is his wheelhouse. What's interesting is he's souring on the game a little bit. I'm going to give my take on last night's Charlotte-Miami game. Charlotte wins by 1 in overtime, thanks to a Colby White miracle 3 at the end of regulation to force the overtime.
Miracle.
Yep. And with 10 seconds left, down 1, LaMelo Ball driving, contested layup, makes it with 4 seconds to go, and they get a block on the other end.
Miles Bridges.
And Charlotte beats Miami, and Miami is out. And we can talk about all the excitement and the drama at the end of the game. I want to talk about LaMelo Ball from the Hornets, who totally swept the leg of an off balance in the air Bam Adebayo, who fell on his butt and didn't return. Eric Spoelstra said after the game that LaMelo Ball should have been ejected. And we know how our Piston team had problems with the Hornets during the season. The brawl that took place, the pushing and shoving, the double technicals last week with a great shot of Isaiah Stewart in street clothes, standing there with the look on his face like God is testing me right now.
Right.
I'm not going to charge on this court. The therapy is working. But, Charlotte, the way that they are playing the game is working for them, all right? Now, Orlando plays Philly tonight, and Charlotte stays alive. They will play the loser of that game on Thursday.
To determine who the 8th seed is.
And that 8th seed will play the Pistons. It very well could be the Charlotte Hornets. And this is where I turn to Kang. The Pistons have a reputation as a physical team. Is it an accurate take that if the Pistons match up with Charlotte, it's physical versus dirty? That it. Physical and dirty. Are the Pistons going to be the cleaner of the two teams on the court? That this is a physical basketball team that will play within the rules versus a dirty basketball team? Because video has surfaced of LaMelo Ball doing the exact same thing to Bam Adebayo during the regular season, where he ran past him, reached out, and he was on the floor. LaMelo Ball had fallen. He was on the floor. And as Adebayo ran past him, he reached out and clipped his foot again. Yeah. Am I accurate, or am I understating how the league looks at the Pistons? Will the league look at it as dirty versus dirty?
So I don't think you're way off base, Doug. But we are, and I'll admit this too, we all three of us here are really, we're inside, we might be too close to the situation, right? To completely objectively look at how the Pistons play. They are a physical team. They lead the league in fouls. So they know they're physical. They'll put you on the line. But there is a definite difference between physical and dirty. And I don't think for the most part the Pistons ever cross that line. They get up on you and play defense. They pick you up full court. Other teams aren't used to that. They don't like that. The Charlotte Hornets team is very young. I think they're very immature, and that leads to dirty plays like we saw last night. And with the altercation with the Pistons earlier in the season. I don't think you're way off base. But like I said, I will admit, too, that we are, we're here in Piston country.
Sure.
I think there's a difference between playing physical and playing dirty.
Of course.
Yeah, but will the NBA see that way? I don't know. That's a good point to bring up, Doug, because I don't think the NBA likes the physical play, although they should, because ratings-wise, I think it plays well on TV when you got two teams that are going at it like that. As long as it's not crossing a line, you start seeing punches thrown. The NBA doesn't want it to go that far. But there's no question that there's reason for controversy with last night. Adebayo only played 11 minutes. This is a guy who, a month ago scored 83 points in the game.
You're taking 83 points out of the game.
You're taking 83 points out of the game. Obviously, they would have beaten Charlotte last night. But, I mean, you take away one of the best players early in the second quarter. That's in the way that they did it.
You can't say that didn't impact the outcome of the game.
Yeah.
And, everything that happened after that, I felt like it was unjust that Charlotte won the game.
So, like, Charlotte hits that miracle 3 at the end of regulation to force the overtime. And then they foul Tyler Hero with like 10 seconds to go in the overtime. Hero knocks down all 3 free throws because it was on a 3-point attempt, puts the Heat up by 1. And, okay, let's see what happens. That would be perfect. If they lose because of a foul on a 3-point attempt at the end of overtime, this would be amazing. Unfortunately, LaMelo dribbles all the way down and knifes through the defense and lays it up and in, and you had the ending that you had. Miami had an opportunity there, but maybe it was a little bit of a hero ball. Unfortunately, just taking it to the rack instead of finding that open man, letting him have an open shot. He tried taking it, got blocked easily.
Well, it might be a moot point because the Pistons might not play Charlotte.
It might not because Charlotte still has to go another step.
We will circle back to the Pistons, but we have major breaking news right now here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. According to Bob Nightingale of USA Today, the Detroit Tigers rookie Kevin McGonagal becomes the latest young player to sign an extension, 8 years, $150 million.
Yes, that's awesome. So he gets nearly $20 million a year, whatever it is, $18 million a year?
18.75.
That's awesome. Great for him. They believe in him, that he's got this huge, bright future ahead. 8 years.
So they bought 2 years of free agency. I would have loved the third year of free agency at that price. Maybe this is what the negotiating point was.
You wanted the 9 years?
Yeah, I wanted the 9 years.
Getting greedy now?
Of course.
I mean, dude, in 2 years, I think we're going to look at this and go, wow, that's a steal. I hope we are. Kid's got so much talent. He's off to a great start. Stay healthy. Keep doing what you're doing. I think this is wise of the Tigers to do it. This is another feather in the cap for Scott Harris to get this done. Now, will we be regretting this? There's potential we could regret this if he ends up being nothing. Well, it doesn't look like he's nothing.
No. So the reason, of course, I wanted the 9 years because that's what Connor Griffin got, and he got 9 years, 140. The Tigers more money and more annually at one less year. This is a McGonagal friendly extension compared to what Connor Griffin got, but I'm not mad about it. Like, I'm not going to do it should be better. This is positive news.
This is great news.
Yes. Do I have a little bit of why couldn't they get that 9th year? Yeah, I have a little bit of that. But as you pointed out, there's no guarantees. These are risks taken by both sides that feels in this moment like a win-win. Every last one of us would say, you're going to give me $150 million over the next 8 years? We'd all say yes. Especially if you were making $785,000, which probably exceeds by far the mean income around Metro Detroit. So here he is.
Wonder what the signing bonus is on this.
I don't know.
If there is a signing bonus.
I don't know. But, Kevin McGonagal now has gotten paid. He just seems to be answering every question every test that he gets.
Wow. That just happened.
Yep.
So everybody is okay with this, right? There's some risk, of course, because but the savings, the reward could be huge.
Yeah, and it's also it's a definite investment into the future of this team, and you may be locking down what could be the best player on this team in a couple of years for long term. Where at the end of the contract, he's 29. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And apparently there's no options, so he can't even opt out.
Well, with the
you'd have to. I feel like you'd have to buy that
with his rookie contract. Yeah, you're not going to get that. This isn't like a free agent contract. But I love this. I absolutely love this. I think it shows a commitment from the Tigers, commitment from Chris Ilitch, that he's let's go. These are moves we can make, we can do, and it's a wise move. And I'll be curious to see how it is structured. I imagine for the next few years, it's far less than the 18.75 that they're going to have to pay.
What do you mean?
Well, because this is just the annual. You're talking. It's an 8-year, $150 million deal.
Oh, you mean what's the breakdown year to year?
Yeah, let's see the breakdown year to year. So at the end of the contract, are they paying him $25 million a season, $30 million a season? I don't know what it is, but I don't really care at this point. They've got a guy locked up long term who looks like a stud. They have him locked up before they have Riley Green locked up. This is interesting because I get the feeling that they're not so sure they need to lock up Riley Green or Spencer Torkelson to carry Carpenter.
No, I don't know that I would. If you look at what they did, the Tigers, who did the same thing with Cole Keith. Now,
what was his deal? How many years, though?
6 years, 28.642. His annual salary has gone from 2.83 to 3.83 to 4.33. That's what he's getting this year and next year. 5.33. This looks like more than 28.2. Is it? Yeah, 5.33. Then there's club options on the back end. If they want to, they can go beyond that. There's club options for the final 3 years for 10, 13, and 15 million. So if he gets
to make
free,
it a 9-year deal.
Yes. If he gets to free agency and they want to keep him, they can.
At a very reasonable price.
At a very reasonable price. Like this is now. There's other facets of this that we'll get to, but there is breaking news here in Detroit. Tiger fans, look, whenever stuff like this happens, you always wonder if they're going to rue the day. Will there be ruing? Or has this kid already, after 3 weeks of Major League Baseball, does he just reek of credibility and that there's not anybody doubting this deal? 248-539-9797. If you have any questions about why they did it, if you wouldn't have done it, are you thrilled? Is this a check plus for Scott Harris? It's Carson Anderson. Want your reaction. Kevin McGonagal, 8-year, $150 million contract with the Tigers. They bought 2 years of free agency at roughly 18.75. We'll have to see year by year how it's laid out. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. So, bold. Yep. Little bit of risk. Taken by both sides. Kevin McGonagal and the Detroit Tigers have agreed to terms on an 8-year, $150 million contract that averages out to $18.75 per year. How you feel about this, Tiger fans? 248-539-9797. Here's how the money will get doled out. He will make a guaranteed salary of $1 million during the 2027 season. $7 million in 2028, $16 million in 2029, $21 million in 2030, $22 million in 2031, and $23 million in 2032, and 2033
and 34.
And 34. Okay. There are some escalators that could increase his base salary. And we'll get to all those and what that is. So this averages out to 18.75. At the max, before escalators kick in, it's 23. For the record, this past offseason, Alex Bregman, who people compare him to, signed a 5-year, $175 million contract with the Cubs. That's $35 million a year. So he comes in well south of that in his highest years. Cody Bellinger signed a 5-year, $165.5 million, $32.5 million a year. Again, well below that. He's making less money. In his best years, his base salary will equal that currently of Gleyber Torres. There is a chance, if he is good as we think he is, that this will seem like a massive cost savings by the Tigers. Now, the kid's cashing in now. He's cashing in on potential in 3 weeks, and it would make sense for him. But this could look like an absolute steal unless there's one big thing looming, and that is, what is the new CBA going to look like?
Yeah, I don't think that's going to have any effect on this.
I don't think it will, but it could.
I think I suppose it could, but I think it's just small chance it's going to have any effect on that.
I think it's a small chance that it'll make him rue the day they sign this deal.
I don't think they're putting in a salary cap in baseball. And if they did, I don't think it's going to affect. I think if only how it affects the Tigers, I think it benefits the Tigers because the Tigers would have to spend more. But I love this. I mean, let's not get too carried away. He's 61 at bats into his major league career. But just putting out there what Bregman's gotten, what Bellinger has gotten, I hope he ends up being just as good as those guys. I hope he does, because those guys are great players. If he's anywhere close to that, it's an absolute steal when you look at this 5, 6, 7 years down the road. It's a massive deal for the Tigers, and it's a real commitment to what they want to do in the future. And is it also maybe a message being sent to Tarek Skubal that, like, look, we're investing in our team. We want you to be part of our team. And we're giving contracts. We're more than willing to give contracts to people deserving of it, and you are deserving of a contract. We'll see. We'll see where they're at with Skubal at the end of the year. I think we all assume that he's gone, and he likely is. But you keep bringing up the CBA, and that's a legitimate thing.
Yeah, we don't know what's going to happen with that, and
he might want to get ahead of that. You're right.
One of my bold-ass predictions is that he would want to get ahead of it eventually. And you had a bold-ass prediction that he'd move beyond his agent and find a new agent.
Wouldn't that be great?
It's been quiet on that front for a while, and I wonder if Skubal asked, hey, pipe down.
Well, it's also the season now. They're not going to talk about anything for a while.
That's true. But, we don't need you spitting rhymes at the media about me, please. At the end of the day, this is an organization that has fought the cheap label amongst its own fan base. This is cost savings and not cheap at the same time. Does that make sense? Because you could have just kept him under club control for 6 years.
Yeah, but
had an arbitration sign and give him his contracts, and you wouldn't have to pay him this for 6 years. They got an extra 2 years out of this.
But there's risk.
There's certainly risk. I mean, injuries could play a role, which is the worst. You never know. But injuries could play a role. The guy might not pan out. I mean, when you have people like to bring out the flash in the pans that we've had in the past. The flash in the pans we've had here in the past were guys who weren't supposed to be all that and got off to hot starts. And I'm talking about Akil Baddoo. I'm talking about Brendan Bosch. I'm talking about Chris Shelton. Nobody said that those guys are elite. Those guys are going to be elite. They got off to hot starts.
This was one of the top prospects in baseball. Yep. The number 2 prospect in baseball beginning this season. Connor Griffin was number 1.
I do think that we'll watch as feedback comes in from around the game. I don't suspect we're going to see any Kirkjian out there call this a dumb deal by the Tigers. I don't think any national analyst will say the Tigers, ooh, I don't know about that.
No, I don't suspect anybody's going to say that. I think that what will come out nationally from the writers nationally and the media nationally is that this is a shrewd move.
Mm-hmm.
And they're following example. I think it will be brought up that it's a year less than the Connor Griffin deal and that it's more money. I think that will be brought up. But I don't care. I mean, in the end, you just hope that this is that the player is what we think he's going to be. And if he is what we think he's going to be, it's amazing. And we'll be, I guess, disappointed we don't have him for the 9th year under the contract. But I'd like to be disappointed then because it means that this guy is off to an amazing start.
You know who else I think is fired up? Who must be sitting?
I got one person who's definitely fired up.
Do you think it's the same person?
You want to do 3, 2, 1?
Sure. 3, 2, 1.
Max Clark. Did we just become radio partners for over 20 years together?
This may work. Let's shoot for another year. Yeah. I mean, hey, I'm highly regarded. And so if he comes up and tears it up, he'll be thinking the same thing. I mean, look, everybody's motivated. I don't know if this is going to make him any more motivated. But if you are a young stud in the Tigers organization, the message just got sent to you. You don't have to wait 6 years. We'll pay you. You come up here and prove yourself the way we expect you can, we'll pay you. We'll pay you. All right, feedback coming in. Tiger fans, 8 years, $150 million for McGonagal. They lock him up. It's going to cost him more short term with the idea that we think he's this good, we think this is sustainable, and we think we'll be happy we have him for another couple years. 248-539-9797. David in Sterling Heights says, congratulations, Kevin McGonagal. Now he can afford one of Max Clark's chains.
Yes, he can.
From an unnamed texter, I bet the guy who gave up the home run ball for a signed jersey and a bat is slightly upset by this news. He should have held out.
I don't think he's upset. He's got an autographed jersey, an autographed baseball, and an autographed bat.
Whether he is or he isn't, it's his own value system. And it sounds like whoever sent this text would be upset. From Caleb and Whitmore Lake, amazing move by the Tigers to lock up Kevin McGonagal. Great news for people like me who already bought his jersey. From an unnamed texter, guys, let's consider that Kyle Tucker just got $60 million a year in free agency. This deal could be enormously frugal. From an unnamed texter, I would have waited until at least June. Chris Shelton, anyone? It's not like someone is going to offer a contract before then. He's been a big leaguer for 3 weeks.
To Doug's point, Chris Shelton was not considered one of the top prospects in all of baseball.
Nope.
He just got off to a great start.
Yep. And they knew it.
Yeah.
They look, I'll never forget, okay? When Quentin Berry got off to this great start with the Tigers, there were eye rolls coming from the clubhouse. Like they were like, okay, we're happy we're getting something out of it, but
water's going to find its level.
Yeah,
we know what
they
we
knew
have
it. They knew it. Did Shelton or Brendan Bosch excite them? Yeah.
Yeah, because there was some power associated with them. Yeah.
But at the end of the day, I think those players didn't have the kind of potential, and they knew it.
At the end of the day, Quentin Berry was a pitcher.
He actually was, wasn't he? Yeah. All right, we'll get to your phone calls and feedback next. Big news, Kevin McGonagal, 8 years, $150 million with the Tigers. You like it or not? It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
So somebody posted this on Twitter. I want to make sure if I can find it again to see if I can give it props. A listener named Jay had tweeted out, "Got to give Illich and the Tigers credit. They will likely go over the luxury tax this year in order to this extent to get this extension done. The luxury tax kicks in at a payroll of $244 million. The Tigers, prior to this deal, actually have a payroll that's 10th in baseball at $239 million. So the whole thing, they don't spend money, is a bit of a misnomer here. And now with this contract extension that they've given to Kevin McGonagal, this is going to push it over that. Now, it'll disappear next year because they drop $71 million off the payroll next year with losing Skubal, Gleyber Torres, and Jack Flaherty, among others. It's at least $70 million are going to drop next year. But this shows that this season they've got some money spent this season, and then they'll have money to spend next season in the off season, which leads people to think, well, if you have north of $70 million, why not make a crazy offer to Tarek Skubal?
So a couple things here. One is they weren't spending money, but the word was they weren't spending big money. The word was, when we think it's appropriate, we will. Apparently now it's appropriate, given what they gave Framber, given what they've done here with McGonagal.
Back-to-back playoff appearances. Let's keep it going.
And something else. But does this put him over the luxury tax this year? Because it didn't sound like anything happened. He only goes up to $1 million next year.
Well, if you got a signing bonus of $14 million, I wonder, does that get prorated among the contract?
Doesn't the NFL
split up? And if it's 8 years, and you're looking at plus it's $1 million, but it's $1 million for next year. It's not. It's still 700. Maybe it doesn't affect it that much. Might put them right on the precipice of the luxury tax this year. But nonetheless, it's the 10th highest payroll in baseball.
248-539-9797. The bonus starts, or he gets a raise next year. But if there's the signing bonus, if there is a signing bonus here, I don't know. We'll find out. It'll all get
They
sorted.
still have room.
Spot Track. Get on it, Spot Track.
Well, I look at Spot Track. This is before the McGonagal deal. They still have over $4 million in projected tax space.
Mm-hmm.
So even if it let's just say it's just the signing bonus that would be affected here, it's not gonna put them over that threshold.
Let's go to Mike. You're next on 97.1. Hi, Mike.
Hey, guys. It's actually Chris Shelton. How are you guys doing today?
Yeah, good. How are you?
I am furious. In fact, I'm calling my attorney because I tore the cover off the ball for 6 weeks, and the Tigers never gave me squat. So I don't know what's going on with that organization.
Yeah, that would have been money well spent then, right?
Absolutely. Guys, you know what? I'm being facetious. This is ridiculous. I love.
Yeah, we didn't think it was really Chris Shelton.
I'm shocked. I'm shocked that you did. But I love the kid. But my God, I would have loved to have seen this happen in August. But from the deal's perspective, yes, it makes great sense. It's very low risk. It's not a pitcher. It's a position player. So I'm much more in favor of paying these guys early than I am pitchers because arms can always blow up. So everything makes sense. But man, you still get that knot in your stomach that says, my God, man, Jackson Holiday, there's a lot of great kids. The fact that he doesn't strike out, though, that his strikeouts are low, shows you that the game is starting to change a little bit, that they're starting to recognize the value in contact first and not always talking about, and I'm so sick and tired of hearing this when I listen to Tiger games, a guy's tearing the cover off the ball, Cole Keith's off to his great start, hitting a lot of doubles, and all I ever hear guys say is, the power will come, the home runs will come. Shut up. I don't want home runs. Make contact. Be on balance. That's all I got for you guys. Love the show. Have a good day.
All right. Thanks, Mike.
I love home runs.
I like home runs just fine. And his swing is a contact swing, but there is power with that. And yes, power will come. But I don't expect him to be a 25 home run guy anytime soon. I wouldn't expect it. It might happen in a couple of years.
Chris Shelton was like an indie band that got airplay and everybody loved him, as opposed to the next album from Taylor Swift. Like, Taylor Swift is supposed to put out great music and is supposed to put out music that sells. Kevin McGonagal's supposed to hit. Chris Shelton wasn't supposed to hit like that.
No.
The comparisons I think are moot from a business standpoint.
Well, and they got a little. I mean, with Chris Shelton, people forget that the Tigers got to look at him in 2004. He had 56 plate appearances and did very little. The next year in 2005, that's when he got off to that big start. So they already had a look and said, okay, what do we got here? There's flaws. There's whatever. McGonagal, but in Chris Shelton, I don't think was anywhere near. I don't know if he was even a top 50 prospect in all of baseball.
I need to walk it back. It was a terrible analogy because all people are going to hear is Doug thinks Kevin McGonagal is to hitting what Taylor Swift is to selling records, and that's not what I'm getting at yet.
That'd be great.
But he's supposed to hit, and he is. Shelton wasn't supposed to hit like that. Strike it from the record. That analogy wasn't worth it. Now let's go to Joe and Wyandotte. Hi, Joe.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up?
I was just saying that's pretty awesome because maybe what McGonagal can do for him is be the ball player is, and maybe he'd be better than what they got. But is he one of them guys they got out of at the high school leagues or the high school ranks?
Yes. He was a high school player, yes. They drafted him in the same draft with Max Clark. He was taken, it was a sandwich pick, right?
I think it was a sandwich pick after the first round.
So question number 2 for me would be is, the Tigers seem to believe a lot in the high school draft or the high school kids that come out, maybe. But the thing is maybe McGonagal is worth the pennies they're paying him now because he's becoming the contact hitter they didn't have when Miguel Cabrera took over. Left the team. But maybe he'll be that guy that'll be like Cabrera was. He may not hit 40 home runs or not get 100 RBIs every year, but he might scare the hell out of the goddamn team they're playing against because.
Did you have that in your scorecard?
No, I did not.
All right, just want to make sure. You got a little carried away.
Yeah,
got a little excited there. Don't normally.
God bless him.
Yeah, well, God bless is better than what he said.
Yes.
I just did a quick Google search on this to make sure.
Yeah.
Chris Shelton peaked as the Tigers' number 10 prospect in 2005. He was their number 10 prospect.
Right.
He wasn't the number 10 prospect in all of baseball. He was the Tigers' number 10 prospect. Kevin McGonagal, coming into the season, was number 2 by most accounts in all of baseball. So this is a calculated risk that I am in favor of. I loved what they did with Colt Keith. Colt Keith was more of a chance take than this one.
Yeah.
And yet you look at Colt Keith's contract and it's nothing in comparison.
For what they paid him, they didn't pay him much. So it wasn't a big risk financially, but Colt Keith was considered a good hitting prospect, but his name wasn't, correct me if I'm wrong, his name wasn't included in the elite prospects in the game at any point, was he?
I think he was a top 100 prospect in all of baseball at one point.
But he wasn't you know how you know the name of the top prospects in the game, even if they don't play for your team? This to me is one of those guys. McGonagal is one of those guys. We know the name Connor Griffin because of what, not everybody does.
Colt Keith was number 22 overall in Major League Baseball.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
That's not bad.
That was in 2024 because he had a heck of a year in the minors, a couple of good years.
Well, if he's going to hit like this is a huge, that's a great contract for the Tigers. Doug in Oxford says, bold-ass prediction, Kevin McGonagal will threaten to sit out his 4th year to renegotiate his contract. That means things have gone exceptionally well. But that's right where the money starts to get big, too.
You don't hear baseball players hold that.
Not often, no. Travis and Westland, I think this extension very loudly and clearly is a way of saying this is our centerpiece we're building around. If Scuba wants to be part of it over the next few years, he can. But if he leaves, at least the team has a clear direction. From Mario, I like the deal. Hopefully, Dingler is next.
Well, I asked you during the break, who do you think the next Tiger would be to get an extension? Who deserves the next one?
Before I answered, you said?
Dylan Dingler.
Yeah, very well could be. It's Carson Anderson. Open lines. McGonagal, big deal in Detroit. 97.1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. The Tigers have agreed to an 8-year, $150 million contract with rookie shortstop Kevin McGonagal. The deal keeps him in Detroit until 2034, 3 years beyond club control, so the 21-year-old will not be a free agent until entering his age 30 season in 2035. There are escalators in the final 3 years of the contract that could elevate the total value up to $160 million. It is still already the highest total value contract on the team, passing Javi Baez's 6-year, $140 million deal. McGonagal is currently hitting for a .311 average with a .908 OPS. He has struck out just 8 times and walked 11. He's the only player on the team with more walks than strikeouts this season. McGonagal currently ranks 29th in baseball in walk percentage at 21%. He is one of only 8 players in the top 30 with a higher walk rate than strikeout rate. With Colt Keith signed as well, the Tigers have locked up the left side of their infield until at least 2032. Tonight they play the Royals at 6:40 right here on 97.1. We'll have pregame coverage of Game 2 of the series coming up at 6:15. The Red Wings also have their final game of the season tonight as they are down in Florida against the Panthers. That game starts at 7 o'clock on WWJ and will be the final game for color commentator Paul Woods, who previously announced his plans to retire at the end of the season. Woods has spent over 40 years with the Red Wings franchise. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Okay, so been a busy morning. Started with a lot of Tiger talk about the game last night. An attractive way to win a baseball game, 2-1. Getting 2 runs in their last at bat, and then Kenley Jansen comes on, slams the door. Well, slam the door. He gave up a base runner, a single, a stolen base, and got out of it. Runner at third, 1 out, got out of it. Tigers win 2-1, 4 in a row now. They've given up 4 earned runs the last 4 games.
You know, think about that. The bottom of the 8th inning for the Tigers and then the top of the 9th inning for Kansas City. Both teams defensively executed bringing the infield in.
Yeah.
Yet Colt Keith just scalded a ball right at the middle, and Witt Jr. just dove and made the catch, stopping that. And then same thing happened. The Tigers had the infield in with the runner on third, and it was McKinstry at second base that made the play. It was a simple play, but nonetheless, hold the guy in.
So then we got into the Pistons in the middle of our Piston discussion. Bang, Kevin McGonagal signs an 8-year, $150 million contract. Scott, I like to look in the mirror and say, are we being consistent?
Oh, sorry.
No. Are we being consistent? What's our self-scout? Are you and I sending consistent messages? Are we being hypocritical? One thing that I've talked about a lot on the show is short-term results and drawing long-term conclusions. We try not to do that. Are we being consistent when it comes to the Kevin McGonagal contract? 8 years, $150 million. We see short-term results. We're drawing long-term conclusions that this contract is going to be a steal. Are we being a bit hypocritical here?
I don't know. I think we've said for a while, I mean, we've certainly said since the idea was first put out there, I want to do this. I put out a number of $20 million a year, so this is close to that. I have no problems with this. There's a risk. I don't think it's a huge risk. I think you're betting on what you've seen in the minors. You're betting on what your own criteria is if you're Scott Harris, and this guy is the poster child for what the Tigers want out of a baseball player. So you're rewarding him, and you're rewarding yourself, frankly, because the contract is so presumably team friendly. There's a risk that he doesn't pan out, but I think it looks like he's going to pan out because he's got the right approach. If he were swinging wildly, and making, let's say he's hitting 300, but he's taking some wild swings and he's striking out a bunch, that's a different story. He looks so locked in every at bat. Doesn't matter if it's a left-handed pitcher or right-handed pitcher. He's got that same approach and that same command of the strike zone. Love what he's done.
Yeah, and there's when somebody tells you he's going to be good and then he shows up and he's really good, I tend to be inclined to believe them. I want to believe him.
Yeah, well, you definitely want to.
Yeah,
yes.
You want to believe him so much so that this feels like in the moment calling the shot now, I don't think they're going to rue the day. He is passing every test. Like, there was a stat that came out that he'd seen the least percentage of fastballs of any player in the majors or something along those lines early in the year.
Because all he was doing was mashing them. Mm-hmm. So he's going to see fewer and fewer fastballs, yeah.
And yet, it doesn't look like the production's dropping off at all.
Nope, still getting on base and still getting base hits.
248-539-9797. Detroit, how do you feel about this? Now, the other thing is this bolster belief in ownership that there is a commitment there? Because they didn't have to do this. Relatively speaking, going on the cheap is just, I don't even know if it's cheap, but people tend to not do this. This is a kind of a modern way of beating free agency, if you will.
I think it's shrewd. I think this is what a good organization would do. They'd get ahead of it and bet on your scouting department and bet on the player that you're doing the right thing here. I think there's always going to be some people that will say that the organization is cheap. And it's going to come down to because of Skubal. If they lose Skubal to free agency, then fans are going to be pissed because this is the 2-time Cy Young Award winner. He's unbelievable. We know he's unbelievable. And then you've got the fan base that can't stand him because he came out of the game, Game 5 against Seattle. I would hope that this goes a long way towards easing the tension for the fan base that doesn't like Ilitch or thinks that he is cheap with his team, because I think the answer is there. It's the 10th highest payroll in baseball right now. And they went out in the offseason. They spent some money on some guys, Framber Valdez in particular. They gave their fifth starter, Justin Verlander, they gave him a healthy contract of whatever it was, $13, $14 million that may or may not pan out. But if it doesn't pan out, they did spend money to do it.
Well, I guess the reason we bring it up, and you can feel how the owner, however you want. You can say he's cheap or this doesn't make me feel any better. I will say I'm more confident that money won't be an obstruction. I tend to believe if we will spend when we think it's appropriate. And I'm less concerned that money will be an obstruction. Now, the Skubal thing is looming, but some of the Skubal numbers that get thrown around, I'm like, I don't think I'd sign him for that long for that much money.
Yeah,
because
agree.
I worry about aging pitchers. Sometimes they carry on into their late 30s and they're fine, and other times they're made of glass and they're done by the early 30s.
So the other
made
things
of glass
considered,
is not fair, but you know what I mean. You get so arm events are so unpredictable.
Something else to keep this in mind for the near future with the Tigers and spending money versus other teams. We always look at the Dodgers and say it's ridiculous. The Dodgers have this built-in advantage because they have unlimited funds.
TV deal.
Yeah, and their TV deal is grandfathered in, so they don't have to share it. And it's ridiculous, right? But what it's also done to the Dodgers is, all right, they've got big contracts in almost every position. I'm not sure if the Dodgers can go out there and outspend everybody every year because they might not have a position open to bring in one of these high-priced free agents. Now, that doesn't mean they're the only team in town that does it. There are other teams. But if you knock out the Dodgers aren't in on an outfielder because they've already got their outfield set, then that takes away the biggest player in the game for those players. So we might see the Tigers benefit from the Dodgers doing all the spending over the last couple of years, that they're just not going to go after free agents as much anymore. And maybe the free agent market calms down a little bit. It may not, but it's potential that it could. And the Tigers have shown they're willing to, Chris Ilitch said, he's willing to spend when the time is right. Here they're spending right now. His dad did the same thing. That Tiger payroll was what, $300 million or close to it 10 years ago when they were going for it. They were absolutely going for it 10, 12 years ago. And I think they're getting ready to going for it here. I'd feel a lot better about it if we had more Skubal years, but we don't right now. So we'll see what they decide to do. And the collective bargaining agreement is something to keep an eye on, and what the rumors are going to be coming out. And towards the end of the season, I'm sure there's going to be plenty of talk about what's going to be discussed at those meetings, what's going to be the big topic, and that might shape what players are looking at.
Kang, your thoughts on this?
Yeah, as far as the perception of the owner being cheap or not, I don't think this hurts that perception. Like, it helps it, right? Like, hey, he did spend some money here. Now, obviously, he's doing it with the long-term goal of, like, we're going to save some money, but you have to put up some money up right up front. And I think that they're kind of practicing what they've been preaching. They will spend money when the time is right, and they have a philosophy. I think it is to spend wisely, not to just go out there and put the most amount of money on a big name free agent. They want to do it where it makes sense for the team. You know, it's almost like the Brad Holmes approach about draft, develop, and re-sign. Well, this is McGonagal. He just got sped up real quick is what happened, right? Exactly. Like they barely even had time to feel like develop him. He developed so quickly, and then now they're re-signing right away because in the long term, they hope this is going to save them money. Because first of all, I like the deal. I would do the deal. But everyone that has signed this contract, an organization that signed this contract with a young player, has felt confident about that move.
They all think they're doing
the right thing. This isn't 100 for 100, though. I think McGonagal is going to be worth it. But I do, if you're looking for, all right, what's the downside? I would say this. In 2 to 3 years, is he going to have the same motivation to play as hard? I don't think that's going to be a problem because he's so young, but he's gotten paid. Like, he's capped, right? He's got 150 coming no matter what, no matter how he does the next 6-7 years. I guess that would be the only kind of concern, but I don't think it's a concern because he's so young, and at this point he loves the game so much, he wants to get better, he's still playing hard, so I don't think that would be an issue. I think it would just be if teams start to figure him out, that would be the bigger issue.
248-539-9797. We talk to the people next. Kevin McGonagal gets an 8-year, $150 million contract. Are you happy with this? Are you concerned about this? Does it change your outlook for the organization? It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Look, I know the Bernsteins well. If you're hurt, you need an insurance firm. The company's actually Respect. That's Sam Bernstein Law. They've been winning here for 50 years because they demand respect for their clients. Call Sam. Okay, so a couple things here. People might be wondering why they did this. It's buying years of free agency on the end of the contract. When you are a young player, you get called up, you're under club control for 6 years, and you basically have a salary that is determined by qualifying offers and arbitration and all that. And in the end, you then become a free agent after you've been with the team for 6 years. When you're a free agent, you get to negotiate with anybody and can sign to the highest bidder if you so choose. Kevin McGonagal is making $785,000 a year. The benefit of what the Tigers just did, signing to a deal that will pay him, what do we say, $18.75 million on average a year, although it's doled out. He'll get increases over the course of time. They bought 2 years of free agency on the end of this. So they'll have him for 8 years before he's a free agent. Do I wish it was longer? Actually, I do, because Connor Griffin got 9 years. I'd prefer it would have been 10. But because if you're going to do this, you may as well go all in.
Well, but you're
either screwed or you're not.
Sure. He's off to a much better start than Connor Griffin is.
This is true.
It's interesting when you look at the way that each contract is structured. Pittsburgh has structured Griffin's contract where it's it's nominal for the first few years of the contract. It's like 1, then 2, then 4, then 6, then 9 or something like that. Whereas McGonagal gets a bigger jump and then levels out a little bit. Pittsburgh's going to be paying Griffin a lot at the end of that. It's just different ways of doing things. And obviously, McGonagal's getting paid more. But I think we're all excited about it. I don't know if there's going to be too many people pissed about this.
I got a question, because is this a nouveau way of doing things, like cutting-edge contracts with young players?
Yes.
Or has this been going on for a while and we just haven't paid attention because we haven't had a player worth doing it with?
Well, that may be, but I think I don't recall this happening too often in the past.
I don't either.
They did this with Ronald Acuna.
Atlanta.
Yes, Atlanta did that. And he signed, I think it was an 8-year deal, but it was for $100 million total. And at the time, it was like, that's a monster deal.
Yeah,
and then you're like, well, is it?
Yep.
It's $12 million plus a year.
The Tigers did it with Cole Keith a couple years ago.
Yeah,
so they have done this before. And at the time, he hadn't been in the majors yet. And everyone was like, what? Huh? Oh, it's saving money. Because now he might make $24 million over the next few years.
But they also
looks like it could be a bargain.
Could be, right? So they've done it with Colt Keith. They've done it with Kevin McGonagal. And if Max Clark comes up, I would imagine that they'd be interested in doing it with Max Clark. But other guys have already been on this team for several years and haven't got that extension. And before they hit their free agent years. Guys like Riley Green and Kerry Carpenter.
You think this chaps
I don't know if it chaps them. I mean, I got to imagine if you're Riley Green, you're a 2-time All-Star and you had the year you had last year, that you'd like to get something done. And at the same time, maybe you're relying on, hey, I'm just going to go out there and play my game when I hit free agency. If I sign with the Tigers, it's going to be for a big contract, or with somebody else for a big contract. But if you're the Tigers, do you start thinking about, all right, I know these guys aren't free agents until I think it's 2029, but do you want to take a swing at Riley Green and give him an extension? Or Dylan Dingler? I think Dylan Dingler is somebody who's maybe more deserving of it, a little more consistent, and is more on the upside here than Riley Green is kind of
at a valued position.
Off to a slow start. Yeah, at a very valued position. So we'll see.
Let's go to Tom and Troy. You're on 97.1. Hi, Tom.
Yeah, hi. Just wanted to mention about McGonagal. I don't remember where I saw this, but somebody was interviewing him, and he said that he could tell what the pitch was as soon as it left the pitcher's hand. And I would consider that almost a superpower to be able to do that. And which means his only uncertainty is not what the pitch is going to be, it's where it's going to wind up, which is usually somewhere around the strike zone, right? So and they asked him how long he was able to do that, and he said all his life, ever since he started playing baseball. Then you just gave a stat that he's the only one on the team that has more walks than strikeouts. So that alone tells me he's worth every penny that they're paying him.
I remember hearing a story with Tony Gwynn, who's one of the greatest hitters of all time. And if not the greatest pure hitter of all time, probably is really. And he was talking with a bunch of young Padre hitters about, here's how he does it. And he mentioned recognizing the pitch as it came out of the pitcher's hand. And somebody raised their hand and said, None of us can do that, Tony. It's like a special gift, and the best hitters have it.
Yeah, it's Ted Williams, who may have been the greatest hitter of all time, was hired as a hitting coach, and he's trying to teach kids. It's not easy to teach somebody how to do what you do and what comes natural to you. You know, it's like, why can't you just do what I did?
Give it a gift.
Because I'm not Ted Williams. That's why I can't do what you do.
I remember when Ichiro, one of the greatest hitters of all time as well, guys.
There we go.
He said something in Japanese, and I did not understand what the hell he was saying.
My man. I love Ichiro.
I thought we were comparing greatest hitter of all time there.
There's Tony Gwynn, and then there's a battle for number 2. Let's just say that. Oh, wow. 8-year contract after 3 weeks? What if he's a bust? That's from Denise in Fort Myers.
Well, if he's a bust, then it's a bad deal, right?
Yep.
Do you think he's a bust? If I'm worried about that, I probably don't sign him.
Well, the question is, could they have done this in August? Could they have gotten the same deal done in August, or would he have cost that much more?
I think probably would. If he ends up having the season he's off to a start to, it would cost a lot more.
If in August he's doing this?
Yeah, if he's hitting 300 in August and, his OPS is like 850, I think it's going to cost you a lot. So by the way, this is not a light contract. This is a commitment.
Yep.
Nearly $20 million, nearly $19 million a year for 8 years. It's a commitment. But it's team friendly if he is anywhere close to what you think he is.
I really like it, understanding there's a risk. And that you can't sign a deal like this without taking a risk. But what I love about it is I'm less concerned about money being an object to this team's getting in the way of this team's desire to win. Less concerned about that. And I mean, the Skubal thing with Boris involved, some of the numbers or the speculation about the contract are contracts I wouldn't sign him for. Too long and too much money. Pump the brakes a bit, guys. Kevin's face isn't painted up like a Navy SEAL, and he doesn't even have one bike chain around his neck. How can we take him seriously? That's from Brad and Wesley.
What happens if he shows up in the dugout tonight and he does? He's changed. Like, he's completely changed.
Well, I think that would suck. I don't want him to change anything. I mean, jesting aside, I hope he doesn't change a damn thing.
Grows a mustache out and waxes it. And, I don't think he seems like a great kid. I wish him nothing but the best of luck.
How about this one from Scott? This is why I think Scott Harris has become the best GM in Detroit. I'm confident he will make the big moves when needed. Yeah, I mean,
well, this is an under-the-radar big move, right? I think when people think big moves, they think trading for the big player, signing the big free agent.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think people think what he just did. Yeah, I'm going to sign our top prospect to a long-term contract 3 weeks into the season.
Next text. Just asking the question, do we worry players signing these deals this quick lose their motivation? I'm not suggesting he will, but some of them?
I sure hope not. I mean, this is what you love to do. You're playing baseball because you love it. I mean, and you have an idea of what kind of person the player is.
That's what I'd hope they'd be relying on, is they have a good scouting report on the kid's desire, professionalism. Because if there's any question about it, if you see any signs that they're just focused on the money and that's what their number one desire is, and that's their driving force, I'd have concerns. And I would sure as hell hope they didn't sign him to a deal like this if they were worried about that. John in Battle Creek is next. Hi, John.
Hey, how are you today?
What's up?
Okay. Everybody's worried about this money, and is he going to, back out or whatever? If we put it in retrospect in our lives, we're spending 8 years on a Denali car now, and we don't know if it's going to, we have warranty. Well, we have warranty kind of with him because he can't go nowhere, but I think that we're just overreacting. I think time to either.
Hold on, I got to
get
stop
off
you,
the
John.
pot.
What are you talking about? Like, we're overreacting in what way? Who's overreacting? What is overreaction?
That they spent too much money and did it too soon.
Okay.
I don't think there are many people that have said that, but I'm sure it's out there.
Well, you were just talking. That one dude said that, and that gal goes, "Did we pay him too much money? And is he gonna peter out?
Do you think they did?
No, I don't think so at all. Just like you. No, I don't even know. I'm like with Karch. I don't even think they paid him more for another year. They should have.
I would have loved to see it. I mean, at this point, John, the reason I would do it is the benefit is getting years of free agency that you don't have. You're buying years of free agency away from him. I would have brought, if I could have, I would have bought 4. But then again, this is better than not doing it. Buying 2 years of free agency is just fine. And just because Connor Griffin got 3 doesn't mean the Tigers had to get 3 as well. All in all, 2 is fine. 248-539-9797. Another edition. Are you going to eat that at 12:35? 97.1.
Well, we're getting all this rain, which means your grass is starting to turn really green, but you want to make sure you get rid of the weeds that come with it. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service is where you get green and stay green. 888-GET-GREEN is a telephone number, and you get green and stay green and save green when you prepay for their services. Call by the end of the month, and you'll get the early bird discount. They've been serving Michigan since 1990. They offer the 100% satisfaction guarantee, and Natural Way has been in my house for nearly a dozen years now. I love what they provide. For greener grass and fewer weeds, early treatment is absolutely key. And at Natural Way, they've got programs designed to strengthen the turf, improve the color, and control weeds. They've got experts in the field that come out and diagnose any problem that you have with your yard. But you've got to start early for the best results. It's easier to prevent a problem than it is to fix a problem. Call right now, and for a limited time only, you can purchase a full lawn program and you'll get free grub control. But you got to mention my name, Gator, and the station 97.1. That's 888-GET-GREEN or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
Big breaking news in Detroit. If you just flipped your radio on, Kevin McGonagal gets an 8-year, $150 million contract. He would have been a free agent in 6 years. Now the Tigers buy 2 years of that free agency for a contract that escalates but averages out to 18.75. He won't be getting exactly that. In fact, his first escalation comes next year. But you get a couple of years of free agency that you bought away from Kevin McGonagal. And look, this could be a bargain if he's as good as he looks. It's also a risk, right? I mean, he may start to struggle at some point. He may, may get hurt. When something like this happens, I see a future when he's like 1 for 32 in a stretch in late July. And we invariably get the following phone call.
Yeah.
I knew the day he signed this contract, he wasn't going to be worth it.
There you go.
I almost want that guy to call now. Because nobody believes you when you say it when things look bad. I knew the day he signed the contract. Well, today's the day he signed the contract. What do you know? Call your shot now. Don't wait till then. Tell us
now.
Yeah. From an unnamed texter, at the very least, they've locked up your future shortstop, who is a very good fielder, for an additional 8 years. Even if he only hits 250 the rest of the time, it's still a great deal. After inflation, it's even better. Well, I hope he hits better than 250, but you bring up something that, Gleyber Torres basically makes right now the money that Kevin McGonagal will make when his contract is paying him the most. So Gleyber Torres, who's a good player, not an elite player, but he's a good player. At his best, he's hitting high 200s and 20-plus home runs. That feels like a value, a reasonable value for what they're paying him for a veteran player. Might be a little much, but if that's the bar and McGonagal isn't a 300 hitter who's going to get on base and have an OPS of 890, then it still doesn't mean it's actually might not be a bad contract. It might still be a good contract. That person's right.
Look, as far as putting numbers to it, it's so hard to really put a bar out there and what you expect, because a 300 hitter, there aren't many of them in baseball anymore. It's a different game today. But the on-base percentage, his discipline at the plate, there's so much to like with him already in just 61 at-bats on the season. You got to love watching him step up to the plate. For me, it's must-see TV. I just love watching him command that strike zone and know what's a strike, what isn't a strike, and watch him put the ball in play, and usually it's a good result. And I hope we see this for a long, long time. And now that he's locked up for 8 years, we know he's going to be in uniform for a long, long time. Mm-hmm. Will he live up to it? We'll find out. Don't need to put too much pressure on him now, although I'm sure he's going to feel some now that he's got a big contract, and people are going to be teasing him about it, no doubt, in the clubhouse, and his friends that he played in the minors with are going to be calling him and everything. But I think he's the real deal. And I'm excited.
All right, we'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1. It's time for Are You Going to Eat That? All right, Scott, found some interesting stuff here. We start with the Toronto Blue Jays. According to Bro Bible, last week they had a game against the Dodgers. And on that night against the Dodgers, they charged 77 cents for a hot dog.
Wow.
77 cents. The average price of a hot dog in Major League Baseball is $5.80 currently.
Wow.
So they had 40,971 spectators, and they went through 102,202 hot dogs.
That's a lot of hot dogs.
2.5 a person.
Scott, on 77-cent hot dog night, how many would you eat? I'll start 0.
I would definitely go 2, and if I went up for a second round, it would probably be another 2, so 4.
Okay, I was gonna say my floor is 3.
Okay,
like that's the floor. I'm definitely gonna leave the ballpark at least having 3. The question is, how many more can I top on that? I like your theory though. You go in for 2 at a time.
2 at a time.
yeah, always. Curious to see like how big the hot dogs are. My guess is they're smaller in nature, so I guess my floor is probably 4.
Okay,
I like that. All right, I'll go 4 as well.
Doug, are you still 0, Doug?
Oh yeah, I'm a 0.
Lots of mustard.
Next up, Pizza Hut Canada is debuting something for the beginning of baseball season.
Mm-hmm.
They've launched its new hot dog stuffed crust pizza. For a limited time, this item features a whole hot dog baked into the crust of every slice. Medium hot dog stuffed into crust pizza starts at $19.99, is available at participating Pizza Hut locations across Canada. The hot dog stuffed crust pizza. According to Food Beast, are you going to eat that?
Oh, yeah. Come on home. I actually saw a video of this the other day of a Canadian dude who was trying it out and put the video out of him trying it, which was hilarious because as he's trying to eat the pizza, he's got like this cat, and the cat is jumping on his lap and picking the cat up and throwing it over his shoulder. And he goes right for the crust. First bite is to the crust to get the hot dog. And he was stunned at how good he thought it was.
Is that the move? Go right for the crust in that type of situation?
For me, it's not. For me,
Okay.
I'm going to start at the. I'm going to start at the tip.
Come on, man.
I'm going to start at the tip. You know, the pointed end of the pizza slice. I'm going to savor it. I'm going to enjoy it, and I'll work my way down to the crust, and I'll very much look forward to it. The only problem I have with this is I don't love Pizza Hut pizza. I don't think it's all that good. It's about as mid as it gets to me. But if you're going to throw a hot dog in a crust, maybe it makes it even better. I'll try it out. I'm looking forward to it.
Can you?
So my first thought, Doug, was why would they do this? And I would definitely try it. I would definitely try it. So I'm actually going to Canada this weekend.
Oh.
And I'm gonna try to get this. I'm gonna try to get it.
I don't even need to ask Kenny. Are you going to eat that? Kenny would.
I'm curious of both of these topics with Kenny. First of all, how many dogs do you throw down? They're 77 cents each.
I could throw down anywhere between 4 to 7. Probably, I would guess 5.
Okay. And the Pizza Hut stuffed hot dog crust pizza.
I have a method.
Yeah, let's hear the method, buddy.
The method would be I start with the crust.
Yeah.
You eat the hot dog crust and you leave just enough for your fingers to be able to grip that last couple of bites.
I gotcha.
Then you go pizza, then you finish the hot dog.
Almost like an arrow. You're holding on to the base of the arrow. Gotcha.
Might surprise you. I would order this, but I'd say hold the hot dog. Just cheese pizza, hold the hot dog.
That would surprise me if you did anyway.
Strong no. McDonald's.
Strong no.
McDonald's is entering the energy drink game as part of an overhaul to its drink menu. The Red Bull Dragonberry Energizer. McDonald's plans to sell these new drinks at prices below those of its competitors. The company states a slate of energy drinks is expected to be sold starting in August. Do you have interest in the McDonald's Red Bull Dragonberry Energizer?
No, I have no interest in anything Red Bull.
Anti-Verstappen.
I'm just anti Red Bull, I guess. I'm not a huge, I say I'm not a huge energy drink guy. I probably have a couple a week, like Celsius, but that's not huge. Like I said, I'm not a huge energy drink guy. It's not like you're doing it every day. I have 1 or 2 Celsius a week, maybe. I've calmed down that lately. I actually haven't had one in a while. So I'm trying to get away from them.
So you're a no, though.
Yeah, I don't like Red Bull.
Is that Big Mac bringing you down sluggish? Have an energy drink. No, I am not an energy drink guy. I don't drink them at all. So this would not be up my alley. I'm out on that.
I'm out on this too. Mountain Dew just dropped 3 new products. Not what we expected, Scott.
Oh, Mountain Dew.
Mountain Dew apparel. First up, there's a new Snuggie designed for hot days rather than cozy winter nights. A Snuggie chill wearable blanket emblazed with the Mountain Dew logo is now available at Walmart, priced just under $30. There's the Mountain Dew Americana printed Snuggie made with breathable, cooling fabric, commemorates the 250th anniversary of the United States. And there's Crocs-style Mountain Dew clogs in Walmart stores, as well as Baja Blast slides. $24 for the clogs, $22 for the slides. Will you wear the Mountain Dew merch, the Snuggies and the slides or clogs?
No. No, I'm not. I don't need any of that. I'm not. I don't wear slides. I detest them, actually.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Detest them?
I anti-slides. I don't like the way they feel on my feet. And I'm not against wearing sandals. I just don't like the slide.
You like sandals, actually, right?
Yeah, but not the, like, I don't want the ones where you go between your toes.
Oh, that's the
flip-flops.
The flip-flops
Yeah,
or whatever.
uh-huh.
I do not like those, and I don't like the slides. It just,
toe thong?
Yeah, I don't like the toe thong. Not a big fan of the thong of any kind, but yeah.
Can you?
Unless I'm getting sponsored, like I'm actually a professional race car driver, I'm probably not going to wear stuff like that as a whole, but I like slides in general. But like it seems like you're just a walking Mountain Dew ad, right?
No on that, too.
That's no?
Yeah, Jell-O has introduced a new ready-to-eat
What if it had
treat.
protein?
Yeah, Mountain Dew with more protein. Doug,
Yeah,
would
I
do
mean,
it.
I could find a brand that I would wear their stuff, but it's not Mountain Dew.
All right.
Jell-O has introduced birthday cake-flavored pudding cups. Jell-O birthday cake-flavored pudding packs include 2 cups of birthday cake-flavored pudding. Each has a domed lid filled with cookie crumbles and confetti sprinkles. The Jell-O birthday cake-flavored pudding cups. Gator, are you going to eat that?
As I've said before, there's always room for Jell-O. I like birthday cake flavored stuff. I think it's great. I don't know if I'd worry about the sprinkles and that stuff. I don't have to put that on, so I would try it. I don't know if I'd like it, but I'd try it.
Can you?
I'm a Jell-O fan myself as well. I'd probably have at least a cup. Doug?
No interest whatsoever.
Doug hates birthdays.
No, I don't like birthday cake flavored stuff.
He's anti-birthday.
All right. There it is, another edition of Are You Going to Eat That?
That was an offer for you.
Yeah, it was.
A complete offer from Doug.
Well, I ran
Not
out of
even
time.
a thought.
We're over the break, and I ran out of time before we got to the Chili's chicken sandwich. We'll do that next time. That's a yes. All right.
Spoiler alert.
More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. McGonagal gets a new deal. Are you happy with it, Detroit? Hey, when your garage door stops working or it's time for a new one, you don't want to call a call center 3 states away, do you? You want M&M Garage Doors that are currently serving 1,000 homes per month around Metro Detroit and Michigan, all around Michigan, including our place up north. If you need a fast, reliable repair or a full door replacement, the team of pros will arrive in fully stocked trucks ready to get the job done right then, right there. So set them up. They have easy scheduling 24/7. They'll get out there and they'll fix your garage door, or you can set up a consultation. They'll show you all the different options you have. If you want a new garage door, call 844-ONLY-DOOR. Visit GarageDoorRightNow.com today. M&M Garage Doors. Open your door to exceptional. License 210-220-6147. It's one of the great stories in sports, and it almost happened last night. We'll get to that today at 102. People still reacting to the Kevin McGonagal contract extension, 8 years, $150 million. The Tigers have bought 2 years of free agency away from him for what will average out to 18.75, but it's escalating. Next year he goes from 785 to $1 million, then to like 3, then to 5, and then to 7, and then it works his way up to his biggest score will be in the last couple of years. I think the last 3 years he makes $23 million, and there's some escalators where he could make more. But if he gets to free agency and he's this good, he would obviously sign a much bigger contract, but that's 6 years away. So he's opting for the cash in now. And the Tigers are buying a couple of years of free agency away from him. 248-539-9797. Matt's in Detroit and next. Hello, Matt.
Hi, how you doing?
What's up?
I had a friend of mine. He was a minor leaguer, ex-pro, back in the 50s and the 60s. Pretty good friend of mine. Mm-hmm. And he always says this about the players. He says the scouts eventually figure them out. Now, those superstars come along every once in a while that nobody can figure out. But most guys, they figure out. So I don't know. I guess in all, they ain't paying them super-duper money. But they're paying them good money. So we'll see how it goes. What do you think?
Well, I do think that one of the problems with baseball, or one of the challenges, maybe is a better way to put it, with baseball is that if you have a weakness, it will get exploited. The sport at every level, as you level up, is filled with landmines and trap doors. And people are going to try stuff. People are going to experiment with, if they're a part of the strike zone he can't hit. Is there a pitch he can't lay off? Is there something in his game that makes him go from being this to average? And it's hard to believe at this point when someone tells you, he's got some of the best hit tools in the game and he shows up at the major league level and is exactly what they say he's going to be, that he can't hit. Like, it's pretty clear that this guy can hit for now. But, Matt, there is, as you said, the superstars, they never figure it out or they never find a huge one to exploit. But at the end of the day, that's part of the risk.
All right. See you guys.
I don't know if you can figure that out in 3 weeks. I mean, if this was we saw it happen with Connor Griffin. Pittsburgh took a risk, and here Detroit's taking a risk.
Yeah, I like the risk.
Yeah, you do.
Well, I think you like the risk.
Yeah, you've been on board with this, though, pretty early.
Yes. When I started seeing that these kinds of contracts were handed out, a couple of years ago when they did it with Colt Keith, I was like, well, that's pretty cool. And looking at that contract, it's a fraction of what this one is.
All right, next text here. So what does this deal say about Green and Torque? And for those guys coming up, like Bryce Rayner and Max Clark, I hope they don't give Max Clark an extension.
Well, Max is up to a pretty good start. He had a couple more hits last night. He's doing really well at Toledo. I don't know if he's going to get called up this year or not. I imagine he's going to make an appearance at some point this year. Mm-hmm. And with the injury to Parker Meadows, does that, eventually somebody else gets shifted out if he continues to hit? Okay, if he proves it, give him the contract. If he looks like he's not overwhelmed by it. Max Clark did not have the same spring that Kevin McGonagal did, right?
No.
So I think they're a ways away from doing that, and that ways away just might be a year. But if they feel like Max Clark is can't miss, then they'll do the same thing, and they should.
Troy writes in, on McGonagal, easiest decision the Tigers have ever made. The professor is such a stud. Yeah, look, seems pretty clear. But, that's back-to-back. The guy let off this segment that they're going to try and find. Everyone's going to try and find a weakness, as they should, and they're going to try and exploit it. And when the weakness is found, word spreads quickly, and you have to learn how to adjust. This isn't always going to be a straight line up. Like, brace yourself for the slump.
Oh, sure.
Brace yourself for the panic calls. I guess I'm just talking to you. Brace yourself for the panic calls when he gets into a slump.
Yeah, and inevitably he will. Every player does. What I like about him is I think that when he has to deal with a slump, when he's not hitting well, I feel like he's still going to have good at-bats. He's still going to find a way to get on base. He's still going to draw walks.
Mm-hmm.
I'm curious to see, when he does hit that slump, how often is he swinging and missing as opposed to just putting the ball in play and he's not hitting it hard? What kind of adjustments have pitchers made on him? Has he made those adjustments, and is he going to learn from it? And I suspect he will. I think he's got such a bright future.
Yeah, wow. 8-year, $150 million deal. Keeps McGonagal with the Tigers from 2027 to 2034. That seems wild.
That is crazy.
Do you remember Y2K?
I do. I was in Orlando.
Yeah, we're talking about a contract that just got signed through 2034. There you go. So Tigers make a bold move. 248-539-9797. Your reaction to that. We will continue to take your phone calls and feedback on that. Gator, we got something that we like to call Fresh Mel.
Oh.
Yep. We'll get to that today at 105 as he has put out a 2-round mock draft. Again, we'll get to it today at 105. One of the coolest things that can happen in sports almost happened last night. We'll get to that at 102. All that straight ahead here on Carson Anderson. Just a reminder, you can stream the show with the Odyssey app, AUDACY. Download it for your mobile device today. Then you can listen to this show and all the shows here on 97.1 anywhere in the United States. And we've gotten feedback today from Florida, from Minnesota, from all around the country. We do appreciate you listening. And this is one of those days where people are going to see the Kevin McGonagal news and go, wait, what? And want to know what's being said in Detroit. And if you're out of town, you're going to wish you had that app. So get it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. You can also stream to our website where the Birchie Kid did a great story, really cool story on Kenley Jansen about his walkout song and a picture of him standing outside Tiger Stadium back when he was a catcher in the Dodgers organization. He was 20 years old with the Loons up in Midland. So go check that out at 971theticket.com. Streaming with video at twitch.tv and youtube.com. That way you can watch the show, participate in the streaming chat. It's Carson Anderson. We'll get to that Fresh Mel at 105 as we'll talk some Lions next here on 97.1.
Brought to you by Applied Innovation. Kevin McGonagal will be a Tiger for the next 9 seasons. Today, the team agreed to a contract extension with the rookie shortstop for 8 years and $150 million that takes effect next year. McGonagal has posted a team-best 1.1 batting WAR so far this year. He's one of only 10 MLB position players at that mark or better. At 21 years old, he's the only player younger than 24 on that list. McGonagal will take the field again tonight as the Tigers play the Royals at 6:40 p.m. You can hear the pregame show right here on 97.1 at 6:15. Red Wings are on the road tonight to close the 2026 season against the Florida Panthers. That game will be on News Radio 950 at 7 o'clock. Other news today, rumors are swirling that Live Golf might be crumbling. The tour is in Mexico for the start of a tournament tomorrow, but major officials have been called into an emergency meeting in New York today. Live is scheduled to come to Michigan in August, and the NBA is reviewing LaMelo Ball's actions last night after what appears to be an intentional trip of Miami's Bam Adebayo, which sidelined the center for the rest of the game with an injury. Ball could be suspended for Charlotte's elimination play-in game on Friday. That will be either against Orlando or Philly, whoever loses between those two tonight. The Pistons will then play the winner of Friday's game for their first-round series. Today, the team announced they will have Thunder Sticks for the first 10,000 fans at Games 1 and 2 next week. Game 2's tip time was released today. That will take place Wednesday at LCA and will start at 7 o'clock. Team is encouraging fans to get there early to witness postseason surprises and entertainment. At the Carl Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 971theticket or Odyssey.com.
Thundersticks. You ready?
Oh, I'm ready.
These things are so loud.
No, they are. It's one of my favorite stories in sports, and it pops up every once in a while. On Monday night, the Carolina Hurricanes played at Philadelphia. Brandon Bussey was in the net, and they had to travel to New York to take on the Islanders on Tuesday. Turns out they had a backup goalie get hurt. So they called the minors and called up Peter Kochetkov from the Chicago Wolves to be ready to go. I think it's Piotr, but Kochetkov got called up. However, 2 hours before the game, Rob Brindamore spoke with the media and confirmed that Kochetkov had to be pulled from the ice during warm-ups, as it was announced that he would not be able to start due to roster technicalities.
So you know what that means.
The E-bug. One of the great things in sports is the E-bug. What is the E-bug? That is the emergency backup goalie. So Thomas Sullivan, who's a 28-year-old and played 7 games for nearby Stony Brook University in 21-22 and 22-23, was in uniform last night for Carolina as the emergency backup goalie. That's right, teams travel with 2 goalies, but if they need a third, the home team provides the E-bug. And if you have an emergency, somebody's got to play goalie.
Huh? Hey.
So he didn't get in the game.
That sucks.
Yeah.
It's always fun when that happens.
I think the idea of bro off the street, and it's not like they just go out and call up a plumber and say, hey, show up, we need a goalie. It's usually somebody with
He could be a plumber, though.
Could be, yeah.
That's the most, still to this day, I cannot believe in the sports world, it's billions and billions of dollars, they allow that in the NHL. That's like if, I think you should have to grab a position player.
That would be amazing.
Because it's like in
Mason
football.
Appleton, suit up.
Well, if Jared Goff would go down, then Teddy Bridgewater, and then whoever, then you just call a guy that played high school football, maybe? I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, no, that means St. Brown's got to line up under center or whoever.
I'd hate to be at the game because I'd be outwardly rooting for that starting goalie to get hurt. Somebody run into him. I'd want to see the E-bug. But it didn't happen. But I saw a tweet last night. Alert, E-bug situation. Islanders, Hurricanes. And I'm like, ooh. Start paying attention. Figure out if he gets in there. All right. Let's get to some fresh Mel. Mel Kiper came out with a 2-round mock. If you're unfamiliar with what we do here, we're asking you to play along at home. That's the fun part about this. When we get to the Lions pick, we'll tell you who's on the board. You can select one of the players that we introduce, that we let you know is available. But you don't know who's going to be on the board in the second round, right? So this is like going through a draft in real time. And you pair your two picks together, and we want you to text us who your pair of players were. So that's 248-539-9797. Sign your text so we know who sent them in. Gator, you, Kang, and I will play along. And we'll tell you who's off the board before the Lions pick. With the first pick, the Vegas Raiders shock the world and take Fernando Mendoza, quarterback out of Indiana. At 2, the Jets take David Bailey, outside linebacker, Texas Tech. At 3, the Cardinals take Arvell Reese, outside linebacker, Ohio State. Other players of interest, like we're not going to tell you about the wide receivers. The Lions probably aren't doing that. Caleb Downs goes to the Giants at 5, safety from Ohio State. Mel projects a trade. The Cowboys move up to 6 to take Sonny Styles, linebacker, Ohio State. At 8, Reuben Bain Jr. goes to New Orleans, the defensive end from Miami of Florida. At 10, Mansour Delane, the corner from LSU, goes to the Bengals. At 11, Francis Maui-Noah, the tackle from Miami, goes to the Dolphins. Caden Proctor, tackle from Alabama, goes to Cleveland in that trade with Dallas. They move down to 12 and take Caden Proctor.
All right. We're 13 now.
Spencer Fanu is off the board. He goes to the Ravens at 14.
Interesting. Yep. 3 tackles taken.
Lions are on the board. On the clock. Here's who's on the board for the Lions.
Well, I know one guy who's on the board.
Tackle out of Georgia, Monroe Freeling.
Who?
Monroe Freeling.
Thank you.
The safety from Oregon, Dylan Thieneman. The guard from Penn State, Olavenga Ione. The corner from Tennessee, Jermod McCoy. And the edge rusher from Miami, Akeem Messidor. If those are your choices, Gator and Kang and everybody out there, who do you take?
Wow. That's a nice grouping of players that's available there. So
texters, prepare your text. You can't trade the pick, by the way.
Right. Right. Yep. I really like that bucket of players. But the one I'm going to go to is offensive tackle Monroe Freeling from Georgia. Just heard too many good things about him. There's a bunch of stuff on Twitter about how he's rising into the top 15. I love his size, his athleticism, and I think it'd be great to have as a Detroit Lion.
Kang?
Yeah, I can't disagree, Gator. I'm taking Monroe Freeling there. He's super athletic. It also fills, I think, the BPA and need. You know, when they fall in line with each other, that would be perfect, right? They need a tackle. He might be the best player available. I've seen him in mock drafts as high as 6. Monroe Freeling is the guy I would take.
Gentlemen, the pick is in. And with the 17th pick.
Oh, you already know. I guess
the Detroit Lions select. This is my pick.
Oh, your pick. Okay.
Akeem Messidor, edge rusher, Miami.
Yeah. You have fallen in love with Akeem Messidor.
Mm-hmm.
And there he is. I understand. I like Akeem Messidor a lot.
If this happens, Doug's going to Messidor in his pants, right? I mean, this is like you've been on him, man. This is a love affair.
The funny thing is about I can make a case for all these guys. Like I actually was vacillating back and forth with Monroe Freeling and Ben Ionye. Because to think, is Ionye a better offensive lineman than Freeling is? I don't know. I'll trust Brad Holmes to make that decision between those two. But if it's either player, like if they take the guard instead of the tackle, then they must really love the guard. And be okay, here we go. Then you've got 4/5 ready to roll here.
Or
but
they
Monroe Freeling feels like you're completing an offensive line.
Or they really love Larry Borum more than the rest of the world seems to. All right, let's get through the Lions' second pitch. Suffice it to say, all the guys that are on the board are gone.
It's a 2-round, Mel?
Yeah.
Oh.
Emmanuel McNeil Warren, the safety from Toledo, goes 19 to Carolina. All those guys I mentioned are gone. Other picks of interest. Peter Woods, defensive tackle, Clemson, goes to the Chargers. Blake Miller, tackle, Clemson, goes to Philadelphia. Max Hanicher, tackle, Arizona State, goes to San Francisco. Colton Hood, cornerback, Tennessee, goes to Kansas City at 29. Who else here? We'll get into the second round. Players that would interest Detroit Lions fans. Like I said, we're not going to give you every wide receiver that's taken. Cowboys take T.J. Parker, defensive end from Clemson at 39. R. Mason Thomas, edge rusher from Oklahoma, goes to Kansas City at 40. Cassius Howell, outside linebacker, edge rusher from Texas A&M, goes to Cincinnati at 41. Brandon Cease, the corner from South Carolina, goes to the Jets at 44. Jacob Rodriguez, linebacker, Texas Tech, goes to Tampa at 46.
Oh, so close for Doug.
Anthony Hill Jr., Texas linebacker, goes to Indianapolis at 47. And that brings us to the Lions pick at 50. So you two both took Monroe Freeling. I took Akeem Messidor.
That's right.
Here are the players that are still on the board for the Lions.
Okay.
Caleb Lomu, tackle, Utah. D'Angelo Pons, cornerback, Indiana. Emmanuel Pregnon, guard, Oregon. Traden Stukes, safety, Arizona. Derek Moore, edge rusher, Michigan. Gator, here you sit at 50 to pair with Monroe Freeling. Who do you take?
I am torn with two players. Emmanuel Pregnon, the guard from Oregon, I think he's awfully good. And I'd love to hear what scouts say the difference between he and Bengai Onye, how much of a difference there is between those two. And, I love D'Angelo Pons. I'm going to go with the offensive lineman. I'm going to go with Pregnon. And it's my 51. I love Pons, but I want to complete this offensive line rebuild, and I think I've done it with these first two picks.
Kang is a pick in?
Yeah, the pick's in for me. In this scenario with this group of players you have available for us, I would take cornerback from Indiana, D'Angelo Pons. He's a little bit undersized for me, but in this scenario, they're going to need a corner. I feel like you can never have enough cornerbacks, right, Gator? Am I right about that?
He plays so much bigger than he is.
He does play bigger than he is. That's for sure. You got that dog in him, right? Amik Robertson style.
He's got a pack of dogs in him.
Yeah. Jeez, all right. Speaking of Pregnon over here, we had a Messidor in his pants earlier, and now this.
I'm getting him pregnant.
Yeah. But I'm taking Pons.
For me, the pick is in, and with the pick at 50, the Detroit Lions select Caleb Lomu, tackle from Utah. So there we go. I have paired Akeem Messidor with Caleb Lomu.
I'm not mad at it.
Gator, I'm not mad at any of these.
No.
I'm starting to like what the Lions are, and I hope Mel is onto something. You got Monroe Freeling and Emmanuel Pregnon. Gator goes heavy O-line. And Kang goes Monroe Freeling and D'Angelo Pons. Who did you take, people, in real time? Text us your pair of players at 248-539-9797. Make sure to sign your text, and at 120, we'll tell you who Mel took. Here on Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Looking to upgrade your outdoor space? Well, Builders First Source has you covered. With 4 Metro Detroit locations, they specialize in top-quality composite decking. Brands that you trust, like Trex, TimberTech, and AZEK. So whether you're a DIY enthusiast or you need a certified installer, their expert team will help you build the perfect deck that stands the test of time. Visit one of their locations today in Lapeer, Auburn Hills, Clinton Township, or Shelby Township and discover why Builders First Source is your go-to for decking. It's where my mom went. They put in a new deck last fall, and it's fantastic. Quality, service, and unbeatable value. That's the Builders First Source promise. Search buildersfirstsource.com.
All right, here's some of the feedback. As we just did the Fresh Mel 2-rounder, what would you do if this were if you were making the decisions and the board fell the way it did? And these are fun exercises because there's two things about it. One is you prepare for what it's like on draft night. You get to be the GM in these scenarios. And two is when you get to see who's on the board in the second round, it's certainly, if you don't know it when you make the first pick, and then you get to the second round and you go, oh, that guy was on the board. But it impacts, that's how it happens in real time to the GMs in the league. Kevin in Delaware says, my pick's at 17, Freeling at 50, Derek Moore. Joe and Monroe, listen to this. Joe and Monroe with the pick at 18 takes Dylan Thieneman from Oregon, and in the second round, D'Angelo Pons. Joe and Monroe is going secondary.
Well, there's a need. We don't know who's going to be starting at corner this year. We don't know who's going to be healthy, who's going to be on the roster.
Mm-hmm.
And safety is the same thing. You can make that case.
Reno and Howell says, I would take Monroe, Freeling, and D'Angelo Pons. That would fill two huge needs. From David on the Railroad, I would take Monroe, Freeling, and Derek Moore. Gavin at work, I would take Monroe, Freeling from Georgia at 17 and Derek Moore from Michigan in round 2. Love the show, guys. Dustin in Bloomfield writes, my picks would be 17, Monroe, Freeling, and at 50, D'Angelo Pons. So in line with Kang. Joe D. in Gibraltar says, Monroe, Freeling at 17 and Pons at 50. So we've got a bunch of Freelings and one Thieneman. I took Akeem Messidor. You took both took Freeling. To be clear here, I would take Messidor. I think the Lions would take Freeling. Okay, so then that's how we do it. It's not like a guessing game. It's just, what would you do?
Kang, if they passed on Freeling in this situation and took Messidor, would you be upset?
Would Doug be upset that I was able to say Messidor as well? Because I know that's your guy, and I didn't know if anyone else is loud. I would not be upset. I think because his age thing, I agree with you, Doug, that I don't use it against him in this scenario. The Lions, the more developed a player is, the better. You know what I mean? He's a plug-and-play type of guy because of his age. I think he's more built into his body. He is more mature mentally. I think that it's a position of need, obviously. I know they talk good things about Wanham, but you can never he can be a rotational guy. And I think, like I said earlier, plug-and-play, he could be your starter before it's all said and done, before the year's even over, if he plays that well opposite Hutch.
Well, Mel made the selections, and the pick is in. At 17, according to Mel Kiper, the Detroit Lions select Monroe Freeling, tackle from Georgia. And Mel writes, Freeling is huge, 6'7", 315 with long arms, and he can race pass rushers with his quickness and handwork. His 18 starts of experience might worry some teams, but I bet Detroit would be happy to land Freeling in this range. He has a ton of potential. The Lions were 31st in pass block win rate last year. Because Freeling played left tackle at Georgia, Penei Sewell could stick to the right side too. Freeling would replace Taylor Decker at left tackle, and new signee Larry Borum also getting plenty of reps. It'd be a key move in getting this team back to the postseason.
If nothing else, I want this to happen on draft night so that Mel Kiper talks about Monroe Freeling. Because I think he is so excited to talk about him. Right. Well, and just everything I've seen with Kiper talking about Monroe Freeling, he loves Monroe Freeling.
Here's one drawback of this. The Lions signed Larry Borum and are comfortable with it. Why? Because Larry Borum, they think the tape with him at right tackle is actually pretty good. It's when he's playing elsewhere that he struggles. If you take a left tackle and leave Penei Sewell at right tackle, then Larry Borum's not in the mix at left tackle, most likely. If they signed him because they like him at right tackle, he's backing up Penei Sewell. If they want competition and Borum to be a part of it, they need to move Sewell to left tackle and draft a right tackle.
Or you just go ahead and put Sewell at left. You start the season with Borum at right, and Monroe Freeling and Borum will battle for that starting spot at the right side.
Fair enough. I mean, the question is,
they're not committed to Larry Borum. He's here for a year.
No, they're not, but it feels like they signed Borum to play right tackle, and if you draft a left tackle and think he's going to plug and play, and then all Borum's doing is a backup. And I think they want him to compete for the job. But.
Keep this in mind. This hasn't happened.
No, it's true. No, A, it hasn't happened. And
So
B,
you don't know who's available. And
Freeling may be perfectly fine moving a right tackle.
Yeah.
And make the rookie and the veteran there on a 1-year deal battle it out.
Yeah, but it's also like, do you believe in BPA like they keep saying? If Freeling's the best player available, then they would draft him, and they would also say, we're trying to build up the competition in the room, right? Get each other to fight for jobs for position again and elevate everyone's play. I think that would help do that as well.
All right, with the next pick at 50, the pick is in, according to Mel Kiper. With the pick at 50, the middle of the second round, the Detroit Lions select Derek Moore, outside linebacker, Michigan. He writes, Detroit is taking swings on edge rushers opposite Aiden Hutchinson. After going offensive line in the first round, this is a good spot to take another cut. Moore had 10 sacks last season, and like Hutchinson, he comes from down the road in Ann Arbor. Well, that last part to me is completely irrelevant, but I will say this. Derek Moore is a player I liked a lot at the Senior Bowl. Obviously saw him in his career in Michigan. I think the Senior Bowl play got him up into this range. But I mean, there'd be a draft. This would be an additional draft pick at a position that the fans really want to see them invest in, and that's edge rusher opposite of Hutch.
I don't know if I mean, I like Derek Moore. I don't think I love Derek Moore. I think it's a high spot to take him. I think I'd probably rather have Dennis Sutton from Penn State than Derek Moore.
I think he was still on the board, but I'm not going to give you two edge rushers as your choice.
No, I understand. Yeah.
For the purposes of the game. Daniel Dennis Sutton, does he go in the second round? And he does not. So he makes it to the third round of this mock.
He's bigger and arguably more productive.
But let me make sure he didn't go earlier in the second round. I'm pretty sure he didn't.
No, I would imagine he hasn't.
Yeah. So anyway.
That's if I'm going with edge rusher in that second round, depending on who's there. But I didn't go with edge rusher.
No. Pons is such a baller. Like I watched more of him last night. He is tiny. He is absolutely tiny.
And he's so good.
But he's always around the football. And there have been examples of smaller cornerbacks that have made it in this league. And he ran a blazing 40. And he's got, he just seems to have great anticipation skills. I wouldn't be shocked if in the end he goes late first. Wouldn't be shocked at all.
Pons? I think he will be a first-round pick.
Do you?
Yeah, because you'll look at him and you say, okay, he's undersized or whatever he is, 5'9", 5'10". But he ran didn't he run a 4.3?
Yeah, I think it was 4.38.
And he's got like a 40-inch vertical leap or something crazy like that.
It's 48.
Yeah, and the guy, when you watch him play, he sticks his nose in everything. He's hard-nosed. He doesn't care.
Yep.
He plays like he's a safety with elite speed and other measurables.
248-539-9797. All right, would this keep you from going to an event? Strange announcement made about a big event coming up this summer. We'll get to that today at 1:31 on Carson Anderson on 97.1.
April is here, and while the flowers are starting to bloom, we got the spring rains that are moving in. We know they moved in last night. Is your home ready? Before the heavy showers hit, you're going to check that basement, make sure your sump pump is ready to work. And if you're worried about water or a pump that's just not going to kick on, do what I did. Call the great folks over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. And while you have them there, beat the summer rush by getting your air conditioning or your pool boiler tuned up. Don't wait for the humidity to hit. Get ahead of the heat today. From leaky basements to cooling prep, visit BirminghamPlumbingCO.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
It's a week from tomorrow, man. The NFL draft. Wow. It's been a lot going on this spring. We haven't had our draft coverage like we normally do, but it's fun to talk about. And the Lions, very intriguing. And there is a ton of pressure on Brad Holmes to get this draft right. This is a high premium on this draft. I mean, every GM always wants to get every draft right, and of course. But they are getting to the tough decisions portion of this regime with players that are worth re-signing, and they have to be replaced by cheaper alternatives. Hence, you can't waste draft picks. I think the day of projects has to be over.
Well, this is a draft that the experts are saying isn't terribly deep. It might be deep at a couple positions, but it's not terribly deep in talent overall. So I wonder if you're going to see a ton of movement on draft days 1 and 2 of teams just trying to get into the top 2 rounds. Because if they don't think that it's that deep, then you want to get the quality over quantity. Now, other teams going to end up getting a lot of quantity, but is the quality there? Because then you're going to see projects.
Okay, really unusual story, and I wonder how the sports world's going to react to this. FIFA announced that tailgating would be banned prior to World Cup games in Kansas City, Philly, and New England. The NFL stadiums that are hosting World Cup games, eating and drinking around parked cars in the parking lot will not be permitted. It will be permitted in Atlanta, LA, Miami, New York, San Francisco, and Seattle.
How does that make sense?
I have no idea. Now, there's already some questions about how this thing's going to go over, given our current standing in the world. And there has been a lot of complaining. The Athletic did a story about people who purchased tickets based upon a map in a premium section. When they got their tickets were not located in said premium section. And it's led to some lawsuits, and apparently the people who were selling the tickets said, look, those guides were just sort of a general area that you are likely to get tickets, and sorry, you're just outside said area. I'm finding this really curious.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure why this is this done because of security concerns. It's entirely possible. You know, it's an international crowd for these games, right? It's not just Americans. It's people coming from all over the world, and they love soccer. And we know that people are nuts around the world for the sport. Mm-hmm. Are they trying to, nip it in the bud when it comes to the pregame drinking because they don't want the crowd to be crazy when they get in the stadiums? Or is this a security measure because of the state of the world right now in general? And they just want people, hey, just get into the stadium. We don't want people showing up in the parking lot where anything can happen in the parking lot. I don't know. It also seems like, is it possible this is just a money grab for those other markets that are banning it so that people do go into the stadium and they spend all their money there on booze and food rather than bringing it into tailgating hours ahead of time?
Here's what FIFA said in a statement. FIFA does not have a formal policy that restricts tailgating, eating and drinking around parked cars and stadium areas. However, site-specific restrictions may be imposed in alignment with host city public safety authorities in certain venues based on local regulations. Additional fan information for all FIFA World Cup matches will be communicated in advance. Okay, so they're blaming the sites, or they're saying it's site-specific restrictions in alignment with host city public safety authorities? Can you tailgate at Eagles games? Can you tailgate at Patriots games? Can you tailgate at Chiefs games? Yes.
Arrowhead's built for tailgating. It's in the middle of a giant parking lot. There's no, you don't go look for a place to tailgate out there. That is the place. Once you park, you start drinking and eating. And that's what they do. Did you ever see the lines in the video and the pictures?
At Arrowhead?
Yeah,
it's insane.
It's absolutely berserk. And they're going to tell these people they can't tailgate. Is that part of the soccer culture, though? Tailgating as much as it is football?
That's a great question. I feel like it would be. Well, drinking is.
Well,
We know they're crazy.
I mean, it certainly would be in the States, the tailgating part even for soccer, I would imagine, for a World Cup event. Like, I'm no soccer fan, right? But if I had tickets to go to a World Cup event, I'm going to tailgate. I would imagine most Americans would want to do that.
So
that's our culture. Our culture is tailgate.
This is a story. The USA Today is where I got that quote from FIFA. Here's Lindsey Douglas, the Kansas City Host Committee Chief Operating Officer. He told the Kansas City Star, if there is any parking, which I think it's still to be determined, it will be greatly reduced from what is today. Things are going to look and feel different in Arrowhead. So this screams we're going to have merch tents and hospitality suites all around the outside, and there's not going to be as many.
Well, I'm not sure
spots.
what it is, but I know they've announced for the games at what is it, MetLife Stadium in where the Giants and Jets play.
Mm-hmm.
Which, by the way, it's surrounded by nothing but parking as well.
Yeah,
there's no parking there. They've taken it. FIFA. They're taking it over where there's no parking. So that you have to, come in through the mass transit system, which is going to up the price from what normally is. I think it was $12. Now that it's $100.
Wait.
Yes.
So you can't park at the stadium, and mass transit goes from $12 to $100.
That's right.
That's awesome.
Right.
That's really cool.
You're
At
being
Gillette
sarcastic
Stadium,
so
yes,
people understand.
Yes. At Gillette Stadium outside of Boston, again, according to USA Today, there'll be 5,000 spots for fan parking compared to the usual 20,000 spots for New England Patriots games. So whatever you do for a living, whoever you are and whatever you do for a living, you're trying to most likely maximize your profits. There's probably ways that you will make more money. If you do A, B, C, and D, if you get this account, if you get that account, if your product takes off, like everybody's trying to make the most money possible. As we work our way through the story, it sounds to me like the average fan is being squeezed out by corporate dollars. If Gillette Stadium is losing 15,000 parking spots, what would make you lose 15,000 parking spots? It'd be hospitality areas, wouldn't it?
I guess.
And hospitality areas go to corporations that'll spend big bucks to entertain clients. And so they're probably maximizing, in their estimation, maximizing profits.
Or is it, it's going to be a labyrinth for people to go through for security checks?
Well, that's possible, given that you and I have been to like Super Bowls.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember what it was like getting into the Super Bowl in Indianapolis?
I do.
We entered a convention center and we were like rats in a maze looking for cheese. I mean, it was one hall to the next.
It was all connected, thankfully.
Yes, but
it was a long
walk.
It
was a long, I mean, I don't know if it took 45 minutes or whatever, and we were constantly moving. It wasn't like we were standing still.
Well, what was it like? What's it like normally down there? Is there parking?
Well, it wasn't like that for the Final Four.
Okay, well, that's what I'm asking.
I'll tell you that.
Do they have a big giant parking lot sitting out there?
There's a parking lot on the south end of Lucas Oil, pretty big one there. On the north end, it's mostly like downtown.
It's like, how would they treat this if this were in Detroit?
I don't know.
Like, would they just be busing people in and would they take over, different areas around downtown and forbid people from tailgating?
I'm not sure. I mean, the great thing about Detroit that people were worried about is where to park. What happens in downtown Detroit is everybody's going to a different lot. So there isn't one lot that gets backed up. My experience going to park at Lions games was way better than going to park at the Silverdome. And I was surprised by that. But you can't ban people from private lots. And there's a lot of private lot parking in downtown Detroit.
That there is.
So anyway, I'm thinking that this event, we'll see what it's like.
Well, and with budget issues right now with our country and with providing safety and all that, and people that are on the job but working for free in some respects, they've got like 50-something days to figure this out.
Yeah.
So it's I hope it doesn't end up being a cluster. I hope they do figure this thing out because it's a great event. Again, I'm not a huge soccer fan, but it's the World Cup. I can recognize it might be the greatest. It probably is the greatest worldwide sporting event you can have. It draws the most attention. And it is World Cup or Olympics?
Yeah, I think it's World Cup. 248-539-9797. Speaking of worldwide, Gator, I know you don't love the NFL going to Europe and playing games in Europe. Something else is going to Europe. Want to get your thoughts on it? We'll do that today.
I don't know if I like that smile out of Kang's mouth.
I'm not saying I like it either, Gator, but I'd like to hear your reaction to it. Is what I'd like to hear.
We will get to that at 148 on 97.1.
Hey, Southfield, spring has sprung, and so have the savings at Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield. Now's the perfect time to trade in and trade up because you'll get more money for your trade and shop an excellent selection of brand new Chevys ready to roll. Cruise into the future with a 2026 Chevy Equinox EV for only $159 a month. Need power? How about the 2026 Chevy Silverado? It's just $199 a month. Or zip into spring and style with a 2026 Chevy Trailblazer for only $269 a month. That's right, we're talking 3 amazing deals and 1 incredible spring event. So whether you're going electric, hauling big, or just upgrading your daily drive, Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield has the perfect ride waiting for you. Hurry in today or visit sarahchevrolet.com and spring into savings before these deals are gone. Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield, where your next ride is in full bloom. Together, let's drive.
By the way, you put something in your show sheet. It's tax day. Do you dread this day or look forward to it? I hate everything. What is it? What is there to look forward to?
Well, if you're getting in a refund, I think people look forward to getting those taxes.
It's not like you get the refund today.
You get it pretty quickly.
But we're still waiting on money from last year. True story.
Really?
Yeah. Huh. Now, it's due to some circumstance, but I dread everything about it.
So you typically don't file on time, right? You file for extensions?
Oh, no, yes, usually.
I file.
It's like the most, honest to God, it's like the most prompt, responsible thing that you do. You get your taxes done like 5 minutes after you get all your
as soon as I can.
W-2s.
I think I set up my appointment early March is usually when I get the appointment done. And look, my taxes are simple. I'm a single guy, one income, real easy to work through. And so it's easy for me. And I want to get it done. I want to get it out of the way. I've waited to the last day a couple times and literally driven from work to the post office in Royal Oak to drop it in the mail prior to midnight. And that is an awful feeling to try to beat the clock like that.
That's why you file for an extension.
Or you get it done in March and you don't have to worry about it. But
we have a lot of complicated.
Right. Yours is way more complicated than mine. But I work with an accountant and we just get it done.
Accountants. I love accountants.
Or
good accountants. Yeah. God, I love a good accountant. Underrated in life, a good accountant.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Had one.
Sorry.
All right. So we know how you feel about the NFL going to Europe. Did you see that Powerball is expanding to Scotland, England, and other regions in the UK, which aren't that many, but the Powerball is going overseas. Gator, how do you feel about that?
I don't like this at all. What do you mean it's going overseas?
Powerball is expanding internationally for the first time this summer, launching into the United Kingdom.
That means they'll be able to win, which I feel like it's our Powerball. Right?
What are we doing?
So
it is our Powerball.
Someone in Scotland could win the $550 million jackpot, and then they'll be doing over there a version of "Would you buy that" in Scottish?
Right.
That's
accent.
just great. Perfect. Looky here.
Would you buy, if you hit the Powerball, would you buy the Edinburgh Castle?
The only upside is that it'll add substantially to the pot, and they'll grow faster and faster. And that's a plus. Kang, I feel pretty provincial about this as well. This is ours. What are we doing?
Yeah, it's weird because I feel like also, I know this isn't the case, but like you should also be like an American citizen to be able to win the American lottery. I know that's not the case. Anyone can come here and buy a lotto ticket, but
are the payouts going to be different?
Yeah, they'll get theirs in like stones or euros or whatever.
No, actual stones.
Here you go. Details of the expansion. The UK partnership and agreement with Alwyn UK, operator of the UK National Lottery, brings Powerball to the region. There'll be faster growing jackpots. By adding more players, the goal is to create larger, more frequent jackpot increases with the same shared jackpot pool. Tickets will be sold for pounds in the UK and dollars in the United States. The price, $2 in the US, and the odds of winning, 1 in 292.2 million, remain exactly the same.
Oh, no, of course. But when it comes to a payout of all that, do they have to, if you take the lump sum payout, basically cuts it in half, and then when you have taxes taken out, it's like another, at least third that comes out of that. Is it the same system they're going to use over there?
I have no idea.
Or is it more advantageous if I'm, from Edinburgh or...
Why, you want to go buy your tickets in Scotland now?
I have to talk to some people if it's a benefit.
We got one listener in Scotland. Guy tweets us every once in a while.
He's awesome.
Hey, Scottish bro, let us know if you can buy us some Powerball tickets. Actually, like Gator, no, I don't buy them, but... What's the guy's name? He tweets us some.
I think it's Garth.
I think it is Garth, which is so perfect.
Yeah, I don't see him, so I was going to say Angus.
Would you buy sweet tickets for Aberdeen's football club?
Would you buy the actual sword from Braveheart? Would you buy the chainmail from Robert the Bruce?
Would you invest in haggis? Get your own haggis.
How's the
company.
haggis market? Is it good? Can you imagine the amount of scotch? Nothing but the good stuff.
Okay, so you're warming up to this.
Not really.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't like this gator either, man. This is going to be like, first of all, jackpot's going to, it seems like it's going to grow really quick now, right?
It should.
It's going to get up there fast.
Then again, it's not like these countries have like 300 million people. I'm not sure how many combined it's going to be from over there, but it should increase significantly. I don't know what the percentage would be, 10%, 20%. I don't know. But that's the only upside to me is that maybe we get like, all of a sudden there's like a $2 billion
Sure,
payout. You know?
but how mad are you going to be when some Brit wins
I'll
it?
be pissed. I'll be pissed.
Are you going to get new teeth?
Yeah. I
thought we were playing the game still, no? We're not playing? No?
How about investing in some deodorant?
Oh, boy. It's lifetime teeth whitening.
All right. So, well, I mean, now there's, again, help me out here because this is not my gig at all. Will this make you lean towards Mega Millions?
Is one of them charges more now? Is it Mega Millions that charges more now, Kang?
I forget.
I mean, I only pay attention when the pots get ridiculous, and
Me
that's when I
too.
start buying.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I
mean,
I
in
can't
theory,
say.
right?
It's all about the pot. That's all that matters.
Yeah. But they're
the odds are the
saying-
same. It's just that some other, somebody from over there can win.
But I mean, they are projecting that the pot's going to grow faster. So does this mean you participate more?
Maybe.
Or earlier,
Or,
at
yeah,
least,
I mean-
right? Because you wait for a pot to get big, and now it's going to get bigger quicker.
Until the first Liam wins it. And then
Yep.
there we go.
I know.
Wow.
Liam again.
Yeah, Liam Smythe.
God, why is everything expanding? Like the Big Ten, lottery.
I know, right?
Here's what's going to suck, right? Somebody ends up winning, like, let's say that you get one crazy, several $1 billion, right? Somebody over there wins it, and they buy an NFL franchise. They partner in on an NFL franchise.
They might.
They're going to bring it to Dublin.
Would you buy the Jacksonville Jaguars, who always seem to be the team?
I think Jacksonville, I think, wants to move there anyway. Yeah,
Seems that way.
keep the ownership. They're just going to move them over there, even though they're building a new stadium.
Okay, so in theory, though, the bottom line is, if the pots do expand quicker, you might become more. You might play it more.
It's potential. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Kang, what about you? Does this steer you to Mega Millions?
Yeah, it might. I might. I know the odds are the same, but less people are playing the other one, right?
Well, a domestic win. Do we start celebrating domestic wins? Because, I mean, at some point, we're either going to start losing money overseas or taking their money. If
Well, I'm
we
not going
win
to be
more.
chanting USA, USA when somebody from
Well, I will.
Shreveport wins it, but I mean,
USA.
I mean-
USA.
I'll be happier that somebody from our country won it.
Yeah.
It ends up being an Olympic event. Who wins the jackpot?
We play the anthem. Dude stands on a podium.
Yeah, you guys don't even know how to play the lottery over there. Not like we do.
This is our game.
Yeah, right. They're taking our game.
They can't take our game. Okay, well, there you go.
I did not know that ahead of time.
No, I
Caught me by surprise with that.
Well, I was intrigued. Kang and I both did something yesterday at the exact same time. We both, for the first time, turned on the air conditioning. Both of us yesterday.
Wow.
And I hate air conditioning. But I walked through the door yesterday, and inside the house, it was 79 degrees.
Oh, yeah, mine too. Like 78. I was like, what the heck?
I was getting ready to go down to the basement, the gym, and I'm like, it's 79? So I had to kick on the AC.
I have not, because I keep my house cold to begin with. Like the heat, I keep my house at like 66, 67.
And you could do that without the AC?
Well, it's because, yeah, I guess it's held the temperature for a while.
How?
I don't know. It
Good
just
windows. We just got wall side windows. I'm hoping for better results. Hope they come through.
Insulation works.
I tried to hold off.
Hey, wife's happy. That's what matters. Wife's
That
happy.
is all that matters. Lois happy?
Yeah, she's happy. She's happy. Well, we'll see how happy she is this afternoon. She's got a trip to the VET. So we'll see.
Boy.
Yeah.
Accurate.
Happy. No squirrel.
Yeah.
Squirrel.
Mm-hmm. All right. So, but not yet. Let us know when you cave. If you ever do.
Yeah, well, I'll let you know.
It's a good friend, Rico Beer. What's up, man?
3 seconds.
No to the hot dog and pizza. Pistons fans, who do you want?
There you go. Have a great show, Rico. Stay safe, everyone. Treat each other with respect. 97.1.
You know what I love in the middle of the week? It just makes my day. When you get word that your stud is going to be your stud for a long period of time. Now, I don't know about you, Rico. I don't know what the rules are in terms of getting a commitment. If you like it, you got to put a ring on it. I don't know what the rules are in terms of how long that takes. I don't know. I knew when I met my wife, I knew like right away that she was the one, and I hated people who said, when you know, shut up. I don't know squat. And then I met my wife, and I was like, all those people were right. And I was talking to my old man, and he goes, well, if she's everything you say she is, you better lock that up. So what? Right. So I'd locked it up in 3 weeks. 3 weeks.
You knew her for 3 weeks? You gave her a ring?
No. We just going steady, you know? Yeah, like just, hey, you're kissing me, you're not going to be kissing somebody else, right?
More information I need to know.
That kind of conversation, right? So I think for most people, there's kind of like a 3-date thing or like maybe a 4-week or a 6-week or an 8-week thing. But rare is the woman that allows you to go more than 2 months of dating without saying, yo, what's happened? What's going on here? I will tell you this. Today, after, a mere couple of weeks of the season going on, about 18 days of the season ongoing, the Tigers put a ring on it with Kevin McGonagal. And I think this is freaking tremendous. Tremendous. 8 years, $150 million, $18.75 million a year. In a market where Kyle Tucker is getting $60 million a year because Shohei Ohtani got paid as two players $70 million a year. In a world where Bo Bichette, who I would argue Kevin McGonagal might already be better than, is getting $40+ million a year. Okay?
Better than Bo Bichette.
Well, he tracks similarly to Bo Bichette. I realize there's a Blue Jay to my right that's none too pleased with what I'm saying right now.
No, I'm just like, let's
okay.
He got
but
to
is
pay,
he not tracking that way?
Let's let him track.
Okay. Let him track.
Okay.
Continue to track in that way. Okay. They inked him today. 8 years, $150 million. What does this mean for the big picture? Well, they had Kevin McGonagal under team control until 2031. They would have had him on until 2032, except they brought him in at the beginning of the year, which was the right move because he'd earned that. So they can get the first round pick back, pick at the end of the first round if he wins the AL Rookie of the Year. Today, they put a ring on it. For 8 years, $150 million. This is a longer duration than most marriages last. And now Kevin McGonagal will be a Detroit Tiger through 2034. You have the soundboard today. I think you know which one I would say to that, and it's the one everybody knows me by, right? It's the one everybody knows me by. I am thrilled. I am elated. I am beside myself with delight at this news. Rico, I'm not going to speak for you. You seem much more tempered in your enthusiasm than I am today.
No, as a matter of fact, we had this conversation, Mike, before he left, and we talked about what would you give after the Pirates gave their rookie and they signed him. And I'm like, well, you would probably give McGonagal like an 8-year, $150 million. And they were like, no, that's a little too much. And I was like, that's probably about right. Well, it ended up being 8 years, $150 million. Now, I agree with what you're saying. Personally, I would have waited. I would have probably waited till around the All-Star game. Need to make sure that you're just not that one-hit wonder. Let me see you go through the second time around with teams and see if you're still that good.
Who are the all-time one-hit wonders for you?
Oh, jeez.
Blur. Remember the group Blur? They did woo that song. You have Chubba Wubba Tum Thumping.
Yeah.
I get knocked down. I mean, never heard from them again. They did get knocked down. They didn't have another song.
Right. I mean, you got a bunch of one-hit wonders. I didn't want him to be that. I probably would have given it to him. I would have waited a little bit, but I'm okay that you decided you saw enough. Let's just go ahead and get this thing done. That's why I was never worried about this whole service time thing. That's why I was really hoping that they brought him in last year for the playoff run so that he could at least come off the bench and just got some playoff experience instead of manipulating his service time.
I heard when you guys did the question, where would they have been had they brought up McGonagal? And I was like, okay, they would have won the division. And I didn't think he was anywhere close to ready. So I was defending the Tigers at the time. Seeing this kid now, he's got the most plate discipline now of anyone on the team. There's no way he would not have helped them last year.
Probably would have felt better him coming off the bench, doing something. So, no, that's why I'm okay with this. I like this. I think this is a very smart move for the Tigers. You know he's going to be your guy. You've been waiting all this time. We've seen enough. Lock the kid up. And when you break it down over years, it's not as expensive as it seems, but he's going to be yours. You don't have to worry about arbitration. You don't have to worry about any of that schoolboy stuff. He's your guy. He's going to be a corner piece of this team for a long time. So I'm cool with this.
Well, okay, but not really. 2 points here.
Why am I not really cool with this?
Well, because you said you wouldn't have done it now.
Right.
And that's our opening question to the audience on this, in my opinion. It is, have you seen enough to make this commitment right now? This is quicker than you make a commitment in the dating circles. Right. This has been less than 3 weeks.
Look, I didn't think that he was going to become Chris Shelton, okay? The Red Pop. I don't know if you weren't here for that, but he came to Detroit and he had like the greatest 2 weeks of his life. This kid was just knocking balls out the park, Red Pop, Shelton jerseys. If you ever go to Comerica Park and you see a Shelton jersey, it's because somebody bought in early on him. And it didn't, that investment wasn't a wise investment, but they paid $300 for that jersey. So damn it, I'm wearing this.
Is that
jersey.
what they cost now?
I don't know.
$300?
I don't know. But I just wanted to make sure. That's me.
Well, you would have waited longer.
I would wait till the All-Star break.
Till the All-Star break. So from now until the All-Star break is circa about 80 more days or so?
I need you to face pitchers for a second time to see, okay, they're going to make adjustments on you. Can you make the adjustments on them? And not getting shipped back down to the minors to go work on some stuff. No, you're a legitimate major league everyday player. All right, I think you're special. Here's your deal. And I would have told him, like, look, we got a deal waiting for you. You just got to live up to it for the next 2 months, 2-3 months, and it'll be yours.
Well, the agents, this is where the agents get you by the balls, because the agents say, I'm going to give you a 2-week window to sign Kevin McGonagal. I'm going to give you 2 weeks, Rico. And if you don't sign him by the end of April, it's off the books. Not everybody do you get to this rookie extension. But those teams that seem to kind of have a dynasty in terms of their competitiveness, they all do this. The Atlanta Braves, they wrote the book on this kind of deal.
Right.
Riley and Ronald Acuna Jr. and all of the different guys on their team. And you're thinking to yourself, that's a hell of a deal. He's a better player than that. Well, why does the team do it? The team does it because they're getting the player for 50 cents on the dollar.
Yeah.
The player does it
because they're broke.
Well, the player's broke, but also that they're now in with this John Hancock.
Yeah.
They're going to have more money than they're ever going to need in their life.
Yeah.
With a single John Hancock,
to play
and
a
it protects
game.
them from injury.
Right. Now you have money. Now, you're hoping that if you're that good, then you can go out and sign that Shohei deal later down the line. And you get the big bucks. But for right now, if he fails and does nothing and he's out of the league in 3 years, he's still got this money.
That's it. So, have you guys seen enough from Kevin McGonagal for the Tigers to make this commitment? Easy for you to say, right? It's not your money. Right. But 150 large for a player that has given you what? 17 good games? 17 good games. $150 million. That's almost $10 million of commitment per game that the Tigers have played. $150 million, 17 games. Almost $10 million per commitment per game.
Right.
Is that a little too rich for your blood as a Tigers fan? You know, it's the irony here is we're used to having the opposite complaints about this team.
Yeah.
They're not going to spend Now, Rico says, I would have waited a little bit. Well, what say you? 248-539-9797 is where you guys can get to us on the show. To me, this is a hell of a good news day, as Kevin McGonagal is yours through 2034.
It is for me as well, Mark, and I do want to ask the listeners a question on the other side because I want to take this another step further. He's here. I want to ask the listeners a question. I'll give that to you next. 97. All right, so the Tigers just signed Kevin McGonagal, 8 years, $150 million deal. Averages out to about a little under $9 million per year. I want to ask this question to the listeners out there, 248-539-9797. Look, let's just go ahead and remove the floor. We all know who probably is the worst GM in this city. I want to ask this question. Did this move make Scott Harris the best GM in the city of Detroit? Did this move of locking up your guy early, along with other things that he did in the offseason, when you look at the other three, let's just general manager between him, Scott Harris, Trajan Langdon, did this set Scott Harris apart amongst the other two? Because I'm going to say it did. I'm going to say I now feel like the Tigers are trending in that direction where they're actually seeing a need or they're actually seeing something and they're getting it done. Now, yes, do they need to add a bat? They do. But they just locked up their guy for 8 years. And then along with everything that Scott Harris did, he went in 6 days. It looked like it was going to be a disaster. In 6 days, right before the whole school board arbitration thing, I wouldn't have said this. I would have said, hey, man, Scott Harris is trending down. But in that 6 days, he gets Framber Valdez. He then goes out there. They lose to Skubal, but that's okay. And it's like, okay. And then they even bring in Justin Verlander. Now, he hasn't done anything, but it was like, damn, that was a hell of a 6 days for Scott Harris. Now you look at this. It to me, I think the Tigers are going to be active when it comes to the trade deadline. Of the 3 general managers out there, the 3 decision makers for the team, I'm ranking Scott Harris 1 right now, ahead of Trajan Langdon and ahead of Brad Holmes. Langdon is a close second because he went out there, he got his head coach. He got a head coach that flipped this thing around. He went out there and got a coach who actually wanted to be here in Detroit, who actually gave a damn, and he's got this team fired up that they went wire to wire. He's a close second. I got Brad Holmes as third for me.
I've got Brad Holmes as third. And think about where we were a couple years ago. Brad Holmes would have been, there's no one else even in the conversation. What are you talking about? Oh, you don't like Terry and Arnold? Let Brad cook. Do you not watch what he's doing? I have exactly the reverse of what you do, but also by a very slim margin. I have Trajan 1, and I have Scott Harris 2. But I do think I could be persuaded to put them in a dead heat for this reason. The word was that the Tigers were not going to go above 180, 190 million. That was the word, that was the feeling about the salary for a long time. I imagine if you're getting the boss man to do something that the boss man has been reticent to do, that involves some convincing.
Yes.
That involves some selling.
Yes.
That was a hell of a successful sales job that he did because the Tigers' payroll is now at $230 million. The other thing that really ticks me off is when people say, he's just doing it with Al Avila's players. It's just Al. Well, let me tell you something about that. Al Avila might get credit for picking 5-star ingredients. You got to make the meal. How many chefs do you know of? Not Rico, best barbecue I ever had. How many chefs do you know of that take elite ingredients and can't make a 5-star meal out of it? It's one thing to draft the player. What are you doing to develop the player, to develop the talent? He's doing it with the drafting. He's doing it with the developing. And now he's doing it with the retention of the players. And I predict the people of Detroit are going to have a hard time admitting this simply because the vast majority of them were dead wrong.
248-539-9797. Who's the best GM in this town? Who's the best decision maker in this town? Did this move make Scott Harris that person? David?
Yeah, we got some text communication here. Someone says, so happy the Tigers made this deal. Kevin is legit. Also, please, Mark, stop singing. Thank you. My ears hurt now. Another one says, might be too soon to sign Kevin. What if he starts to play terribly? Another one says, wonder what Green, Torque, and Carpenter are thinking right now. That is Dennis in Fort Myers.
Well, I think Green, Torque, and Carpenter can all see, like, this kid's pretty good. This kid is good, and I don't think that they're going to be upset that he made his money because he came out and now, like the other the other text communication person said, what if he's bad? That's a chance you take when you sign this deal. But I think there's more upside to the Tigers doing this. As I say, I would have waited a little bit longer, but Scott Harris saw what he needed to see, and he got him out there. So that's what we're asking the question. Hey, of the three, between Scott Harris, Trajan Langdon, and Brad Holmes, how do you rank them? Is Scott Harris the best GM as of right now? Because as you said, a couple years ago, this was a no-brainer. It was Brad Holmes. Run away with a victory. Now, I got him as third. And really, the draft, I need to see something.
Here's my scale of 1 to 10. We've got Langdon, 9.5. I've got Harris, 9.0. I've got Holmes, 7.0. And we're going to choose to follow the golden rule today. Okay?
Yeah. There you go.
Well, let me give you what some of the text communication people on the text were saying. Someone says no for Scott Harris. Brad built the best Lions teams we've ever seen, and Trajan has made the Pistons the beast in the East. Scott has had as many missteps as positive moves. Another one says this move does not even move the needle when it comes to Scott Harris.
I'm sorry, what?
Based on what he has accomplished during this time, he is still underperforming at all levels as a general manager. All levels?
Consider where they were before he got here and consider where they are now. Now, we all can be annoyed that they finished one run away from the ALCS and the team they lost to finished one run away from the World Series. And then the Blue Jays finished one run away from winning the World Series. We all can be bent about how close they were, but you'd have to be incredibly blind to miss where they were relative to where they are now.
I'm with you. But, hey, continue, David.
Imagine if they go out and get the best bat available at the deadline. I will be beyond pumped, they say. Someone else says, I am just happy they are at least apparently willing to spend for the future. Just hoping we are not talking about this in 4 years saying, quote, remember the McGonagal deal? When does that garbage decision come off the books? That is from John.
Yeah, I think a lot of people may be holding their breath saying the same thing. 248-539-9797. Asking the people, who do you rank? Does this make Scott Harris the best? Or who do you have of the people in Detroit? 248-539-9797. Or, you know what? Waiting to see. We'll just take the text communications. But I look at this.
We don't have that luxury. You and I don't get to wait and see.
No, but
we got a mic on. It's time for us to know whether this is the right or wrong move.
I look at this and I see, I look at the Tigers. This is not the end all be all. They can still do more. I think they still need to add a bat at the trade deadline. But I like where Scott Harris is going with this. Now, as far as Trajan Langdon, you went out there and you got a coach. And that was the biggest thing. It wasn't necessarily a free agent pickup. It was you got a guy in Bickerstaff who can motivate this team. You got a guy in Bickerstaff who has this team believing in themselves that right here, right now, they got swag. Every time they win, they just don't win. They let you know that they won. It's not even like, I can't believe we won this game. It was like, we knew we were going to win this game. We knew we were going to win this thing. And, you should just be lucky to be on the same court as us. Now, I don't know where this will take them to the NBA Finals or not, but their attitude tells me we talk about culture. Bickerstaff has brought a culture, and that's through Trajan Langdon. So that's why I have him slightly behind. I need to see some success. The Tigers have won playoff series. Pistons have not.
I'll tell you
that's the difference maker to me.
I'll give you a 60-second Langdon story before his first year, last year. Went up to him. And I said, Trajan, can I just ask you, when you were in free agency, your first Detroit Pistons free agency, how many phones did you get hung up in your face? And he laughed. And he said, you have no idea. And then I said, well, how do you overcome that? And he said, look, there's nothing I can do about it being cold and gray in February in Detroit, but there's everything I can do about ensuring that these players have every single resource at their disposal to make them as successful and to make them the most money they possibly can. He said, players talk amongst each other. When they talk, We want them talking about the family, the culture, the equipment that they want for nothing when they step through these doors. And guess what? That's exactly with that cool-handed approach that everything's going to be okay. We've seen that with the Detroit Pistons through 2 years of Trajan Langdon.
248-539-9797. I think we know who's at the bottom of the list. We don't need to talk about that person. Let's talk about the other three. Who do you have? Who's your one? Who's your two? Who's your three? 97-1. All right, guys. As you can see, it's raining like crazy. You know what that means? That means that pretty soon the grass is going to get thicker, and you're going to be like, wow. And then you're going to say, wow, because you're going to see a bunch of dandelions and a bunch of weeds because you didn't take care of your lawn. If you want the best lawn possible, you have to take care of it now. And that means you need to give my guys at Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service a call. Get green, stay green. Call 888-GET-GREEN right now. And what they're going to do, they're going to design a program to strengthen your turf, improve your color, and control the weeds. If you're tired of fighting weeds, you need to call Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Why? Because great lawns don't happen by accident. You need to do the right thing with the right timing and the right program. Call 888-GET-GREEN right now to get started. That's 888-GET-GREEN, or you can go online at naturalwaylawn.com. As a matter of fact, if you purchase a full lawn program, you'll get free grub control, but you got to mention Rico from 97.1 said to give them a call. Call 888-GET-GREEN right now.
97.1, Valenti and Rico. Mark in for Mike the rest of this week. So the $1 million question. Scott Harris inks Kevin McGonagal. Perfect tie-in to the question, who is the best general manager this city has right now? Rico says it's Scott Harris by a nose. I say it's Trajan Langdon by a similar nose. And yet there are knocks on each one. I really didn't like how little Trajan Langdon did at the deadline. They keep saying they don't want to skip steps, but I got some news for you. You've already skipped about 30 of them. No one else has gone from 14 wins to 44 to 60, and no one in the history of the NBA has ever had the worst record in the league and won the NBA championship 2 years later. Trajan, you've already skipped steps, all right? You need another score. You need some more shooting. Now, I had a show where I was going in on Asar Thompson a little bit because I don't like that his title is shooting guard and he can't do the thing that's in his title.
You knew that when you drafted him.
But he's not developed at all. And then Mark Champion called the show that I was on and, defended Asar Thompson a little bit. Analytically, the Pistons struggle with deep shooting. They struggle with scoring. And so I would have loved to have seen a play for somebody that can put the biscuit in the basket. They didn't do that. They didn't get that done. That is why Trajan Langdon doesn't have a 10. But he's done everything else beautifully. Everything else beautifully. So we've got that we're asking you. Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but who would have thought that Holmes would have slid down in this race?
Exactly.
Because Holmes was the runaway winner.
Well, let me give you what this text says. Holmes is below Iserman. Holmes has the window for multiple years to bring in the right pieces, and he blew it each time.
That's objectively wrong.
Yeah, that's objectively wrong.
I would say so.
By the way, I like the fact that we're all treating the fourth general manager like it's George Carlin's 7 dirty word. Like we have successfully. Can we pledge not to say the name the whole show?
Here's the thing.
Can we do it?
No, because that's just
David is nodding his head yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
You haven't
We're
earned
following the golden rule today.
You haven't earned it. I mean, we all know if we said he's absolutely the worst. I don't care about that.
Rico, I don't know what you're talking about. I think extending a team's playoff drought to 10 straight years is an objectively good job, better than making it to the NFC title game.
Well, then since he said that, I'll read this text. Clearly, Stevie is number one. Sincerely, JT, Rias, Eric, and Andrew in Hockeytown. The last time I'll mention it.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. The GM responsible for the longest playoff drought since Stevie Wonder's last number one hit. I mean, how could he not be the best?
You can feel it.
Okay, that's enough singing today. Right. That's enough.
Right. Let's get to the callers.
Let's do it.
Sing.
All right. Wes, save us from ourselves. You're on 97.1.
What's good, fellas?
What's up, Wes?
Slow motion, man. It's a gloomy day, man. I don't like it, but it is what it is. But I would have to say it's Trajan Langdon for the simple fact. Not only
Where's
did he
that
not
bell?
skip step,
There you go. Where's that bell? Thank you very much.
I would say Trajan because not only did he not skip steps, a lot of people didn't pick the Pistons to be the number one seed this year. And not just that, you see how national media is dogging us, but that's usual. And it's just Brad Holmes will be number one, but when you go up a ladder and you climb down a ladder a couple notches, I just can't put you as the number one GM in the city. The Tigers are trending up. I like the team they got. I think the one thing that puts Scott Harris above Brad Holmes is that their rookies actually play. They're not projects. Kevin McGonagal is getting starts and he's getting playing time. But with Trajan Langdon, it's just that you see the patience, you see the vision. They didn't do much at the trade deadline, but that's okay because they're playing with house money. They got a group of young players.
I don't like that, Wes. I don't like that at all. Let me tell you something, Wes. Let me tell you something.
Wait, hold on, Mike. Hold on. I'm going to tell you why it's a good thing because if you throw all your eggs in a basket, you're not sure what these eggs are going to reveal. So when you just put a few in the basket and you get a 60-win season, 2 All-Stars, possibly Coach of the Year, then you're working with something. So now you don't add everything to an omelet because you're hungry. You just prep it and just keep fixing it as things go along.
Wes, the average core group, okay, that wins an NBA championship does so after 3.1 years together. This is year 3 for the Pistons core group. Do you remember the Dan Campbell clip, "We may never make it back here"? Tomorrow is promised to nobody. You're great now. You're ready now. Go get it now.
That's true. That is definitely true. But like I said, when you playing with house and money, you don't throw everything in there because let's say, well, we see what the situation with Jada Ivy is, sad about that, but it is what it is. When you have pieces, you don't just rush your pieces. Not saying that. I think the only thing that's holding the Pistons back is Asar's development from an offensive standpoint. It's like at times I see him being aggressive. At times I don't see him. And I'll be thinking to myself, like, I wonder if Ron should be in the starting lineup because I think Ron is a way better offensive player than Asar. It's just, I think that's what Trajan is trying to figure out. Like, okay, if there is a trade or a move, not afraid to shoot free throws. There's games where I see Asar, I'm like, okay, are you going to shoot the ball at least, or are you going to attack the? It's too much hesitancy with him, and that's the part that kills me. He's a great defender. That's the part that I love about him. But if you're telling me that I have a guy on the bench that's not afraid to hoist up 10 to 12 shots a game and get you some points, opposed to a guy who's afraid to either shoot the ball within, 3 or 4 possessions of the game, it's a problem right there.
Wes, I do appreciate the call. Let's get what's that?
No, go ahead.
Let's get the official vote. So Rico says Harris by a nose. I say Langdon by a nose. Kenny, you say best GM in the city.
I say Langdon by a nose.
And David Hall has a very painful head right now.
I'm sorry. I'm still stuck on the Ron Holland, Asar Thompson.
I've gotten that so many times. So many times.
Here's the thing. And what you're finding out is in order to stay on top, you have to keep doing things. It's why Brad Holmes has slid down. Brad Holmes was the genius for a while. He could do no wrong. And now he started to sit on his laurels and say, well, remember that draft a few years ago when I got all of these players? What have you done since, Brad? Hey, Jahmyr Gibbs. It was a while ago, man. What about this last draft class? Hey, what about Brian Branch? It's like, you keep pointing to the past instead of telling me what you're going to do in the future. You're not making the trades. I like the fact that Harris has been more active, at least in the last 6 months. That's why Trajan is number 2 for me, because you had a chance to make that move. And I still say if you would have made that move, I would feel very confident that you could just go through the East and you'd be waiting for either San Antonio or OKC or Denver. But here's the beauty. You only got to play one. You don't have to play the whole roster of the West. You didn't make that move.
Well, guess what? Brian Windhorst posted a clip yesterday. Are the Pistons the biggest playoff fraud? Guess what that clip would not have said had Trajan Langdon made a move? That.
Yeah.
Exactly that. David, you're not getting out of this. We've all given our votes. Number 1 GM in the city. Who is it?
It's Brad Holmes.
No.
It is Brad Holmes still for me because he has been the most successful GM so far. Trajan hasn't won a playoff series yet. Scott Harris, we're still looking for some key moves in the offensive side, so I'm still by a nose. It's Brad Holmes right behind Trajan because they were number 1 in the East.
But you know what this proves, though, is that each of these GMs are one move away from lapping the other guy. They're that closely packed together.
Yeah, but to me, I almost have a tie for the gold medal, and then I have Holmes way down here.
Point to the man with a hot dog roller.
We all have different answers here, except for me and Mark have Langdon.
Yeah.
You have Harris.
So Langdon wins.
Right,
That's right. No, I get it.
You all are wrong.
We are very smart, Mark.
Yes, we are.
I tolerate you. You're all wrong.
All right. We've got an NFL blitz coming your way. And we got a college blitz coming your way. And, some pressure is going to be placed on Rico and I, but later in the show.
And can I just simply say, do you know what worst case means? Ponder that. Just ponder that.
Yeah, there is no worst case. He's still on this today.
Because you don't
He's still on
understand
this.
what worst case
Normally,
means.
you sleep on something, you get over it, you feel better the next day. Rico is still on this. Rico said yesterday, people of Detroit, he said yesterday,
Let's move on.
We'll move on.
Yeah.
We're going to share this with you next. 97.1. Valenti and Rico 97.1. Thrilled about the signing of Kevin McGonagal, but for right now, it's time for us to do a little college football blitz.
So we're back at it again today, guys. We're going to go through some teams here. Top 25 again that CBS put together. And we're going to go best scenario, worst scenario. So let's start here with Ohio.
So let me get this straight.
Sure.
Best is if you win all the games the 50-50 games, and worse if you lose all the 50-50
He does
games.
not agree with you on what you said yesterday, by the way, and I'm going to reset it for the people now. Ladies and gentlemen, whether you're on the state side or the maize and blue side, Rico came on these airwaves yesterday and said that Michigan State and Michigan have the same floor heading into 2026.
They don't play the same schedule,
My jaw
Mark.
hit the floor
They don't play
when
the
I
same,
heard that.
They don't play the same schedule. 50-50 games you lose, that's how you get to 6-6. Go ahead, David.
So let's start with the defending champion. Let's start with Indiana. They're in the Big Ten.
Okay.
Best case, worst case.
Hold on. I was expecting you to say Ohio State. It still hasn't hit me that
Indiana
Indiana
is the
'Cause I'm
defending
like-
champ.
Same.
I'm like, okay. Oh, wait. You said Ohio State wrong. Indiana, it is. Okay.
New quarterback, Josh Hoover. They have the receiver from Michigan State.
Yeah, Nick Marsh.
Yep.
And they also brought in some other people as well. Well, we know they're not going to lose their non-conference because Indiana is the masters. Like, you get the biddest when you look at Indiana's schedule, non-conference of North Texas, Howard, and Western Kentucky.
I think Howard's going to be tough, man.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Biddest. Straight biddest.
Oh, gosh. What's the floor of this schedule? They're playing the Sisters of the Poor here. The Island of Misfit Toys.
The floor, I would say their worst case, David, is probably 9-3. That's their worst case. Their best case, they could probably go 11-1.
Worst case, 9-3. Best case, 12-0.
Okay.
I think the Buckeye game will be a coin flip,
So
and
that
it's in Bloomington, so yeah, I can see that.
Worst case they have here on CBS is 9-3, so you are spot on, and 12-0. So
How about that?
You all are right there.
Where's that bell?
It's the Ohio State one, Rico. That's the, it could be a
Ohio
loss
State.
or not.
And
but-
you know what? It's in Bloomington.
So they're giving that to them because of that.
And they got tricky ones, like at Nebraska could be tricky. We're waiting for them every single year.
Nebraska is never
Every
going to
single
be
year.
tricky.
At Michigan could be tricky. At
Yes.
Washington could be tricky.
Yes.
Okay, at Washington only because it's that whole West Coast trip thing. That's a real thing.
Yeah.
I know. Something happens when you cross over that Mississippi River. You have no chance. It's almost like you start the game down 10-0.
Well, your body's not used to performing at what is 9 a.m.
No, it's not that because I've seen coaches go out there early. I've seen coaches take their team out almost the day of the game. There's no formula to it. I can't explain it. You go to the West Coast, and even when the West Coast teams come to the East Coast, it doesn't work out. Now, the East Coast teams normally will play a noon game for a 9 o'clock for them, or you go to the West Coast, like State play USC. Games start the USC. I think the game started at 11 o'clock, our time. Kids out there drinking coffee in the huddles. Go ahead.
So we just had Indiana. Let's stay in the state, one of their in-state rivals, and let's go with Notre Dame. Best case, worst case for Notre Dame. They are losing Jeremiah Love and Jadarian Price. So what do you think?
Hold on, let me pull up.
CJ Carr's returning.
Best and worst case for Notre Dame this coming season. I'm a big believer in Marcus Freeman now. Big believer. I did think it was kind of lame that they immediately said we're not going to a bowl game. Like, we're above a bowl game. No, you're not.
Yeah, they are. They're Notre Dame.
I couldn't disagree more.
Because they didn't, here's why.
So is that going to be the way it is every year?
So we're going to get to the best case, worst case?
Yes. You don't play in a bowl game because the kids didn't want to be there. That's how people get hurt. All right. Best case for Notre Dame, worst case for Notre Dame, David, you're probably looking at 10-2. This is a biddish type schedule as well. I would say 10-2. Best case scenario for Notre Dame, I would go 12-0.
I'm exactly where Rico is. Miami is the only game of BYU could be of some concern, but the BYU doesn't have Notre Dame's athletes. Miami at home is their 150-50 game. So I'm going to go worst case 10-2.
You're forgetting that game on September 19th. Hey, I'm going.
Where's the laugh track?
All right.
Michigan State, Notre Dame. 10-2, 12-0.
So the worst case is 9-3.
No way.
Best case is 12-0.
Okay, I had 10-2.
I don't see three losses on there.
BYU could be a loss.
Could it?
Miami could be a loss, and I guess SMU could be a loss.
How about the fact that the Georgia Bulldogs up next here have, in the NIL era, we're going to get to that this week as well. What's going on with the Big Ten in the NIL era? Georgia doesn't feel like quite the same team, do they?
Well, let's do Georgia here. Best case, worst case, they are number 3 on their way to early top 25.
Mark, I actually think you're more right than wrong. I think their best case scenario is probably 10, 11 wins. I'll say 11 just because they could very well do that. But, I mean, I'm looking at their schedule. There's only a couple of upset spots that I feel really could be problematic, and it's certainly not your team. But it's I'll put their worst case scenario at about 9 wins, so somewhere between 9 and 11.
And here I thought we were friends, Skinny. The thing is, any game in the SEC can get you. Sure. Vanderbilt can get you. Oklahoma can get you. The two obvious trip-up spots are at Alabama, at Ole Miss for Georgia, at South Carolina. Let me tell you my story with Shane Beamer one time. I'm going to go worst case is 9-3. Best case is 12-0.
Okay, see, when I look at other teams that have been put on this list that are 12-win teams, one of them's a national champion, and I don't think Georgia's there yet, so that's why I'll cap it at 11.
I got, you know what? Not that you care, David. I got 9-3, 11-1.
Okay, so you're just one off of what they say, 8-4, 12-0. So you
8-4
wasn't crazy.
That would be a disappointment. That'd be a massive disappointment.
So
I mean, you do have 5 or 6 possible losses on there.
Sure, but I don't put those as 50-50 games. I put those more as 60-40, 70-30 games.
And Florida better be in that group.
Feel lucky.
So let's quickly finish off with Ohio State. Best case, worst case.
All right, the Ohio State Buckeyes.
For Ohio State, I think best case, David, is 12-0. I think the worst case for the Buckeyes is probably 11-1.
No, best case for the Buckeyes is 12-0. Worst case is 10-2 because they have at Indiana and at Texas and tricky at Iowa in there as well. I'm going to go 10-2 and 12-0.
So the worst case, 9-3. Best case, 12-0.
What? No chance. All right. Well, the Pistons got great news last night, and they didn't even play. We'll tell you why next here on 97.1.
Brought to you by Rapid Roofing. The Tigers are giving their rookie phenom, Kevin McGonagal, the Colt Keith treatment by extending him in his rookie season. But this deal comes with a whole lot more cash. The term's 8 years and $150 million with incentives. In the last 3 years, it could see it climb to a total of $160. 21-year-old Richard Hudson from Highland Park was part of history over the weekend when he caught McGonagal's first home run ball. Just talked to him and asked what his message would be to fans that say he should have kept the ball and sold it. McGonagal back leading off tonight here in 97.1 as long as Mother Nature allows for the middle game of their 3-game set with the Royals. Jack Flaherty battles Seth Lugo on the mound. Lugo had a nice start so far with a 1.53 ERA, 6.40 the first pitch. Red Wings radio analyst of 40 years, Paul Woods, will call it a career tonight as Detroit wraps up their season against the Florida Panthers. It's a 7 o'clock puck drop over on WWJ News Radio 950. The NBA play-in continues tonight. Magic for 76ers at 7:30. Warriors and Clippers at 10 at the Corwell Hall Sports Desk. I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
$97.1. Great to have you guys with us. Rolling on until 6 o'clock p.m. today. You see that, Rico? The man's giving Kevin McGonagal his ball back.
Yeah, he also said, for those who said I should just give it to him, that ain't happening.
He said, I'm not going to extort him for money. But I didn't say, look, I want an autographed baseball and I want lunch. And you hear him say, I'm going to build relationships. That's what we're doing. That's a man after my own heart, the man who caught Kevin McGonagal. The man who caught Kevin McGonagal's baseball. There you go. Well, I will tell you what. Is the NBA play-in tournament, is it grabbing you? I had a chance to watch it yesterday. I did not watch it yesterday. Quite honestly. I did not watch it. I thought about it. I thought about it. It didn't grab me. Honestly. I'm tired of Charlotte's BS. Oh, we're going to beat the Pistons. I was annoyed that they won. But if you actually go into the numbers, it's good for the Pistons that the Heat lost. The Heat have been the team that have fared the best against them this year. So good result for the Pistons. I don't need to see Charlotte celebrating a meaningless win when none of these play-in teams have done anything, honestly, in the actual playoffs. It didn't grab me. Did it grab you?
Yeah. If every NBA game could be like last night's NBA game.
Well, that's why they're doing it, though.
Why are they doing it?
Well, no, that's why they're doing it, because it keeps more teams in it longer, and you create that kind of environment.
Bruh, that game last night for no horse in the race, oh my God, goes to overtime? Like the final play where they hit the shot and then Miami takes it down, I think no timeouts, and they go all the way to the length of the court. And it looks like a layup, and Miles Bridges comes from nowhere and pins it against the glass, and that's it. Ball game. Hornets win by 1, and they get to move on, but they really don't get to move on
because they have to win another game.
One more game. Man, that was excitement last night. I look, didn't have a horse in the race and sat there and said, wow, if every playoff game could be like this, it'll go back to the days when the NBA was fantastic.
But you know why, though? You know why? Because you haven't seen anything that looks like that in 6 months. You've seen nothing that looks like that.
Well, that's the whole thing.
Problem.
No. That's why we said there's a difference between the regular season and playoff basketball. Nobody's taking the night off because it's win or go home. You don't want to see Kenny and Chuck and Shaq sending you and Ernie sending you off to Cancun. You don't want to see that graphic with
I do.
With your
I
players
love that
in
graphic.
there. Right, but you don't want your team in that graphic. So you're playing in that game. You're dialed in. You're focused. Miami went out there and was just devastated. Like, wait, we're going home? We're the first team to pack it up and go? Wow. Yeah.
And don't sleep on the potential of Bam Adebayo being available. I'm just floating that out there, okay? You think about perfect fits for what Detroit needs. How long is Miami going to keep supporting Einstein's definition of insanity, supporting, doing the same thing over and over again and getting the same result? They're a 500 team. Congratulations. You got Tyler Hero, Davion Mitchell, Bam Adebayo, Vasquez. You're a 500 basketball team. If that's good enough for you, you've got the right roster. If not, you might need to make a trade. Keep an eye out for the possibility that Bam Adebayo and his fake 80-point game could be on the move. Now, how does this pertain to the Pistons? We got 2 more of these play-in games tonight as well. We've got Philadelphia and the Orlando Magic, the Warriors and the Clippers. Boy, the latter years of Steph Curry are sad, aren't they? This is sad.
It is, but you know what? I expect Steph to go out there and try to pull up vintage Steph. I expect Draymond. I expect all the, because it's the playoffs and it's pride, and you don't want to be, the old guy like, I used to be able. You want to show that you still have it. So I fully expect the Warriors to come out tonight and try to win this thing over the Clippers. Like, I think that they would, because Steph, with everything on the line, I'll take him. He's hit plenty of big money shots before. I would take him to hit this thing. But if you're the Pistons, going back to what happened last night, it's a very simple question, Mark, for the Pistons fans out there. Who do you want to see in the first round? It can either be Charlotte Hornets, what you have a history with them this year, the whole fight thing that happened, Philadelphia 76ers, or the Orlando Magic. 248-539-9797. I would say if I'm a Pistons fan, I would rather see Philly or I'd rather see Orlando. I don't think you want to see the Charlotte Hornets. Not that the Charlotte Hornets could beat you, but because you have history with them, because they can get up and down the court and score. I think you would beat Charlotte, but it would be a series that would take so much out of you to finally get that 4th win that it would leave your legs a little wobbly for the second round.
You know why I'm leaning OKC? I'm leaning OKC because San Antonio's got to play Denver in the second round. And whichever of those 2 teams comes out of it, and I think it's going to be San Antonio, I think OKC is going to get, like Stone Temple Pilots said, half the man they used to be in that series. And are you really wanting to expel everything you got in that opening series? That's not what the opening series is supposed to be. Then again, the 7, 8, 9, and 10 seed, these are better teams than have been in the past in the East.
Yeah, and I look at the history that this Pistons team has with the Hornets. It's going to be some bad blood, some carryover from the game down in Charlotte from earlier this year. And I do, hopefully nobody does anything stupid, but I just think that Charlotte is going to take so much out of this team in the first round that they're going to expel unnecessary energy in order to get to the second round. I don't see it as being a sweep. If I'm a Pistons fan, I'd rather see the Sixers. I'd rather see the Sixers, plain and simple. That would be my team. If I had to pick one of the 3, I would want Detroit to play the Sixers. I think you'd be okay.
See, I agree with you, Rico, on the Charlotte Hornets, just for a different reason. I don't want to see the Charlotte Hornets. Yes, you beat them. I think you beat them 4-5, whatever it is. But there was one incident in the Charlotte game last week where I think it was Brandon Miller came down, Duncan Robinson, they kind of pushed each other, all this stuff. And then there was a video you see from that, and you see Isaiah Stewart sitting on the sideline. He was on the sideline. He was standing there because he was on the bench, and he wanted to be involved.
Mm-hmm.
And he did not involve himself because of what happened before. What I'm worried about if they play the Charlotte Hornets is that kind of wrestling with him, getting him involved in a fight that may get him suspended. I don't want anything close to the Charlotte Hornets just for that reason. They'll be tougher than I think any of the other opponents, but I don't want a suspension.
But see, that's why I said, because of the bad blood, Charlotte will take too much out of you. Whether it's suspension, whether it's
just emotional energy.
Right, because you're going to want to beat them. And not just that, you're going to want to sweep them. And Charlotte's going to come in here, and they're just going to be like that mosquito that just buzzes around you, and you just can't seem to swat it away. That's what's going to be, ironically enough, the Hornet, or a hornet at a picnic. And you're just trying to get rid of that thing. So, for Pistons fans out there, Who do you want to see this Pistons team take on in the first round? 248-539-9797. For me, anybody but Charlotte. I'd rather see the Sixers or the Magic. But I don't you're praying to God that Charlotte loses this next game.
I'd like to add a second thing to that if we can, Rico. Yeah. And that is, who are you going to get? Who do you want to get? And who are you going to get? Because I want Philadelphia. You're unbeaten against Philadelphia.
That's what I said. Yeah, Philly.
You're the only team they're the only one of these teams that you have not worn the L2 at all this year. But, right, Charlotte is not guaranteed a spot. They're going to get the loser of Orlando and Philadelphia. And it's almost like I want Philadelphia to win tonight, right? But if Philadelphia wins tonight, no, that means they get the 7. Mm-hmm. Then they avoid the Pistons. I think Charlotte's going to beat Philadelphia.
Right.
I don't think Charlotte's going to beat Orlando.
Tobias Harris has great games against his former team. Philly is the team that you want. Philly, you're right. You need Philly to lose, and then you need Philly to beat the Hornets. What you don't need is the Hornets to win that next game, because then you're going to get Charlotte. And let me say this again. You'll beat the Hornets, but at what cost? It's almost like Thanos. What did it cost you? Everything.
Well, let's be honest, right? That's going 6 or 7 games. I think Charlotte's going at least 6 games.
I think so.
With their offensive firepower, that's not Detroit's strength. The defense will win out in the end. That's going 6 games.
Right. And to what David said, you got to hope that you just don't have somebody coming off the bench just to poke the bear. You know what? Hey, beef stew, look at this. I tripped somebody.
They're going to sweep the leg out there.
Right.
And David was right. You saw beef stew. He was sitting there like, if I could put a little thought emoji, it would be bet.
Man.
It was like bet. And it was like smoke coming out of his ears.
You're going to have to put a seatbelt on him when he goes to the bench so he just can't get up. Seriously.
You're exactly right.
Straight jacket on the bench.
Yeah. Because if not.
Stay seated.
I mean, the assistant coach, your job, or the towel boy, whoever, your job, as soon as he gets up, you snatch him down. Tackle him if you have to.
But you're talking about one game. This could be a 7-game series. So this is, if maybe he is able to maintain for a game 2 or 3, but by game 4, 5, or 6, he's going to be, the steam is extra going to be coming out of his ears, like Mark said.
Yeah, he's got a 50% chance of losing it 7 games in a row.
Great odds.
How many suspensions are we talking about here? Over under 1.5. Gosh. So who do you want the Pistons to play, and who do you think they're gonna play? 248-539-9797 is where you can get to us on the show. Valenti and Rico, 97.1. Valenti and Rico, 97.1. Mark Ryan in for Mike. Great to have you guys with us. NBA play-in tournament. Is that working? Is it doing exactly what it was supposed to do? Feels like that. It was a little confusing when it first started. Okay, how does this work again? Right? 9 plays 10 and 7 plays 8.
It's still a little confusing.
Little clunky?
Like if you're, Charlotte, you could celebrate, but then it's back to work. Because you still got to win one more game because you finished last. So, yeah, I don't care for that.
Does it reward mediocrity too much, the play-in tournament? Or is it exactly what you want?
No, it rewards mediocrity because I don't think anybody goes from the play-in tournament to win a series. So it's like the NCAA with the play-in games. Okay, it adds a little extra drama, and look at this, they went to overtime. But in the end, they will tout the whole going back to when they first started with VCU, and they made it to the Final Four, and anybody can go from Dayton to the Final Four. Yeah, I'm still going to take the field. I'm not going to take anybody.
Yeah, the biggest disservice is that they call those first-round games. No. Those teams aren't in the tournament yet. They need to play to get into the tournament.
That's a whole other topic in and of itself.
Right, there you go. Let's get to E, who is up next on the show. We're rocking out with E.
Come on, E. Come on, E. Put E on hold.
Put us on hold, man.
Your call is very important.
Please hold, and I'll be with you momentarily.
E, you know better.
Come on, E. Scott in Waterford is up next. Scott, you're on 97.1.
Hey, Mark. Do you hear me?
I can.
Yeah, it's just I'm on the road and it's really bad raining driving to Indiana, so hopefully I get there in time. Anywho, so Rico was saying that he doesn't want to play the Hornets because it's going to drain emotional energy. We're talking about the Pistons. You're going to say it's the NBA playoffs. You want a good rivalry, and then you're going to say the Pistons will get their energy drained. Anyway, they're going to get past the Hornets, and I'm not sure if it's going to be a sweep. When they beat them, they're going to have an energy that's going to continue to push them forward. Anyway,
hold on, Scott. So you don't think that the Pistons and the Hornets have a little bit of rivalry and it won't be draining for the Pistons because they're going to want to beat them, but they know how to get under the Pistons' skin?
Right. But you're saying, who do you think is more skilled, 76ers or Hornets?
No, I said you want to beat the Scott, you want to play the 76ers because you've beaten the 76ers. The Hornets, you're going to go on and go out there and have a fist fight with them along with beating them. So you're preparing for the long game, which is the NBA Finals, not just beating the Hornets.
Oh, no, I just got pulled over. Okay, I'm so sorry. Okay, hopefully my ticket fine is not too bad. Sorry.
What is going on here?
I just got pulled over. Well, he got pulled over for that call because it was awful. I didn't know. I didn't understand a single thing he said.
Which one of you called the cops on him? That's what I want to know.
You know what? I'm going to invoke Kenny. That's one.
I didn't do that.
What just happened?
He was like, I'm like, so you don't. I didn't say you weren't going to beat the Hornets. I just said it will be. I think it will be more emotional than when you played the Knicks last year.
I could tell the call was going that way because he addressed only me. All right, Mark, why is Rico doing this? Whenever the caller addresses only one of you, you know there's a problem. There's a problem with the other one. That didn't make any sense. His take, he was mad at you for wanting to play Charlotte, wanting to play Philadelphia.
Right.
He was mad at you.
Well, who has more talent? Like,
yeah.
Dude, you've beaten the 76ers. You'll go.
Is Joel Embiid still on that team? Rhetorical question. I know he is, but is he really still on the team?
You'll play the 76ers, and Tobias Harris, look, he plays well against them, and you'll move on to go and probably play Cleveland. You go up against Charlotte, you got to, as we said, you got to hope that you don't get into a fight. You got to hope that somebody doesn't get suspended, and they play smart basketball. It's going to be a test of their will, and it's going to be mentally and physically taxing, and that's why I'd rather just avoid all of that.
You made him speed. Did you see that? He made you so mad that you made him so mad that he was speeding.
I guess.
Over under 200 bucks, 200 bones, his ticket.
I'm not paying the ticket. That's
over
on you.
under 200.
Oh, they let him walk. It's okay. Give him a warning.
I do too. Bernard in Detroit is up next. Bernard, what's up, man?
what's going on, guys?
What's up, man?
Hey, Rico, listen, man, don't get me no ticket. I'm driving too now, so be careful. I don't want to get pulled over out here, way out here in Wyandotte. It's raining cats and dogs already. But listen, I want to play Charlotte. I think you can get into a fight with anybody, you know what I'm saying? But I know they got their problem with Charlotte in the past, but that can happen anytime. But I think they were talking about ESPN. They're looking into that tripping thing that LaMelo Ball did against Alabama.
Yeah.
And he may not even be playing tonight. So they're still looking for that decision to come down. But I want to play Charlotte.
But see, but Bernard, that's one of the reasons why I don't think you want to, because Charlotte is going to do cheap stuff to you, and you're going to want to retaliate against them. And the next thing you know, there's Beef Stew and Duran out for a game.
You're right, but we got to be able to calm down. It's playoff time. You got to be able to hold that in. Let them get throughout the game for doing cheap shots. That's where the coaching comes in at. You got to be ready for stuff like that.
Coaching and players have to be smart. That's why I said I'd rather just avoid that altogether. Go out there and you beat the 76ers, and then you just get ready for Cleveland.
Like you've done all year long.
That's true. I just want that. I just want it. I want it, man.
You want the smoke. Okay, I got you.
I want the smoke, baby.
We're bringing the smoke, and we're not bringing the sirens at you, Bernard.
And
No sirens, but smoke.
Drive safely in the rain, and don't get pulled over.
He's getting pulled over. By the way, Con Knipple, playoff atmosphere last night. 6 points. 2 for 12 shooting.
Okay,
different game.
I'm going to say it before, and I'll say it again. Playoffs is a different animal. It is. You just don't, the stuff you did in the regular season doesn't fly in the playoffs, and everybody's ready to play because, once again, you don't want to see your team photo up on that graphic as Ernie and Kenny and Chuck and Shaq wave you off to
But it's so
Cancun.
much fun. It's so much fun what they do to these people.
Right. But you don't want that. You don't want that embarrassment. So that's why, people start. Here's a silly notion. They try in the playoffs.
God forbid.
They actually give a damn.
The premise of this next call feels off. Let's see. Jay, you're on 97.1. Go right ahead, Jay.
Hey, good afternoon, guys. How y'all doing?
Good. What up, Jay?
Good. Well, so I don't get pulled over. I just pulled over safely. So
That's how you play
Smart
it, Jay.
man.
Good man.
Hey, Rico, look, man, I hear what you're saying, and to an extent, I do agree with it, but I think that with the way the Pistons have played this year, and I agree with you as well, the playoffs is a different beast all within itself. The emotional part, I thought we kind of saw that, a microcosm of that when the Pistons played the Hornets last week. And, with the elbow to the, when the Pistons played the Pacers, that elbow to the back to Stu. Now, that was a time for him to really get off the chain right then and there. But you can kind of see that calm that was over him, and he didn't react.
Yeah, but Jay,
so I think that they're ready for that. I think they're ready for that, Rico.
Jay, I'm gonna let you finish, but it was the Pacers, and they ain't going nowhere. So you kind of look, oh, ain't that cute? You pushed me in the back. That's so cute. Oh, let me pat you on the head, Pacers. I remember you were good last year. If Charlotte did that, he's not gonna react the same way because they don't like the Hornets. It's like the Knicks were last year.
I could dig that. I think whoever's in that number 8 spot, they just have to get ready for us to make it to the second round because I think the Pistons have a lot more to play for. Making it to the second round, number one, and I think more emotion would be played if they had to run into the Knicks again. Although we're looking at Cleveland, but
not going to get the Knicks. Definitely not going to get the Knicks unless you get them in the conference
finals. Yeah, Eastern Conference Finals. Yeah.
Jay, good to talk to you, my man. Good to talk to you.
Get back on the road.
Get back. 15 years of doing this. That's never happened. Ever happened to you?
No.
What's the weirdest thing that's happened to you? Somebody on the line.
I'm trying to think. It was something weird to somebody. We've heard arguments. We've heard arguments.
Okay.
Yeah, like okay.
Husband and wife going at it.
We heard yelling at the kids like, can't have this person on. But yeah, because we don't know what they're about to say. Straight up, you could tell they were in the middle of a heated argument. So
Who do you want the Pistons to play in round one? Who are they going to play? My answers, you want to play Philadelphia, you're going to play Charlotte. Your call's next, 97.1.
Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's been leading the way. Hamilton Chevrolet. Oh, hold on. Sorry about that. Man down. Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren wants to be your Chevy dealer. Andrew Pavlik and his sales staff, they're the guys to go and see because they're going to guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. They're going to find you every discount, rebate, and incentive to save you some money. So get into Hamilton Chevrolet right now and hit the road with the great deals that they have on their massive inventory. Selection is best right now, and they are ready for immediate delivery, including the April Rico deal, a new 2026 Chevy Equinox LT, $299 a month for 36 months. You'll walk into Hamilton with $1,000 down. You will drive off with 10,000 miles a year. Guys, you know the best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Stop in to see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet. Tell them I sent you and make Hamilton Chevy your Chevy dealer. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
$97.1. Great to have you guys with us. The question posed to you has been, who are the Pistons going to play? And who do you want them to play in the playoffs? But also, I got to say, where we are, where this team is, why are we still at the point of sweating first-round opponents? Yeah, like I get they haven't won a playoff round. I get they're trying to win home playoff games. I feel like sometimes in this city we keep the bar low when we shouldn't be doing that. You know, like it's okay to skip some steps. I've had people with the Pistons tell me, hey, Mark, you know, look, finals, conference finals, we got to win a home playoff game. We got to win a play. Yeah, you do. But you have a team good enough to do just that. Yeah, you've had a few now. 8 seeds beat a 1. I want to say that's happened 5 times in NBA history, and 8 seeds beating a 1. That's not happening to you. These bottom feeders are not beating you, even if the 8 seeds this year are better than they've been. Why are we still sweating these teams?
I don't think we're sweating the teams. Like I'm looking for the path of least resistance. Okay, I'm just going to be real about it. You want to win a title, but you don't want to have to struggle in every series. So I can understand why Pistons fans feel that way because you haven't won a series in a long time. So you kind of want the layup to start off, get your feet wet, and then you move on. Trajan Langdon said, hey, we haven't won a series yet. We noticed that. So I think that's why you're a little for me, I think you'll beat Charlotte. I think you'll beat any of the teams that you play. But I think Charlotte will take a lot out of you so that when you get to that second round, probably against Cleveland, you won't be 100%.
But will Atlanta take a lot out of Cleveland? What Atlanta are you getting?
They could.
Right? Could Atlanta beat Cleveland?
And then the way Charlotte goes up and down the court, Cade coming off of the collapsed lung, you're going to be exerting a little more energy. Like it's just the little things. I'm looking at the bigger picture here. I'm trying to get you to that Pistons Celtics Eastern Conference final. So, because in a perfect world, because you play the games, you have the time off, and you sweep your team, and you're able to kind of sit there and watch the other team play a 7-game series and beat each other up. I want you to have that sweep team, not the 7-game series team.
Right. Also, realize who you are. You're one of 3 60-win teams in the NBA. You meet all the profiles, all the prerequisites for an NBA championship contender. You have a top 10 offense. You have a top 10 defense. You have a top 5 net rank rating. You have all of that stuff. Why are we sweating the small fries here? What do you say we get to Jerry, who is up next on the show? Hey, Jerry, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys, long-time listener, first-time caller.
Hey.
Like you just said, I'm taking the path of least resistance. I, like my dad and all that other caller, everybody wants to be a meathead and say, oh, the Pistons want all the smoke. We want Charlotte. That's going to tax us like this government is doing. There's no way you're going to go into maybe even win that round. And if you do, you're so beat up and taxed. And the likelihood that there can be some, flagrant twos or another fight is just high. We don't need Beef Stew being a meathead. We just need to get the players' experience, get to the second round, and do our thing. That's it.
I don't think Stewart's a meathead. I think he's an enforcer. That's what he is.
That's a meathead halfway. Come on.
No. You know what? Jerry, I'm going to say this. I think Beef Stew has the same thing. Now, you could call it a meathead. I look at his quick temper. To me, he's like your version of Draymond Green. At any given moment, he could snap and just do something on the court, and you're immediately saying, Isaiah, no. Oh, crap.
Have you ever dated a female version of that?
Yeah.
I have.
I tried not to.
I have. And I'm like, this is not that big a deal, Beef Stew. Beef Stew. This is not, you're talking to him from the television thinking he can hear you.
Right. She only asked for your order. That's it.
Can I say this? The Red Wings would be a hell of a lot better if they had a Beef Stew on their team.
Yes.
A hell of a lot better.
Yes, they would. But yeah, I get it. Yeah. But he is one of those guys, kind of like Draymond Green, where you're just like, you like the edge that they play with, but they skirt the line. And sometimes they take unnecessary risk and they hop over that line. And you're like, really? This is why you got kicked out of a game? So, yeah, I've seen that type of person where you go to a restaurant and just like, they simply just said, what did you want? Did you want fries with that? Okay, that wasn't a personal indictment to you. It wasn't that deep. Okay. Guess what? We can never eat here again. You know what? I'm right. I have one like, I'm never eating at this restaurant again. I'm going to have to go in disguise because.
Beef stew is certainly first on the Detroit list of don't say anything to his woman.
Yeah.
He's certainly first on that list of anyone.
Don't say anything about his boys.
Yeah.
His mama.
Teammates.
Nothing.
Yeah. He's first.
Detroit. Oh, man, I hate Detroit. What'd you say?
I know you're going to walk that one back. Justin in Romeo is up next. Justin, you're on 97.1.
Hello.
Hey, man.
I'm saying I want the Pistons to play the 76ers.
Why is that?
I think that'd be a easier game. I don't care. Even if they play somebody else, I think we'll beat them.
No, Justin, I agree with you, man. I'd rather have the 76ers as well because I just think that, yeah, especially Tobias Harris just has a thing against his former team. So I'm good with that. Appreciate the call, Justin.
I think Philadelphia is the call as well. Let's get
hold on. Let's get we've been slacking. We've been slacking all week. I know.
All right.
The text communication.
I mean, they're just not going to text anymore if we don't ever go to them. Here we go. Pistons. They need Tyler Hero, so I'm glad Miami lost. He fits everything we need, and he always lights up for 35. That is Hunter and Clarkston. Someone else, or Joe in Westland says, I want Charlotte, but mostly because I want to see LaMelo Ball get curb stomped. I hate that guy. Okay.
Punchable face category?
Yeah, he is. Desmond from Southfield says, good call, Mark, on Bam being available. Best idea NBA has had with the play-in games. One game elimination keeps fan bases in it. Makes the regular season matter. Does it? I hate the play-in.
No. It's kind of funny because it's everything that people say, well, I don't like the NCAA tournament because it's one and done. You could have an off night. And last night, it now that I think about it, it felt like a tournament game.
See, but here's the thing, and this is the problem that I have with LaMelo. He should have been out of the rest of that game. What you did to Bam Adebayo hurt them. It hurt Miami. Miami lost. They could have won that game late. If Bam is down low to defend that layup by LaMelo, they could be going to play on Friday for the AFC. So LaMelo, whatever. That's why I can't stand the play-in, the one and done. I don't like it.
I like it. I do. I guess, put it this way. I wouldn't like it if the Pistons were in the game. I'd be stressed, but they're not. So I don't care. I can sit there and I can watch these two bottom-feeding teams battle it out.
It's kind of crazy
for the
when you
last
think about
crumbs.
It's crazy because those teams have earned the 7 and 8 seed, and then it's like you're taking it away from them and making them earn it again. It's craziness. The Major League Baseball All-Star Game, when they put home field in the World Series on the line in the All-Star Game, that was also crazy. It got you to watch. You're watching, but you're watching something that's bat bleep crazy.
Well, because in that situation, the stars for the team that were probably going to be in the World Series were out of the game when it was time for the game to be decided.
No.
So now the game is being decided by Pirates players,
right.
Back in the day, Tigers players. It's like, what are we doing here?
That failure was this. If you were going to put that much on the line for the All-Star game, then give me the best players. Okay. I don't need home field advantage because I got to rely on the at-bat of a Chicago White Sox.
Yeah, Royal or something.
Because one had to be in the game. So that one representative is going to
That's a whole nother problem.
Right. So if it was going to be that, then screw that. Every team has to be represented. No. Give me the best 25 players on that team, and I can live with that.
Coming your way next, we've got an NFL blitz for us and a homework assignment for you. It's Valenti and Rico, 97.1. Valenti and Rico 97.1. It is time for not only an NFL Blitz, but a homework assignment for all of you right now.
I've been looking forward to this all day. So here it is, people. Courtesy of Mark Ryan's great research, 14 of the 16 seasons before the move to 7 playoff teams, there were 5 new playoff teams a year in the NFL. Now that they've moved to 14 playoff teams, it is closer to 6 teams every year where you're going to be out, 6 new, in. So we're going to do the exercise here. You all have a sheet of paper in front of you. Who made the playoffs last year in the AFC? Who made the playoffs in the NFC? And between the 3 of you, I want you to go through together, choose your 6 teams that miss and your 6 teams that will now be in the playoffs next season.
Okay, guys, good news. I've done all the work. This is a very, very simple conversation, simple agreement between you and I. The 6 teams that are going to be out that made it this last year are very simply, I still love you, David, the Pittsburgh Steelers, the Jacksonville Jaguars, and the Los Angeles Chargers. The Green Bay Packers, the Carolina Panthers, and Rico's San Francisco 49ers. I'm sure we all agree these are the 6 teams that are going to be out that made it last year.
Give me that again. You said Steelers, Chargers.
Are we already having dissension in the ranks?
I just want to hear. I just want to make sure.
We're Steelers, Chargers, Jaguars.
Okay.
Niners. Green Bay, Carolina, and 49ers.
Okay.
Okay. Those are the 6 that are out. Now that we've agreed on the 6 that will be out, let's focus on.
Agree with those 6.
I actually do agree with those 6.
Whoa.
How about that?
I was having a lot of problems with the NFC. I thought the AFC was much simpler to figure out who was going to miss. The NFC I was having many problems with. I would like Rico's thoughts on his privileged team being left out by the 2 of us.
Yep.
You're a bunch of haters. That's why. That's all. The lion does not care what the sheep thinks.
So here's the thing. Here's the thing, Rico, because you all have had discussions, and I've heard many of each of you with your strategies. And the strategy here for Mark Ryan, he has said, is he thinks picking 3 and 3. 3 from the AFC, 3 from the NFC.
Right.
But technically, it doesn't have to be done
It can be 4 and 2. It can be whatever you like.
2. It can be 5 and 1.
So once again, you're saying you said the Niners,
Packers,
and Carolina Panthers. Steelers, Jaguars, Chargers.
Rico, what is your, other than the Niners, do you have any major objections to what we've laid out there?
Steelers always make the playoffs, okay? It's like April 15th is tax day. The Steelers, like it or not, find ways.
New coach.
Doesn't matter. The Pittsburgh
It has mattered.
They back into the playoffs. They fall into the playoffs. The Pittsburgh Steelers are synonymous with NFL playoffs.
The other one that people might debate, the Chargers, I think Justin Herbert played so poorly in that playoff game. I think there's something between the ears going on there.
I disagree with you. See, where I'm going with this, I did it with the teams that I think are going to be out in the AFC. I don't think the Patriots make the playoffs.
What?
I think they're going to play a real schedule this year. They're going to play a big boy schedule, okay? Not going to play the bottom teams.
Yeah, but they had like the best record last year.
And you got coach amidst controversy. Yeah, that to me is a recipe for disaster. I got the Patriots out. I got the Jags out. And I got the Chargers out.
Okay, we agree on 2 out of 3.
At least we can do we can all say kumbaya
Chargers
on the
are out.
Chargers.
And the Jaguars.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
In for the AFC, I think the Bengals will make it in.
I agree.
A healthy Joe Burrow. I think the Chiefs, like it or not, will be back. And I'll probably go with the Indianapolis Colts are going to be in for the AFC.
So do you all agree on those 3 being in?
I was between the Bengals and the Colts. I'm having a real tough time with that one.
I had Baltimore in over Kansas City, but listen, I'm a team guy. I can come around to Kansas City being in instead of Baltimore. So do we want to agree that Kansas City, Cincinnati, and Indianapolis are in? I know you and I do not agree with his New England and majority rules here. So it's got to be Pittsburgh, Jacksonville, and Los Angeles.
So why don't you agree with the New England?
Because that's a ridiculous take.
No, it's not. New England. Okay, did you see New England's schedule last year? They played nobody, and they only made it to the Super Bowl because Bo Nix died. Okay? That was it. That wasn't a good team. They just beat up on the bottom of the NFL.
Mike Vrabel's one of the best coaches in the NFL.
I didn't say
it's
that. I said their schedule.
Year 2 of his regime.
They didn't beat anybody, Mark.
They're going to be
and when
better.
they played somebody, they lost.
Year 2 of Vrabel, and I mean, even if they do play a tougher schedule, they're still a former Super Bowl team. So to count them out of the playoffs entirely from going from
Kenny, I'm glad you said that.
Yes, there you go. Say it, Rico.
Do you realize what happens to teams who become the runner-up in Super Bowls? The next year,
they stink.
They don't make it.
They stink. That's his best point.
Right, sure, yeah. No, I'm not saying what he's saying.
I think it's like 65% don't even make the playoffs the next year.
Yeah.
What he's saying is not impossible.
Okay, so we have to come to a consensus. It's Pittsburgh or New England for the final team that's out of the playoffs.
And it's 2-1. I mean,
wait. Our final votes. I'm still voting Pittsburgh.
I'm also still voting Pittsburgh.
Okay, so Pittsburgh. So Pittsburgh is out. Do we agree Cincinnati, Indianapolis, Kansas City are in?
Yes, that's who I have underlined here.
Okay. NFC.
We got to move to the NFC, guys.
Green Bay, Carolina, and the 49ers are out. I'm sure Rico loves this.
No. I mean, that's just ridiculous right there. I got Carolina out. I got Green Bay in. You're going to have a healthy Micah Parsons in that defense. Remember, they were a beast when he was playing, so I got them in. Out.
Well, they were already in last year.
Since we outvoted him in one of the AFC
we got to give him a bone.
Do we throw him a bone here?
We got to give him a bone here.
Pat him on the head and go, look, this is what you get.
There you go.
So then who's out for the NFC?
But he gets one.
Okay, I got the Panthers out.
Panthers out.
You know what? I'm going to go with the Eagles out. I just think
no chance.
I think that all the smoke and AJ Green and everything finally just catches
AJ Brown.
up. I mean, AJ Brown finally just catches up to them. And, they don't like their quarterback. I don't know why. He just plays well for them. This is way too much smoke. I know they're the dysfunctional family, and they like the controversy, and they thrive. But I think this year it's just going to be too much, and it catches up to them.
So we got to come to a consensus here, guys. I need the out. We can't even get to the end.
Right. We haven't gotten to the end yet. So I've got Green Bay, Carolina, 49ers.
I have the same.
We're going to allow Rico to keep his 49ers, but then we're keeping Green Bay out. Carolina, Green Bay, and who else is out? Don't tell me Seattle. Do not tell me the Rams.
Right.
Who else is out?
Like I said,
if you're allowing his vote, then it has to be the Eagles.
I like the Eagles.
Panthers,
out.
Eagles,
I can't abide that.
We got to keep the 49ers out.
Yep, sorry, Rico.
There's no bone.
So 49ers, Packers, Panthers.
Don't
49ers, Packers, Panthers.
Don't let them make the playoffs.
So who's in?
I've got Washington.
I also have Washington.
Detroit and Tampa Bay.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, my God. We're looking off each other's paper over here. Great minds.
No.
Washington, Detroit, and Tampa Bay.
Who do you not have of that group, Rico?
I don't have any of them.
We can't get anything together.
Well, I'm glad we get along as a show.
I don't have any of them. I'll give you Washington. I got Washington. I got the Cowboys, and I have
the Cowboys.
Yeah,
really.
This has been a large waste of time.
This has been a wonderful exercise. I enjoyed it. I hope the people enjoyed it.
Washington.
That is your
there you go.
NFL Blitz 97.1.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. The Tigers have locked up Kevin McGonagal to an 8-year, $150 million rookie extension. The terms begin next season and last until 2036. He has the chance to make up to $160 million with incentives in the last 3 years of his deal. McGonagal is leading off and playing shortstop for Detroit tonight against the Royals. He'll play behind Jack Flaherty on the mound, who faces Seth Lugo. Lugo's been sharp to begin 2026. 6:40 the first pitch, as long as the rain allows, right here on 97.1. Tonight is the last regular season Red Wings game, which unfortunately doesn't have any playoff meeting, but it has a lot of meeting for Paul Woods as he wraps up his 40-year career as a radio analyst. Good chunk of those being with Ken Cal. You can hear the call over on WWJ News Radio 950 beginning at 6:45 there. After Charlotte advanced in the second round of the NBA play-in to compete against the Pistons potential in the first round as the 8th seed, the Magic and 76ers have a chance to advance right to the 7th seed at 7:30 tonight. The loser will play Charlotte. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Valenti and Rico 97.1. Mark Ryan in for Mike this week. So here's why you need to do that exercise that we just did in the Blitz. Happens every year, right? 5 new playoff teams when there were 12 playoff teams. Now that there's 14 playoff teams, there's 6. And what's going to happen to you is you're going to sit down to do this exercise, and you're going to convince yourself, no, this is the year that there's only going to be 3 or 4 new playoff teams. And then there's going to be 6. So we are doing the exercise in the National Football League, and we are imploring you to do the same. Which 6 teams that made the playoffs last year out of the 14 are not going to make it, and who will the 6 newbies be? Continuation of our football blitz.
So you know what you can't do with that exercise?
What's that?
I know a lot of people do this, and Kenny just brought it up to me, is predict injuries.
Correct.
You can't do that in saying, oh, well, this team's going to have an injury. No, because one team in this town was believed to be a playoff team last year. They didn't have injuries, but the Detroit Lions, everyone put a pin in there and said they're going to win that division.
They had a bunch of
well,
injuries.
I'm talking about like they didn't lose Jared Goff. You can't really predict.
Right, if you lose
losing Joe Burrow.
If
right,
you lose Joe Burrow,
if
you lose Tua, then you're not going to have a chance. And Tua's a bowl of soup usually nowadays.
But can't you kind of predict the 49ers are going to be banged up?
They actually lost their quarterback, and the backup came in and won 6 games.
Can't you kind of predict, though, that, like, I don't know if it's the electrical grid that's out there or whatever the deal is?
Do you have, like, some empirical data, or are you just over there just making stuff up?
Well, all I see is them going down, and the empirical data is they've been the most injured team over the last 4 years.
And they still went to the playoffs last year.
They did, but I got to pick 3.
Right.
I got to pick 3. Listen,
I got, you know who is the third team that I think is going to miss? Because I do think Philadelphia, between just how they are going against Jalen Hurts, the A.J. Brown saga, like there's just so much smoke. And it reminded me of the year when I think they missed out on the playoffs because the team just self-imploded. This has that same feel right now that they are not on the same page at all with that team. And I think unless they
don't like the head coach either.
Right.
And they don't like the quarterback.
That's what I'm saying. It's just so much going on that I could easily see Philadelphia taking a year off from the playoffs this year. I got the Carolina Panthers because I think they backdoored their way in. The other one that I have, it was going to be between the Steelers, but like I said, I can't pick against the Steelers because as much as I want to, they just make the playoffs every year. They just do. They're an institution. What if I give you the Chicago Bears?
Again, it's the same. My argument against it is the same argument for Vrabel. It's like he made it in year 1.
Okay, but Mark,
do you really think that level of coach is going to be worse in year 2?
Okay, but here's the thing. You're the one who said all of this. Hey guys, you know there's going to be teams who you think they're going to make it, and they're not.
Right.
You're not willing to give up on these teams that you think are going to make it. You're not. You've closed your mind off. It can't happen. Can't happen.
Well, that's when you get in trouble.
And that's what you're doing right now.
That's when you get in trouble.
You've stepped in it already. You've already told me all these teams. Oh, it can't happen.
It's on the bottom of my shoe.
It can't happen there.
It's definitely on the bottom of my shoe. They lose their center, Drew Dahlman. They add Kobe Bryant, corner, Devin Bush, linebacker, Garrett Bradbury, center,
and they had
to
a little
replace.
Bit of they had a magical.
I'm
sorry. They had a magical year where they won a lot of those 50-50 games. And normally when you do that, the other side of the coin kicks in.
The ticking time bomb for Philadelphia was A.J. Brown, right? And what's going to happen with him? The ticking time bomb for the Bears is who? Their quarterback. When is he going to leave the reservation? When is he going to get tired of Ben Johnson in his ear? You would think, man, this guy's saving my career. This guy's making a 56%, 58% completion percentage look like a Pro Bowler in most games. Well, that's the thing. So we have our consensus on the AFC. As far as I'm concerned, the AFC's done. David, you are not getting out of this, okay? You are not getting out of this. Your voice must be heard on the NFC because we have some serious dissension in the ranks here. Rico moves for the long shot playoff misses of Chicago and Philadelphia. Now, we've only got one team, Carolina, that, by the way, was in my new playoff teams last year. They were in them. They were one of my surprise playoff teams because you had to pick 6. Carolina's our easiest out in the NFC. Kenny and I have Green Bay and San Francisco.
How many teams between the three of us, though, did we unanimously agree on?
Jacksonville, Los Angeles, Carolina. So 50% of the 6 we agreed on.
Well, that's good. That's not bad.
Yeah. You guys twisted my arm on Kansas City getting back in. Didn't have to do that much.
And I was going to say, here's the other thing about the Bears. I'm looking at that schedule. Looks like they won 5 games that were either 3 points or less. The 50-50 games, they caught fortune. They won those games. I don't think that happens again in year 2. That's why I think the Bears take a step back.
Screw Ben Johnson. I'm with Rico. Screw him.
Okay, so here's the thing. I'll give you some teams here that I believe will be out and will believe will be in. But first, let me get to some text communications here. Text communications. Jalen Hurts has never missed the playoffs. Got bounced by the Bucs first round one time, though, being in Rochester. Someone says, I do not agree with you. The Lions will remain out. Someone said that is from Roy.
Yeah, I don't have the Lions in mind.
Mm-hmm. Ben from Ann Arbor says, Rico is right. The Patriots fed on the bottom. They won like 10 games against teams that fired their coaches. So they're not going to make it next year.
And you know what? This whole Vrabel Rossini thing, I don't think it goes away for him. I think that's going to be a distraction for that team.
Can I add one thing on that? We talked about that yesterday. I'm getting tired of the look at the double standard. She loses her job. Nothing happens to him. The people saying that, how do they not realize that it's not that there's no double standards in society? She's fired because she's a reporter. Her credibility is attached to her sources. His credibility has nothing to do with whether he's a sleazebag or not. The only thing that matters to him is, can he coach?
Can he win games? No.
That's it. It's no double standard. Look at what's happening to the woman. It has nothing to do with that.
But that's how it looks on the surface. That's why it looks like it's a double standard. Like he's getting away with this, and she's having to resign. That's why people are thinking it is a double standard.
If she was the coach and he was the reporter, he would be resigning. That's my feeling.
No, I understand. But a lot of people don't see it that way. They're thinking, well, you got caught cheating, so you both got to get fired.
I saw somebody as high as Jameel Hill pulling that card, and I'm like, you've got to be kidding me.
Don't even get me started on that. But
that's what she does.
That is what she does. But here's the thing. We all remember Urban Meyer, right? Mm-hmm. Coached in Jacksonville.
Yeah.
Was he fired because of what he was doing off the field, or was he fired because he was a horrible coach?
No, he was fired because of what he was. They used the off the field thing
because he was a horrible coach. Because they find a way to get rid of him.
He kicked the kicker. All right.
Correct.
And then you can flowchart it back to what we talked about yesterday of, well, if you're winning and if you're performing on the field, whether you're a player or a coach or otherwise, it doesn't really matter. We can put up with a certain amount of nonsense to deal with it.
Now that we've had that little peaceful conversation, let's return to the war, okay? The battle continues. All right, so we got Carolina out. We have Green Bay and San Francisco and Philadelphia and Chicago. Okay, we need 2 more out of that foursome. I'm going to give Rico 1. We'll keep his 49ers in.
You can do what you want to do.
Which means
I'll
that Green Bay's out. Okay? Kenny, are you with me?
So, I agree.
So the 3 of us need to center on Philadelphia or Chicago missing the playoffs. Who's more likely?
I think Philadelphia.
Hold on, though. I think there's a team in here that you all are forgetting.
David, we got it down to 2. Don't do this.
They just won the Super Bowl.
I was going to say
Seattle's roster is not the same. It's not the same.
Seattle, you know what, David? I thought about that. Seattle did get gutted.
In a tough division with San Francisco and the Los Angeles Rams,
Seattle's roster got gutted.
I mean, I'll say Seattle misses. Seattle misses.
You know what, David?
Carolina misses.
I thought Seattle as well.
And Chicago.
I just didn't want
You guys are making my head hurt. We already got past this point. Now you're drudging up previous garbage.
You asked me my
Come
thoughts.
on.
How did we go backwards
We
here?
just went backwards.
In order for 3 who made it, it's not going to be easy because they made the playoffs, and you're thinking, well, they're going to make it again. Well, history says it won't happen that way, and it's always a shock. You're like,
so you got. I just want to make sure I understand. You have both teams that were in the Super Bowl missing the playoffs.
He does.
That is crazier than declaring home field for the winner of the MLB All-Star Game.
Not really.
But between the 2 of you, what Mark said is exactly right. Is you both have the Super Bowl
I have one
missing
of them.
the playoffs.
He has both of
Right.
them, yes.
Okay.
Because, like I said, the Patriots didn't play anybody. And Dave, I see David's point. Seattle got gutted. Seattle basically said, F the picks. Here we got the Super Bowl. You all can leave.
They needed to keep Walker.
You all can leave and do whatever you want because we got the ring. And
compensatory picks will come, and then they'll be back next year.
All right, Mark, forget it. The Jets are making the Jets are making the playoffs.
Carolina, Green Bay, Chicago are out. Agree?
Yes.
Rico? Okay. The 3 that are in: Washington, Detroit, and Tampa Bay.
Okay.
No.
I knew this was going to happen.
I got Tampa.
I hope people at home are having just as much fun as us.
I'll give you Tampa. on that because I think they should have won it last year.
They should have.
They're the better team out of that division. I told you, I still got the Cowboys. And I'm not a Cowboys fan.
All right.
But I just think Jerry Jones is actually doing something. And my surprise, Minnesota Vikings.
The Congress has not reached an agreement. The Congress has not had an approved vote.
We've gone backwards. We haven't gotten very far.
We are devolving as a people. All right. There was a volcanic that erupted last night in Ohio. Did you hear it? You will next. Here on Valenti and Rico, 97.1.
Hey, guys, imagine a world where you can leave your house and take your home Wi-Fi speeds with you. Thanks to Xfinity Mobile, it's not just a fantasy, just picture it. You're at your kid's soccer game, you're streaming the other game you really want to see in 4K, just like that. You're in the airport, download a cozy family comedy and a snap with the Wi-Fi Power Boost. What if the places you had to be felt more like everywhere you wanted to be? That's the magic of Xfinity Mobile. Reliable Wi-Fi and 5G when you need it. Xfinity, imagine that. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Visit xfinitymobile.com to learn more. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required savings based on promotional rates of 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus regular rates of 2 lines of T-Mobile. Experience more Verizon Unlimited Plus and AT&T Starter as of 2/10/26. Taxes and fees extra after promo regular rates apply. To get started, call Xfinity, visit xfinity.com, or just drop into an Xfinity store today.
97.1. Valenti and Rico, great to have you guys with us. Rolling on until just after 6 o'clock today. Setting you up for some Tigers baseball. 1 game under 500 for the Old English D. 4 games in a row after the 4-game losing streak, 5-game losing streak. Well, the tease to this was, did you hear that a volcano erupted in Ohio last night? You didn't know there were volcanoes in Ohio, did you? Well, now you do. It wasn't the tenor of the way he said it. It was what he was actually saying that I found so damning. Columbus Blue Jackets coach Rick Bowness, his team last night fell yet again, and just like the Detroit Red Wings, the Columbus Blue Jackets are not postseason bound. They fell at home to the Washington Capitals 2-1. In their final 11 games of the season, Columbus went 2-8-1 with everything on the bloody line. Now, one of the things I love so much about McClellan is that you can't tell from his face if they just had the best result of the season or the worst result of the season. He's got the same expression on his face, and it's stern and serious. This dude, Rick Bowness, went apocalyptic last night. I mean, he went end of times with what he said. Now, I want you to listen to this, and then we've got a fun question for you. Here you go. Rick Bowness, after his team finishes 2-8-1. 3 hits, 23 giveaways. Kenny, as a barometer,
yeah,
how rare is 3 hits or less? That sounds pretty pathetic.
Yeah, that's a very low effort. That's a team that's packed it in.
Yeah, I mean, 3 hits at the end. Like, you don't want to play physical hockey.
Yeah, you've
right?
packed it in. You're cooked. You're done. You've given up on the game. You've given up on the season. You've given up on any type of realistic, competitive hockey, if that's what your effort is.
3 freaking hits is what Columbus pulled last night. And look, I don't know, man. We can talk about the era. Does anybody care about winning more than they do money anymore? Is there anybody that cares more about that? Jackson's 8 years old. We got him in soccer. I ask Angela after they lose, is he upset that they lost? She goes, not really. I said, well, we got to change that. She goes, I want him to have fun. I said, well, at what age do I get to tell him that he shouldn't be prancing around once they lose, right?
Does he like soccer, or are you making him play soccer?
No, he likes it. He's asking to play.
Okay. No, I'm going to say, because it's one of those, if you're like, well, it's organized babysitting, go play soccer, and the kid doesn't want to play, they don't care. If you're good at something, you're more invested in it.
Yeah.
Especially as a child. So right. I could easily see that, but I think the same with pros. Once you realize you're out, then what's the point of really putting it all out on the line? Because we're not going to the playoffs. Like, I don't see the Wings going balls to the wall tonight. I think it's kind of just one of those, kind of go through the motion. We'll just end this season and we'll move on.
It is what it is, right? When people say that line, it is what it is. They are talking about last night's game for Columbus and the game for the Red Wings. That's precisely what they're talking about. So I don't know that I've ever heard an acting head coach say, quote, these guys don't care. They don't care? I've heard McClellan say, listen, don't let the excuses continue. We got jerseys out there. I've never heard a coach say they don't care.
I think having jerseys out there is the equivalent, the PC way of saying they don't care.
Okay.
They're just jerseys out on the ice. meaning they're just ghosts. They're there. They're just jerseys.
Clocking in, clocking out.
Yeah. So I think that's close, but hey, I don't know puck.
That's what I hear. That's what I hear.
But yeah, go ahead.
So anyway, we were thinking about this, and that rant. Number one, have you ever heard a coach say that about his own team? That quote, these guys don't care. But then it obviously brings to light some of our most famous rants over the years, some of our favorite rants over the years, and they immediately come to mind. Now, some of these you know, and some of these are, well, less well discussed, less well known. Everybody can do, we talking about practice, man. Everybody can do that. But do you remember a little Hal McRae? Do you remember a little Hal McRae in the dugout for Kansas City? Do you remember a certain Michigan women's basketball coach who I know you must remember this, Rico? A certain women's basketball coach for University of Michigan that started his press conference by breaking things. Do you remember that?
He slammed the clipboard down or something like that.
It was none other than Kevin Borseth, and it sounded like this. Yeah, you remember that? I mean, I would love it if he could speak in English to me, but I don't know what language that was. But the poor clipboard, man, I feel for him. I feel for him. I've never heard. I mean, am I alone, guys? Have you guys ever heard a coach say my players don't care? I've never heard that before.
Well, yeah, kind of. I've heard a coach would just basically said everything was just bad. Jim Mora. The frame is where he's like, our offense sucked. Our defense sucked. We couldn't do diddly poo. Like, he pretty much just threw the whole team under the bus. Like, I don't know why you guys want to talk to me and ask me anything. Like, no one escaped that wrath.
Right. So here's the question for you. You have one vote for the best sports rant of all time. One vote. Okay? You have a single vote for the best sports rant of all time. I watched this last night, and I'm like, this is scorched earth times 10. All right? Everybody gets a vote. You listening get a vote. Kenny gets a vote. David gets a vote. Rico gets a vote. If we've got it on our list here, we'll even fire it for you. But everybody's got a vote for the best sports tirade, sports rant ever. And these are all guys whose reason and rationale has left the building. It's on the milk carton. If you see them, contact local authorities. We're worried about their well-being. Left the reservation. 248-539-9797 is where you guys can get to us on the show. My man, somebody get my man his blood pressure medication, and please get him some help. We're 97.1. Hal McRae not having any of it.
You know what the best thing about a good rant is? When it doesn't start off as a rant. When it starts off as just answering a question, and then the coach something just sets him off, and they just start losing it. And that was Hal McRae. He was just sitting there talking. Somebody asked a question.
No, but somebody challenged him. Somebody said, did you ever consider putting this guy in the game?
That's what I'm saying. But he didn't come up to a podium pounding it. No. It started off normal. And then somebody gets under your skin, and then that's when it really becomes an epic rant.
Yeah, but Hal went 0 to 60 faster than a Lamborghini there. I mean, seriously. I mean, that was, he was fine, and then he wasn't. Has anyone in this room ever pissed off a head coach?
Yeah, I've pissed off a head coach or two before.
Give us the story.
I had said something in a previous radio life, and Izzo didn't care for it.
Oh.
So it was after a game, and we spent probably about 25 minutes hashing it out in the hallway. And he's just yelling at me and dropping F-bombs. I'm just looking at him like, and he was getting angry and angry, and I'm just like, okay, let me ask you this question. Are you really that mad at me, or are you mad because you just got embarrassed on national TV because Maryland came and beat you on the 20th reunion of your 2000 team?
What was your question?
No, I had said something about Mark D'Antonio, who was a friend of his, and he was like, well, you don't know. You should have called me. I was like, so let me get this straight. Pick up the phone, call you, and you're going to leave your practice just to come and talk to me. You're going to leave practice. If I have a question, anytime, you're going to see. You can promise me that right now. Well, no, you can't. So therefore, he was like, I'll give him credit. He did something that a lot of people don't do. 2 days later, phone rings at 6:00 in the morning. I reach over and I look and I see I'm like, I'm not doing this early. Okay. Like, seriously, man, I'm asleep. We're not doing this. I literally answered the phone. What do you want, Tom? It's too early for this. And he apologized. He was like, you know what? I was wrong. You got a job to do.
Good for you.
I'm sorry. You do a great job and blah, blah, blah. But yeah, I was just literally like, Tom, it's 6:00 in the morning. I don't have time for this. What do you want? So,
what do you guys have to say? Good story. Good story. And Tom had your back. As long as there's communication going, you got a chance. Let's get to Doug in Toledo, who's up next. Doug, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. How you doing? This is making me laugh. And it makes me remember a story. John McKay, who is the very first head football coach for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. You know, they went 0-14 the first season, went 1-13 the next season. So after a game, one of the reporters said, Coach McKay, what do you think about your team's execution? He goes, I'm all for it.
That's right. That's right. Best line. The fact that he had that in the hip pocket ready to go was insane.
And this guy was used to winning because, remember, he was a national championship coach at USC.
Yep.
So and so he knew what winning was like, and he knew what execution was like, too.
Doug, good one, man. Good one. Historic one as well. We keep it moving. We get to Chuck in Detroit, who's up next. Hey, Chuck.
What's going on, fellas?
Good to talk to you.
Hey, what's going on, man? Hey, I got a rant, but it wasn't a coach's rant. It was a player rant. I got Allen Iverson's, we talking about practice.
Now, Chuck, just so we're all on the same page about this, do we agree that was Allen having a bad attitude?
No, it wasn't.
I think it was.
I don't believe so. I believe that he was really upset about questions that were asked in the press conference.
You know what, Chuck? It's actually a part of a documentary.
Correct.
And it's a backstory to that. Like, a good friend of his had just died, and he was at the funeral, I believe.
Yeah.
And they're like, "Well, you skip." He didn't. He didn't feel the need to say, "Hey, somebody in my personal life passed away."
He thought the press conference was going to be about something else,
right? And they're asking him about practice, and he was just like, "Really? That's what it's about."
The problem is practice is important. It's not more important than going to your friend's funeral.
But you know what? Here's the thing. Let's be real. And Chuck, you should. There's certain players they don't need to practice. There's certain players that can just walk out on the court and get it done. And he was one of them in his prime.
AI Philadelphia
was.
version didn't need to practice. AI Detroit version
At the
did need to
casino.
practice. Yeah,
Ooh,
that's right.
Okay. Okay.
There you go, Chuck. Good one, man.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
We've got a text line contribution, and the person says John Chaney and John Calipari. John Chaney and John Calipari. Well, what do you know? We have John Chaney and we have John Calipari. And this is something that would never fly today because we're way too PC today, but it flew then. Here you go. I'll kill you. Now, that would be, I think, persona non grata. You don't recover from that today.
Well, you can. I've seen a coach open hand slap another coach before and say, I'm from the streets of Chicago.
And then he got fired eventually. So
eventually he got fired. Not that day. After what, the third time he threatened another coach?
That's true. That's true. I pissed off Stan Van Gundy. You know him well.
Right.
Was the coach of the Orlando Magic. They shot 3 for 21 3-pointers. And I said they had J.J. Redick was a rookie. And this was like my first job. And I said, hey, you have the all-time leading three-point shooter in college basketball. At what point in the 3 of 21 did you think it might be a good idea he left the press conference? And then I had all the other media people in the room mad at me because they're like, you at least could have waited till the end of the press conference to piss him off so bad that he left the press conference.
Yeah, never asked that question for the first one.
Never. Not a good first
You always
question.
say that last question just in case, oh, you know what, I don't have time for this. Okay, well, I got the rest. Still one of my favorite rants was Mike Gundy.
And that's all you need.
No, but the whole thing was, you come after me.
Yeah, that's good.
He's a kid. I'm a man. He just like, that's my, yeah, he defended his quarterback, but it was just so funny because it was one of those personal things that I guess some reporter did something. He didn't like it, which always amazes me because teams and coaches and players all swear up and down, I don't listen to the media. I don't read the newspaper. I don't read the press clippings. I don't listen to the radio. But say something they don't like, and they can tell you verbatim what you said or what you wrote.
I'm sorry. You know what's different in today's world of college sports? Because he's upset that they wrote about a player and was talking bad about a player. You could do that now. They get paid. You can now write and say something bad about a player.
You notice how, though, those people for them, they call them kids when it benefits them, and then they're adults. They're adults, so they should be paid. They're kids. You can't talk about them that way. It's amazing how that works.
Yeah, they're adults when they do something stupid. They're kids when you come after them.
Yeah.
Frank
is up next. Hey, Frank.
Punch us back. We're going to smile at you, knock you down.
We are. We're gonna smile. We're gonna smile at him.
Wait, was he giving a rant or was he talking?
Should we try that again?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Let's check and see if he was actually
Here we
giving
go.
us a rant.
Frank, you're on the air. Go ahead, buddy.
Yes. The most famous quote I've ever heard in my life, I believe it was the 2021 season. I'm not going to quote it right, but it was something like, when you knock us down and knock our teeth out, we're going to get up and eat your kneecaps.
Oh, Dan Campbell.
Frank, I thought you were about to send me out for round 3 of a boxing match. I thought you were giving me the pep talk.
No, in 2021, I remember
it was
John
an opening
Campbell.
press conference.
That's it. That was a good one, wasn't it, Frank?
He said something like, when you knock us down and knock out our teeth, we're going to get up, smile, and eat your kneecaps off.
Bite your kneecaps
And
off. He sure did.
But I know I'm not quoting it right.
Oh, you're good, buddy. You're good. We get it. We got it. We got it all set. Anyway, well, Columbus's head coach joined the legions of those ranks last night with a rant of all rants. I've never heard a coach say before, my players don't care. At the professional level, they do not care. All right. So we've got some major programs in college football, and we've got a college football blitz, and we're going to tell you exactly where they all end up this coming season. That's next. Valenti and Rico, 97.1.
We're going to go best scenario, worst scenario. So let's start here with Ohio.
So let me get this straight.
Sure.
Best is if you win all the games the 50-50 games, and worse if you lose all the 50-50
He does not agree with you on what you said yesterday, by the way, and I'm going to reset it for the people right now. Ladies and gentlemen, whether you're on the state side or the maize and blue side, Rico came on these airwaves yesterday and said that Michigan State and Michigan have the same floor heading into 2026.
They don't play the same schedule,
My jaw
Mark.
hit the floor
They don't play
when
the
I
same,
heard that.
They don't play the same schedule. 50-50 games you lose, that's how you get to 6-6. Go ahead, David.
So let's start with the defending champion. Let's start with Indiana. They're in the Big Ten.
Okay.
Best case, worst case.
Hold on. I was expecting you to say Ohio State. It still hasn't hit me that
Indiana
Indiana
is the
'Cause I'm
defending
like-
champ.
Same.
I'm like, okay. Oh, wait. You said Ohio State wrong. Indiana, it is. Okay.
New quarterback, Josh Hoover. They have the receiver from Michigan State.
Yeah, Nick Marsh.
Yep.
And they also brought in some other people as well. Well, we know they're not going to lose their non-conference because Indiana is the masters. Like, you get the biddest when you look at Indiana's schedule, non-conference of North Texas, Howard, and Western Kentucky.
I think Howard's going to be tough, man.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Biddest. Straight biddest.
Oh, gosh. What's the floor of this schedule? They're playing the Sisters of the Poor here. The Island of Misfit Toys.
The floor, I would say their worst case, David, is probably 9-3. That's their worst case. Their best case, they could probably go 11-1.
Worst case 9-3. Best case 12-0.
Okay.
I got. Well, I think the Buckeye game will be a coin flip,
So
and
that
it's in Bloomington, so yeah, I can see that.
Worst case they have here on CBS is 9-3, so you are spot on, and 12-0. So
How about that?
You all are right there.
Where's that bell?
It's the Ohio State one, Rico. That's the, it could be a
Ohio
loss
State.
or not.
And
but-
you know what? It's in Bloomington.
So they're giving that to them because of that.
And they got tricky ones, like at Nebraska could be tricky. We're waiting for them every single year.
Nebraska is never
Every
going to
single
be
year.
tricky.
At Michigan could be tricky. At
Yes.
Washington could be tricky.
Yes.
Okay, at Washington only because it's that whole West Coast trip thing. That's a real thing.
Yeah.
I know. Something happens when you cross over that Mississippi River. You have no chance. It's almost like you start the game down 10-0.
Well, your body's not used to performing at what is 9 a.m.
No, it's not that because I've seen coaches go out there early. I've seen coaches take their team out almost the day of the game. There's no formula to it. I can't explain it. You go to the West Coast, and even when the West Coast teams come to the East Coast, it doesn't work out. Now, the East Coast teams normally will play a noon game for a 9 o'clock for them, or you go to the West Coast, like State play USC. Games start the USC. I think the game started at 11 o'clock, our time. Kids out there drinking coffee in the huddles. Go ahead.
So we just had Indiana. Let's stay in the state, one of their in-state rivals, and let's go with Notre Dame. Best case, worst case for Notre Dame. They are losing Jeremiah Love and Jadarian Price. So what do you think?
Hold on, let me pull
CJ Carr's returning.
Best and worst case for Notre Dame this coming season. I'm a big believer in Marcus Freeman now. Big believer. I did think it was kind of lame that they immediately said we're not going to a bowl game. Like, we're above a bowl game. No, you're not.
Yeah, they are. They're Notre Dame.
I couldn't disagree more.
Because they didn't, here's why.
So is that going to be the way it is every year?
So we're going to get to the best case, worst case?
Yes. You don't play in a bowl game because the kids didn't want to be there. That's how people get hurt. All right. Best case for Notre Dame, worst case for Notre Dame, David, you're probably looking at 10-2. This is a biddish type schedule as well. I would say 10-2. Best case scenario for Notre Dame, I would go 12-0.
I'm exactly where Rico is. Miami is the only game of BYU could be of some concern, but the BYU doesn't have Notre Dame's athletes. Miami at home is their 150-50 game. So I'm going to go worst case 10-2.
You're forgetting that game on September 19th. Hey, I'm going.
Where's the laugh track?
All right.
Michigan State, Notre Dame. 10-2, 12-0.
So the worst case is 9-3.
No way.
Best case is 12-0.
Okay, I had 10-2.
I don't see three losses on there.
BYU could be a loss.
Could it?
Miami could be a loss, and I guess SMU could be a loss.
How about the fact that the Georgia Bulldogs up next here have, in the NIL era, we're going to get to that this week as well. What's going on with the Big Ten in the NIL era? Georgia doesn't feel like quite the same team, do they?
Well, let's do Georgia here. Best case, worst case, they are number 3 on their way to early top 25.
Mark, I actually think you're more right than wrong. I think their best case scenario is probably 10, 11 wins. I'll say 11 just because they could very well do that. But, I mean, I'm looking at their schedule. There's only a couple of upset spots that I feel really could be problematic, and it's certainly not your team. But it's I'll put their worst case scenario at about 9 wins, so somewhere between 9 and 11.
And here I thought we were friends, Skinny. The thing is, any game in the SEC can get you. Sure. Vanderbilt can get you. Oklahoma can get you. The two obvious trip-up spots are at Alabama, at Ole Miss for Georgia, at South Carolina. Let me tell you my story with Shane Beamer one time. I'm going to go worst case is 9-3. Best case is 12-0.
Okay, see, when I look at other teams that have been put on this list that are 12-win teams, one of them's a national champion, and I don't think Georgia's there yet, so that's why I'll cap it at 11.
I got, you know what? Not that you care, David. I got 9-3, 11-1.
Okay, so you're just one off of what they say, 8-4, 12-0. So you
8-4
wasn't crazy.
That would be a disappointment. That'd be a massive disappointment.
So
I mean, you do have 5 or 6 possible losses on there.
Sure, but I don't put those as 50-50 games. I put those more as 60-40, 70-30 games.
And Florida better be in that group.
If you're lucky.
So let's quickly finish off with Ohio State. Best case, worst case.
All right, the Ohio State Buckeyes.
For Ohio State, I think best case, David, is 12-0. I think the worst case for the Buckeyes is probably 11-1.
No, best case for the Buckeyes is 12-0. Worst case is 10-2 because they have at Indiana and at Texas and tricky at Iowa in there as well. I'm going to go 10-2 and 12-0.
So the worst case, 9-3. Best case, 12-0.
What? No chance. All right. Well, the Pistons got great news last night, and they didn't even play. We'll tell you why next here on 97.1.
Brought to you by M&M Garage Doors. The Tigers are giving their rookie phenom Kevin McGonagal the Colt Keith treatment by extending him in his rookie season, but this deal comes with a whole lot more cash. The term's 8 years and $150 million with incentives. In the last 3 years, it could see it climb to a total of $160. McGonagal back leading off tonight here on 97.1 as long as Mother Nature allows. For the middle game of their 3-game set with the Royals, Jack Flaherty battles Seth Lugo on the mound. Lugo had his nice start to this season with a 1.53 ERA. 6:40 the first pitch. Detroit Red Wings radio analyst of 40 years, Paul Woods, will call it a career tonight as Detroit wraps up their season against the Florida Panthers on WWJ as well. I spoke to former NBC national announcer Doc Emmerich about him. Doc says he's never met someone as well read in all 32 teams. The NBA play-in continues tonight as the Magic face the 76ers at 7:30. The loser takes on Charlotte with the right to face Detroit. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Great to have you guys with us. 97.1. Rolling on until just after 6 p.m. tonight, leading you right up to Tigers baseball. And how about the Tigers news we had today? Kevin McGonagal, great news by any stretch of the imagination. Kevin McGonagal signs an 8-year, $150 million deal with the Detroit Tigers. He's batting over 300. He already has the best eye on the entire team. Some might say he's already the best hitter on the team. And, well, in an era where teams are doing the very smart thing and they're locking up their talent young, Kevin McGonagal got paid the most of the young guys getting locked up young. Connor Griffin, $140 million, 19 years old. Corbin Carroll, $111 at 22. Kevin McGonagal, agent drove a hard bargain, $150 at 21 years old. How you feeling, Detroit? How you feeling about it? Your guy, you now have him for 3 more years than you would have otherwise. He would have been free to roam at after 2031. Now you have him locked up till 2034. Is this a situation where you've seen enough to put the ring on it that Scott Harris is? Or did you need a few more dates before you would get there? 248-539-9797 is where you guys can get to us on the show. Rico, I take it you're happy with a caveat.
I mean, I think that I like what the Tigers did. You saw you had a player. You saw you had somebody that you think is going to be a cornerstone piece to this organization, and you locked them up. And before you're like, man, but $150 million, did you? Well, it breaks down about $18 million a year. And in baseball terms, that's not, like, wow. Now, the biggest, the person that took the bigger, or the entity that took the bigger risk, in my opinion, is the Tigers. Because you have such a small sample size. So it's 17 games. Okay? That you're really gambling. You're buying that stock low, hoping that you just, bought Amazon low, or you just bought Bitcoin when it was very little.
And as you know as well as I do from the stock market, there's no such thing as a guarantee.
No, there's not.
Things look great until...
my buddy said that this is going to work until it doesn't work. I would have waited a little bit longer. I would have waited to see him go through the rotation of pitchers again, and rotation of teams again, to see what happens, to see if there's going to be an adjustment, to see if all of a sudden he comes back to the pack and he doesn't look that great. Does he have to go to the minor leagues? Does he have to go and tweak some things up? Or I remember when, like Torque got here and it was like, oh, and he hits home runs. It's like, this is great. And then the next thing you know, he's got to go and work on his swing. He's got to go do some things. He's down in Toledo. It's like, okay, he makes it back. I wanted to see a little bit more. Tiger saw enough. To me, with a 17-game window, they took a gigantic risk because if this kid bombs, I don't know what the particulars, but if this is guaranteed, he walks away laughing. He won't be laughing because, of course, he won't be in the league. But, yeah, they took the bigger risk because for him, that's game-changing money. $150 million is game-changing. I don't know. Right? Yes?
Oh, that's life-changing money.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to make sure.
That's absolutely life-changing money. That's the question we have for you, twofold. Have you seen enough to make this commitment to Kevin McGonagal? And number two, which entity's taking a bigger risk, the Tigers or Kevin McGonagal himself? Now, let's establish what the risks are for Kevin McGonagal. He's making on average $18.75 million a year over this 8-year deal. In today's day and age, the best players are getting paid between $40 and $60 million a year. So he's getting paid less than half of that for the next 8 years.
Little pennies on the dollar.
Right? That is the risk on his part, is that he would be a free agent at 2031. He's accepting far less than he would be getting otherwise for those 3 years, potentially. The risk that the Tigers are taking is that he busts. He has some sort of career-ending injury, right? Mm-hmm. But they have been so blown away by what they've seen. And we haven't seen them do this. But other organizations have. The Atlanta Braves, this is their MO. Yeah. You know?
Pittsburgh just did this. So
yes. Pittsburgh just did this. When they get a Freddie Freeman situation, Atlanta lets him walk. We're not going to be the highest bidder for a Freddie Freeman. Mm-hmm. When the Tigers get a Sarek Skubal situation, they may let him walk. But you know what they're doing that I think is fascinating? They are accumulating so much goodwill now, the Tigers are, to the point where if Skubal does walk, it's not going to be that big of a deal anymore. At least it may not be. You add Framber Valdez, you add Kevin McGonagal, you're adding 2 cornerstone pieces. This does a hell of a job blunting any negative PR you're going to get if Skubal walks.
Yeah, you know what? Because nobody's even talked about that in a long time. No, I just forgot about that until you just mentioned,
sorry. Yeah. That exhausting conversation.
That is on the horizon.
God.
It is. But I get what McGonagal could risk it in 3 years and try to really go out there and make a ton of money. Or you take the bird in hand, you take the $150 million, and if you blow out your arm or some, like you said, career-ending injury, you won. I mean, it's not a win or lose type of thing, but you won. You don't have to worry about anything. Yeah, I think it's a win-win for both, but to me, this is more riskier for the Tigers because, let's face it, more players really don't turn out to live up to that potential that you think that they will have. So, yeah, I think the Tigers. I'll vote the Tigers. This is more riskier for them because it's once again, a 17-game sample. And they said, okay, we've seen enough.
Let's do the math on that. 17 games, they just committed $150 million. They're sure enough that they're willing to commit about $10 million per game seen at the major league level. It's kind of insane if you think about it. Now, you're Kevin McGonagal. You're weighing the pros and cons of something like this. Do you do this deal? Do you sign the deal?
Yeah, I signed the deal. I would sign the deal. I mean, I would love to hear from the person who says, no, I wouldn't sign the deal. And there's no right or wrong in this. If you want to call in, 248-539-9797. Mark, I was sitting, you talk to the people you love and, your agent and, your former coaches and your priest or whoever. But in the end, I don't know anybody who says, I'm going to walk away from a guaranteed $150 million. Because that's when you start thinking of every possible thing that could go wrong, and you will never get that again if something goes. Now, you're banking that you'll stay healthy. You're banking that you'll keep hitting. But, yeah, what if you all of a sudden go through a 3-month drought, and you're up there batting like just putting up goose eggs game after game after game? You still got that money.
Do you know who did walk away from it? Aaron Judge. Aaron Judge walked away from 8 years to 40 And then he had a historic season. He got 8 years, 320. I'm with you. I'm looking at Juan Soto's deal, 15 years, 765. So essentially twice the length of Kevin McGonagal. And Kevin might say, I'm going to be a star like that. So you double his deal. He's got $300 million. He's nowhere close to Juan Soto's 765. You are giving something, but at the age of 21, he is putting pen to paper on a contract that is going to result in him never needing money again.
Right. So it's a chance, it's a risk. And if you're good, come age 29 or even before then, either they renegotiate or you get traded, you go someplace else, and that's the contract that you break the bank. The Tigers are taking the bigger risk, but they're locking him in longer. Like other like NFL, it's like 4 or 5 seasons. The NBA, it's 3 or 4 seasons, and then you get the big deal. For baseball, when you do this, it's normally like 8 years later is when you can finally get to have that second deal.
Let's get to Johnny, who is up next on the show. Hey, Johnny, you're on 97.1.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good to talk to you, man.
I'm on my way downtown now to go watch the Tigers play live, and I'm excited for McGonagal. I like what he's bringing to the table as of now, and by the looks of it, I don't see him really slowing down.
Well, how can you not? There's only 6,300 hitters all year last year in Major League Baseball. He's already got the best eye on the team. Is he already the best hitter on the team, Johnny?
He very well could be. The only issue is, what's it going to look down the road for him with this team? Are they going to put a good team around him to help him out that's better than what he has now? Are they going to be able to keep that?
Well, I think on that note, I think the excuses of youth are running out for Carpenter and Green and Torkelson. I'm tired of the sub-200 start to the season. I'm losing patience with that.
Yeah, I mean, Carpenter and Green, like one could be expendable. You could trade one of those two because they basically are the same player, in my opinion.
Johnny, we share your excitement, man. Thanks for ringing us up. 248-539-9797. Those are the questions there for you. Big extension news today. Kevin McGonagal, 8 years, $150 million for the Tigers. So who's taking a better risk, the team or the player? We're 97.1. Man, I'm just going to tell you, it doesn't take long to see special. Like in anything you're talking about, you see an amazing piece of art. Doesn't take long to see special. You meet somebody special. Doesn't take long to know. You see Kevin McGonagal. It doesn't take long to see special. And I would venture to guess that that's the biggest reason why the Tigers went in today and signed him to an 8-year, $150 million deal. Now, I'm not sure if you guys have seen this. Tarek Skubal was at the press conference announcing him, and he said, "Hey, we got a roadie this week. You taking the boys out to dinner?" And McGonagal said, "I think I can make that happen now." I think you can. He's taken under market value for what he could be worth. You're paying for potential, which is the second most dangerous P word. It is. But you're getting him for $18.75 million a year. And we're asking you guys, who's taking the bigger risk? McGonagal making less than he could. The Tigers essentially saying 17 games sampled, we're giving you $150 million. $10 million a game that we've seen you, essentially. Mike is up next on the show. Hey, Mike, you're on Valeni and Rico.
Yeah, no, I like what I've seen from him for sure, but 17 games is a small sample size. However, I do agree that the Tigers are taking the bigger risk, but I do like it. Like, I'm just feeling dangerous, I guess, because I like it. I like what I'm seeing. I mean, it's scary, but gosh, does it feel good.
It feels good, Frank, and I think they're building a ton of equity if or when Skubal leaves. You got Framber, you've got McGonagal, you've got Max Clark and others waiting in the wings to come up. You're building a ton of equity. And then if Skubal doesn't want to be a part of this, that's Skubal's problem, right?
Right, absolutely. I feel like Skubal being there was really cool, too, by the way. That was really freaking cool to see him there. And, yeah, no, I like that.
I do as well. Look, good to hear from you, Frank. Thanks, bud. I'm sorry, Mike. Frank is up next. Here is Frank. What's up, Frank?
Hey, I just wanted to talk about, obviously, Kevin. I think Tiger's obviously taking the bigger risk, but if you're Kevin McGonagal, there's no way you say no to $150 million or what are you, 21? And when the contract expires, he's going to be 29 and he's going to be in line for another one. But, I mean...
Frank, I'm with you.
Yeah. But, I mean, especially with the Skubal thing, over the offseason, I wanted to get rid of Skubal personally. But, I mean, you're so set. If Skubal leaves, you're set up for success. You got Job getting healthy. You got Olsen getting healthy. You got young guys locked up long term. I'm really liking the future of this Tigers team, even if it doesn't pan out this season like we were kind of hoping for.
No, I got you, because here's the thing. You're right. At 21, you don't turn down $150 million, and at 29, if you're any good, you've already signed your next deal. The Tigers would be ridiculous to let him get that far. Or, as Mark said, you let somebody else foot the bill. Hey, it's nice seeing you, but we're not going to pay you whatever prices are at this time. At that point, you probably have close to the first $1 billion contract. Now, I got to think if Shohei's already, what he's gotten in 9 years.
Yeah, and we don't know what's going to happen with the CBA and everything that's going on. But under this current CBA, you locked up what looks like a generational player if he continues on this trajectory for long term for cheap. I think it's a win-win for both sides here, clearly.
Yeah, very good, Frank. The greater the sample size, the more accurate the result. Science teaches us that.
See, here's the thing. I think the Tigers are taking more of a risk here. I disagree on the reasoning because I do think they know more of him than we think they do. They drafted him. He's been in here in the minor since 2023. But there's a part of me that has a belief that McGonagal some way could have, because we know there's going to be a lockout this year after this season. We don't know what that looks like for the future of rookies. Maybe they cut the years of control they have, and they only control them for 4 years now, and he could have gotten a deal earlier and a better deal. I'm just thinking about
David,
that.
Going with that, or, there's some type of a cap in baseball.
Possibly.
And you know what? You could only make X amount, and you got to wait to do this. You sign this deal now, you're right. You're going to get paid through the next, you got enough money to last you through the strike or the lockout or whatever you want to call it.
That's a great point, David, because that is the biggest bargaining chip, not just for him, but for Scooble as well. Hey, Tarek, how do you know what the next CBA is going to be? Okay? What if you are under the confines of a cap? And I imagine that any deal made before this new CBA will be grandfathered in, right?
I'm with you. Like I said, for Scooble, I've said it before. I think the Tigers did the best thing with that. I'm going to let somebody else give you that ridiculous contract. I'm not paying you that. We could work out maybe a 3-year deal. Hey, I'll give you a 3-year, 120. You'll make $40 million a year. I'm not doing a 7, 8, 9-year investment in you, son. Not for a pitcher, not who's already had arm surgeries.
Multiple, not at your age.
No.
The only counterpoint I would have to what David said about the CBA is if McGonagal's agent is worth his salt, he knows way more about what's going on behind the scenes than we simpletons on the radio do talking about it like that. So I would hope for McGonagal's sake his agent worked the best deal that he felt in a long-term market that he could get.
Yeah, the other thing is I've talked to some people. Dan Dickerson doesn't believe there's going to be a lockout. And I don't know if it's, Dan Dickerson is very, very plugged in.
He is. That sounds like a little bit of copium, though.
It's
he's I don't think it's going to rain. We're wet. It's raining.
Yeah, but it seems like the heels are dug in, right? The players, we're not going to have a cap. The owners, we are going to have a cap. Who's going to win that battle?
The owners,
when all is said and done.
Yeah, the owners save us from ourselves type of, I don't know how long it lasts, but I don't think the season starts on time. This time next year, there won't be baseball being played.
Well, and this text just came through, and this could be the case because we've seen a number of young guys and prospects that are playing now this year get deals. We've seen it in Pittsburgh. We've now seen it in Detroit. And a text comes in and says, I think these younger players are betting there's going to be a salary cap. So you lock yourself in now, get yourself to a number that you're comfortable with, because if there's a cap, now you're good. Whatever else the team does is what they do. Could that be what these players and what? Because there's a lot of players that have signed already. Mm-hmm. Instead of going through ARB and waiting until they've signed. It's like 8 players, I believe, that have signed.
I'm going to give you my 30-second solution. You ready?
Yeah.
Right now, the players are so anti-cap. The players' salaries total $4.5 billion. Salary cap of $200 million. Salary floor of $150 million. The total salaries, if you do that, would be $5 billion. The players are making more than they are now. Now, they don't like the idea of having their income capped. I'm telling you, you're going to be paid more if you do this. And then what's the result? The teams that win are the teams that spend the wisest. Mm-hmm. Everybody's got to be between 150 and 200. Like it or hate it.
So what, the Dodgers are just grandfathered in with all of these deals?
Unfortunately, you have to start it now. The clock starts now. So they're okay for the deals that they've done.
Because, it's like $200 million. They're going to have to cut half their team.
Yeah.
Just to get under payroll.
What? I'm for it. Cut half the team. Let's go.
No, as I said before, I think the floor is what you have to have in baseball. I need you to try. I need you to actually put out a team that wants to win, because that's what you hate to see. When I'm never mad at the Dodgers. I'm never mad at anybody who tries to get creative, who tries to find new ways to win. I get angry at the people who are just happy with mediocrity and won't even try. And that's why I say, you got to put in a floor and say every team must spend this amount of money. You got to do. And
but do you not need a cap?
See, I don't think you need a cap. I think you need a floor more.
I would agree with you, but I think what the Dodgers are doing with that sweetheart TV deal they got, I think that's harmful.
No, I don't. Because here's the thing. They're trying to go for it, and other teams are just like, well, we can't beat the Dodgers, so why try? You know what? You're going to try. You're going to try, because if you have to spend money, maybe that person doesn't go to the Dodgers and gets lost on a team of all-stars. Maybe they come to your town, you sign them to the big deal, and they're your all-star. and they lead your team into winning.
See, I want the Dodgers to have to say goodbye to some of their all-stars.
No, I mean, but it could kind of be like when the Tigers got Pudge Rodriguez, and he became like that linchpin that kind of changed the culture. Wow, you got him to come here? Wait a minute. Maybe I'll give Detroit a look. Same thing can happen. If you have a floor and the teams have to spend,
right,
everybody's not going to want to go and play for the superstar team. Some people want to be the big fish in a little pond.
248-539-9797. We're talking about the future of baseball, why McGonagal's wise to sign the deal he did, and who took the bigger risk, the team, your Tigers, or the player. McGonagal. Back after this, 97.1.
Hey, guys, let me tell you about my Matrix basement. And actually, I had a new bonus feature last night because it was kind of warm and muggy outside. Went downstairs, started watching the game, and it was nice and cool in that basement. So just another bonus feature. You want the man cave that you've always wanted? Matrix Basements can make that happen for you. And it's a strong return on investment. It comes with a finished basement. You get like a 15%, averaging a 15% return on investment. Go to matrixbasements.com right now. You've been thinking about it. Let's just stop procrastinating. Let's just stop doing that. Go to matrixbasements.com right now. Their award-winning staff will design a man cave that you will be the envy of all your boys. Go to matrixbasements.com. Get that free consultation. Trust me, you're going to love it the way that I love it. Matrix Basements, design that pays off.
$8 years, $150 million is the scratch. for Kevin McGonagal. 17 games, 61 at-bats, 19 hits. Guess who, by the way, has the most hits on the big league club these days? Yeah, the guy you just signed. Colt Keith has been on an absolute tear. Absolute bender.
Yeah.
But McGonagal's got 19 hits.
I know, and it just if you can go into the Wayback Machine, what if you added him to that playoff roster last year?
It hurts. It hurts. And I didn't think he was this ready.
If you're willing to give him this deal 17 games in, tells me, looks like, seems like, feels like he should have been on that playoff roster last year. If you're willing to gamble this quickly on him.
This is incredible. You go through the statistical categories for the Tigers. He is second in batting average, first in on-base percentage, second in slugging, first in OPS, and first in WAR. He just started.
It's a heck of a start. Now we got to see what happens because it's baseball. So Water's going to find his level. I just want everybody to remember this when he hits a slump or it's not as great and be like, we wasted. He'll be fine.
Right.
So,
Yeah, the question
that's
is
the other side of the coin.
Right. I mean, do I think he's going to bat 300 for the season? Probably not. But if he hits even 260 and he has the on-base percentage that he has right now, man, oh man, starting with a 908 OPS, who's taking a bigger risk between the two? Is it Kevin or is it the Detroit Tigers? Brad in Waterford is up next. Hey, Brad.
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen. Obviously, the Tigers are taking a bigger risk, but it's because of the injury. Kevin McGonagal is a professional hitter already. He is a four-tool player, and when he gets a little more mature, he's going to be a five-tool player. So when you've got Clark in center field, you got McGonagal at third base, you got Bryce Rader at short, you move Colt Keith over first base for that bum, you've got a nice piece. And here's the thing. Let's say the Tigers start falling off, at 30, 31, and McGonagal still being the dude that he is. Well, you got a nice chip to trade and replenish your farm system. And finally, if I'm sitting there at good old overrated Riley Green, I'm saying, dang, this 21-year-old pup's making that kind of money, and we haven't even talked extension. That might light a fire under his sorry ass. Have a good day.
Well, yeah, I appreciate it. I mean, Riley Green, are we at the point now of calling him his sorry ass? I will tell you, I don't like Green, Torque, and Carp all around the Mendoza line. I don't like it.
Yeah, I think we had higher hopes for Green. I mean, and he, like early in his career, was like, yeah, he's going to be something. And Water found his level with him, and he this is what he is right now. That's why I say it's right.
Contact iffy.
Yeah.
Power somewhat.
Yeah. As the kids will say, he's 6'7".
There you go. Robert is up next. Hey, Robert, you're on 97.1.
Hey, Mark, how you doing?
Good.
Rico, how are you?
Hey.
Mark, you've made this point many times on other shows you've hosted, and you've finally seen somebody who listened to you. The guy took $150 million and said, I'm good for the rest of my life. I'm good for the rest of my kids are good for the rest of their lives. My grandkids are good for the rest of my life. I'm going to take the money, and if there's a chance later on, I can make more. I'll make more. But right now, boom, I'm not greedy. And you've said it before, Mark. At what point I can't? Nah, I'm not taking $250 million. I need $280. $250 million is not enough. I need an extra $30 million to make it work.
Yeah, Robert, you're 100% right. I've asked the question, are there any athletes anymore who care more about winning than dollar signs? I'll give you a perfect example. Aiden Hutchinson. Aiden Hutchinson could have accepted 4 years, $120. He got 4 years, $180. That $15 extra million a year that now teams aren't really paying for edges anymore, that could be brought back into the team. Aiden Hutchinson cared more about his bank account than the team being better.
Yeah, but guys, hold on, Robert. I'll let you finish. But here's the thing. Unless you already have, like, if you have a ring, then yeah, you're going for your money. But you're right. Most people should be trying to win. But now I do think it's like, well, I got to get all the money I can. What if I get hurt? What if I get this? What about my brand? It's not about the game anymore. You're your own separate entity that you're feeding. So that's why you have that.
But Rico, at what point is it enough to get by? And not just get by. Bill Gates said one time, somebody asked him what it's like to be a billionaire. And he said, I can't eat anything better. There's no better steaks I can buy. There's no better houses I can't buy. And at $900 million, when he had $900 million, he was like, oh, now you're a billionaire. What's the difference? There's no difference.
No, there's
150 million, 150 million, 200 million. When you're looking for an extra 30 million, the greed factor comes into play.
No,
okay?
Robert, but no.
Like Mark said, you're hurting your team because, especially and when there's a cap, because now you can't go out and sign another player because you held out for an extra 30 million when, just to make ends meet.
Yeah, but you got to remember too. There's egos in there. My brand is bigger than your brand.
But that's the
my
problem.
contract was bigger than your contract. I agree with both of you, but that's just how it is now.
Yeah.
It's like, wait, and then I think the players will be like, dude, why don't you take less money? Because now the team is going to try to come at me to take less money. You don't take less money. You take as much money as you can.
I know, and I agree with that. The marketplace dictates what you get paid. Okay, I do get that point. But like I said, there's a certain point of time when you want to win and you want to set your team up for success, and you're not playing the me. My brand. Your brand is, come on, man. You're a professional athlete. Your brand is enough. Your brand is what you did yesterday or what you're going to do today. Okay.
Yeah, I always say, are you a good or bad radio host? Well, how was my last show? There's your answer to that question. Let's get to Julian in Windsor, who's up next. What's up, Julian?
Gentlemen, bottom of the afternoon to you. Thanks for having me on the show.
Hey, Julian.
So, Rico, just to your earlier point about how you believe the floor is more important in baseball than the cap, I do agree with that. However, I do think a cap is absolutely needed. And the Dodgers are a good example. I'll try to give an analogy here. So the Dodgers have, without a doubt, farmed their market, the LA market, very well. TV deals, they've got their own channel, they have their own network, they've tapped into all these sources of revenue. A lot of teams don't have the luxury of that kind of a market. So if you think about a farmer, right, the Dodgers are like a farmer that has this massive amount of acreage at their disposal. They still need to plow it, water it, all this stuff to harvest the field. Other farmers could be just as effective in how they harvest the field, but the field that they have access to is significantly smaller, which means it'll yield less, even if they maximize the yield. So for that reason, so that you don't give teams an unfair advantage like the Dodgers because of the market they have access to, I think that's where the cap comes into play.
Rico has a look on his face that he's not following you, Julian. He's
right.
trying to see the path. He's not seeing the path.
I guess, like, think about the revenue that the Dodgers generate because of the LA market, because the LA market is so vast. A lot of the teams in the MLB operate in much smaller markets, so they just don't have access to that level of revenue. Even if they tap into their market and they get through to the fans and, they get whatever merchandising and TV deals, like a team like, I don't know, Arizona or Minnesota or like a low market team, they're never going to have a TV deal that generates the type of revenue that the Dodgers generate, right?
Right. I mean, yeah, the Dodgers and Yankees, the Chicago teams all will have more money. I get that because they're bigger markets.
But the problem with the Tigers TV, the Dodgers TV deal is they got a sweetheart TV deal where they get to keep almost all of it.
Right.
And they're using all that money. They're putting it back in the team, and they scout the best, and they spend the most money. So quite honestly, the best thing the Dodgers could do for themselves, Rico, is not win the World Series this year. If they win the World Series this year, there's going to be a cap.
You know what? Here's the thing. If baseball really wants this thing to work, then you got to do what football does. And everybody makes the same, plain and simple. So that way a team like Green Bay can still flourish.
I'm down with that. I think a lot of us are down with that.
That's the revenue sharing concept. Yeah.
That's the only way.
But right now you got 30 different TV deals and 30 different deals with the teams. So this team's got to give this percentage, this team's got to give this percentage. It's a problem. But what isn't a problem is the fact that the Tigers locked up their young star today. Is there a risk? Yeah. Is there more risk for the Tigers and Kevin? Yeah. But when you consider what's coming down the pike, labor negotiations, etc., the security of knowing that Kevin McGonagal is here with you until 2034, that's awesome. That's awesome. We've got your football blitz NFL homework assignment coming your way next here on 97.1.